Jake Locke, I go by Jazaz, and I play Apex for 3rd Impact. Apex Competitive gives you an insane adrenaline rush when you make an important play, such as winning a game-winning fight. I feel like my biggest strengths as an Apex player is the communication and info that I give to my teammates. I always like to be talking and giving input.
Oh, I'm crazy!
Hey, your boy Mirage here. Got something big for you. The Apex Legends Champions Edition. 9 legends, 3 new legendary skins with matching weapons, of course, an exclusive gun charm, so cute, and Apex coins. Cha-ching! It's everything you need to become an Apex champion. Oh, you're a first-timer, right? Can't send you into that chaos blind. So let me get you up to speed. Okay, so there's this place called the Outlands, and in that place, there's another place called King's Canyon. Who's the king? Is it me? Is it this thing? Yeah, that sucked. Here, the greatest warriors ever fight like their lives depend on it. Because they do. Well, kind of. It's complicated. The best of the bunch, yours truly. But every now and then we get some new blood. The first of which was this guy. And he's a bit... well, he's... what's up? He's kind of allergic to sitting still. Then we got Watson. Who knew fences could be so cool? I guess you could say she sparked my interest in him. Yeah, came up with that on my own. Wink. Then we got this decrepit geriatric. Crypto thinks he's so smart, pressing buttons, hacking stuff. But can he make holograms? Nope. Boring, am I right? Oh, and I almost forgot, we road tripped. Well, I guess there wasn't really a road, it's more like a space trip. That's probably not a thing, but whatever. We flew to a spiffy new place, World's Edge. On the next on deck, a serial-killing robot assassin. And get this, he thinks he's death incarnate. And he might be. Please don't eat me. Anywho, he murdered this guy, who's this girl's dad, who grows up to be Loba. Well, I guess her name was always Loba, but she's a legend and a beautiful fighter. I mean a badass fighter.
Enough flirting.
And then we get Rampart, and she's all like... boom! Pop! Pretty rad. My kind of legend. And also, she's my roommate. Oh, almost forgot. We're getting a new legend. Oh man, I almost slipped up. All right, is that everything? I think so. Well, now you're all cut up. Time to get this road on the show. Begin to play the game. Good luck.
My name's Chris Lee. I go by Clegg Effects. I just thought about, hey, what if I decided to take the aesthetics of the characters and put them on sneakers? It went super viral within the Apex Legends community, and that was such a great feeling. I live and breathe this, man, every day. My name is Clegg Effects. You can follow me on my social media at Clegg FX, CLEGFX on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter.
It's time for the Apex action to begin, and to do that, our team is coming to you from around the world, direct from our home setups to yours. We're just moments away from the drama, the final circle, nail biters, and the clutch plays that our ALGS squad is bringing to you all day long. It's a great day for some Apex Legends. Here we go.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of the $500,000 prize pool. When we met for the first Autumn Circuit Open tournament, everyone was waiting to see who would come out of the gate and take control. Despite early wins by 1-2-3 Apex and major pushers, it was the team known as Wigers who pulled away by taking back-to-back first-place finishes in the 3rd and 4th rounds, as well as boxing 32 legends. Nook and the rest of Wigers ended the day with 61 points, easily outpacing the second-place team. However, it was the battle for second place that proved to be the tightest competition on the day. 3rd Impact and New Esports to fight for that coveted second place finish. At the end of the final round, both teams were not tied with 28 kills, but had finished tied with 51 total points each. By tiebreaker rules, 3rd Impact's first place finish in 5th round, when they also scored 13 kills, gave them the higher single game score for the tournament and secured themselves the second place finish. By taking 1st and 2nd place in Tournament 1, both Wigers and 3rd Impact earned the first 2 spots in the Autumn Circuit playoffs in December. Regardless of their order, all the top 10 finishing teams also secured their spot in today's Open tournament. But now, the dropships are loading up with more super regional challengers, all vying to knock the crown off of Wigers' heads. All looking to wipe the champion squad, grab that first place trophy, prize money, and December playoff spot.
Surprise!
It's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outcraft, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with bolts and mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a charge rifle? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the ALGS Autumn Circuit Open Tournaments.
There we have it indeed. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit. This, of course, is our second online tournament. And if you were looking at those lovely Lenovo Legion laptops and craving a little bit, I wouldn't blame you, and we'll tell you how you might actually win one later in the show. First, I want to make sure that we acknowledge the fact that, listen, we've got a great partner in Lenovo. They are our official PC and monitor partner here for the ALGS. We're using them to come straight to you from our home setups to your screen. And listen, we're featuring the Lenovo Legion 7i. It's got that i7 processor that just, it's quite the beast. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. We're actually going to unfortunately have to start ourselves on a bit of a somber moment.
Yeah, very somber moment. One of the hardest things I've had to do in my professional career, but nothing even close to what Lou and his family are going through. Last online tournament, they lost his father, Brian Choi Clemens, so we're going to start the show off with a moment of silence.
And listen, our hearts and thoughts and minds are with him and his family. So it's a tragedy right there for sure.
We love you, Lou.
Absolutely. And you know what? Let's go forward. Let's continue on with the day. And in order to do that, we're going to take a look at our schedule here that's going to start us off. Both, as you mentioned, as we might know, this is our EU region that we're actually going to be starting off here. And as you can see, Tom, like our normal schedule, this is a good thing for those of you who are looking to find their way around our Apex schedule today, and maybe even tailor it to yours. So if you're looking at us here in Los Angeles area, our western coast of the U.S., that's 9:45. Welcome to your Monday morning. Tom, you're going to be here with us later. It's going to be the end of your Monday on the West Coast in North America.
There's a lot of Apex to be played. Always starting off with EU, which is so much fun, and EU's so competitive, so I can't wait to get into these games.
You're absolutely right. Yes, EU is definitely going to be our we're kicking off Monday right, is what I like to say, and I think that makes sense for the rest of us here. So Tom, I'll tell you something. We've had already our first online tournament, as they mentioned in our open, and that was an incredible tournament, especially for Weigers, as we saw. I'm curious to see what you're thinking for this second online tournament. I feel like there's some grinds that need to be ground.
Yeah, there's so many teams out here that can go and win EU. It's much more unpredictable than NA. I think that one of the things we've seen again with the Navi cooler swap not really working out for either team, not going the full distance that they would like to, it makes the storyline so interesting.
Absolutely, and we're going to see a lot of storylines today, a lot of drama, a lot of fun. Let's take a look at our tournament overview so you can understand exactly how we're going to be approaching today's competition, and it's going to be a doozy, as it always is. Okay. Now, here's the thing I always like to say, Tom. I like to mention, because this is something people forget sometimes, 116 teams participated in the European region. That means that these 20 teams, these top 20 teams, have been grinding for the last 2 days, and they had to make it through those 116 to whittle down to just 210 teams. Holy gosh!
Yeah, you got the top 20 teams here. You had the 10 from the previous one, like we said, and then you have the 10 coming from this next one, so it makes it so difficult. That final lobby there is so insanely tough. We saw a lot of good teams even eliminated in the semifinal round, so every round in EU was extremely competitive. These guys gamed over the weekend to go and qualify for today, and we do have 6 matches coming up, split Kings Canyon, split World's Edge.
Absolutely, and you know what? It's a really important thing. Before, with our summer tournament, you saw our top 3 spots not only got the prize money, but also got their ticket punched to our playoffs. Well, guess what? We're just going to be given those 2 spots. We only got 2 spots to get to playoffs today, and so there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of teams vying for those, to be sure. And, of course, whatever else that they're going to be winning, which we'll talk about here in a hot second. But this, of course, is our finals today. 6 matches, no glory, no guts. Actually, all guts and glory. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, the point is that $500,000 is on the line for this season total. Tom, that is a fair chunk of change, and there are a fair amount of competitions that we're going to be seeing through the teams and through each of these matches.
Yeah, no doubt. I think one of the biggest changes that we've had in the format, like you were saying, it's no longer top 3, it's the top 2. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be less teams that can make it into the playoffs. It's still going to be those same 20 teams or whatever 20 teams will go and make it. That's because the LCQ is going to have a couple more extra spots in it. Instead of 2 like last time, it's going to have 5 available slots.
Absolutely. Yes, exactly. It's going to, we're just heating things up here, Tom. It's autumn. People are going to be falling into their routines. Guess what? That's not us, okay? We're coming in hot. We're dropping hot. We're doing our thing. So this is exactly what we like to see. And changing things up is always a good idea. Of course, we like to do that here. I mean, at this point, Tom, like I said, we've already seen 1 tournament. We're going into number 2. It's EU, it's NA. What can you tell me real quick before we get to our next piece of housekeeping here? What can you tell me about the EU region in general? I mean, I feel like, and I feel like I've said this before. They seem to start methodically a little slower and really burn that bright edge towards the later game. But maybe we'll see something different this morning.
It's just fun to watch. It's unpredictable, and it's always a blast going into the listening. As I love going and listening to the different languages that's going on, a mixture of a little bit of English, wherever maybe they're from, and it's so awesome to just, again, see any team can come up here and place inside the top 2.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, top 3 get our prizes today, which is a fair chunk of change. Let's take a look at what they're fighting for on the money side. I'd love to see the prize pools for our online tournaments. Getting these players a chunk of change, Tom. A cool $6,000 for first.
Solid day's work for the squads if they can go and take this one. But like you said, it's all about the guts. It's all about the glory, Kate. So these guys really want to get the W's underneath their belt. Nothing means more to these players than being the ALGS champions. It's so good for not only their resume, but also for their stream, for their fans, and also for their team's confidence organizations going forward to go and really just try to put themselves on the map and continue to try to have a dominant career here in the Apex scene. So yes, the money is great, but I know that everybody is playing because of the fact that they want to win. They just want to win the whole tournament.
Absolutely. And I will say that we'll talk about this a little bit during the stream, but there are a fair number of teams that are free agents, fair number of teams looking for an org potentially. So this is a great way for them to showcase their skills and, as we mentioned, maybe even pick up a couple dollars along the way. So now at this point, I guess we've already been through all of our schedules and we've made sure that you are in the loop when it comes to our finals because, as you know, this is just the beginning. We've got more online tournaments coming throughout this entire season. But let's talk about who is playing for what, and that is ALGS points. Let's take a look at our overall EU leaderboards and see who is on top after our first online tournament. Let's take a look. As we mentioned, Weiger is not surprising here, of course. Tom, anything that we want to mention that's a surprise to you on this overall leaderboard before we get to today's competitors?
Yeah, we were looking to see if Navi was going to do absolutely insane with Max Strafe. They ended up placing 11th overall. Weiger's coming out and winning the thing was kind of surprising to me, but they've been a team with a lot of momentum for quite some time yet. It's just a matter of time for them to put it together out throughout the weekend. But I thought Gambit underperformed a little bit, seeing them in 6th place. Alliance was so close up there with New Esports. They were extremely close to taking over that 2nd spot from Third Impact. Third Impact's always been one of our most consistent EU teams, but Orgless and Hungry, we talked about these teams that are Orgless. These guys have it in their team name. They're out there searching. That's Matafe and his squad. Going to be fun to see if they can win this one as well.
I'll tell you something. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Matafe is one of my favorite players to watch. I hope we get some live in-coms with the Orgless and Hungry group. God, such a great... They are just branding on fleek there. Okay, did I just say on fleek in real life?
I think so.
Lord.
You did.
Help me, everyone. Anyway, let's take a look at exactly which teams are going to be taking us through the paces today. Because as you know, you're going to see some differences in this overall leaderboards versus who made it through. Yes. And here we go. Oh, Nessie. I like to see it. I'd like to see Nessie. I believe Nessie is one of our Middle Eastern teams. Is that correct?
And look at that. On Fleek Esports making it in here somehow. Nice job. Oh, wait. That's not a team, actually.
Wait.
One of the things to recognize here is North is not on the list on the previous screen. That's because they didn't qualify in the last one, and that was one of our upsetting things to see in the first OT. I also don't believe we have our Cooler Esports team in here as well. Another unfortunate weekend for Nasky and his squad. So really looking forward to see if they're going to continue to push through and try to do something big in OT3. We know what they're capable of, but that just goes to show you, Kate, how competitive these qualifiers are, how tough it is just to get to this point. So even being on this list itself is a testament to your skill.
You're absolutely right, and that's one of the many reasons I like to bring up that 116 teams were fielded into this competition before we even got here. And as you mentioned, Tom, you're performing. This is a Monday morning, man. You are performing, or a Monday afternoon, wherever you're from. In the EU, it's actually the afternoon. And I was gonna say, you are performing under the hot lights. This is showtime, man. This is exactly where you need to be in order to be a pro esports player here for the Apex Legends scene. I'm curious, especially with as you mentioned, we've got some of these orgless teams, we've got some of these roster shuffles, and I do love a good roster shuffle, I won't lie. But I will say that it's such an interesting thing from our summer regional to now our autumn regional, because there's been so many changes, and you mentioned one, Strafey. You mentioned that entire, Nasky, Strafey, Dell dominated. And now here we are with a bit of a fractured team with Navi as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the one thing and most important thing to do for these gamers is to have AC units, air conditioning units. Kate, you know how important this is because it's about to get sweaty up in here.
Yes.
These games are going to get extremely intense. Like we said, we're hot dropping, and we're about 5 minutes away from getting this one underway.
Absolutely. And you know what? That's a good time for us to go to the teams to watch. And as I love saying, Tom, it's like it's so hard for you to pick just 5, but here we are. Let's take me through those 5 teams that you want to keep on our radar right away.
Yeah, you have to give Wilders and Third Impact a slot on here because of the fact that they did so well on the previous one, right? But Alliance, Gambit, North, I think the new addition of having North on here, the fact that they didn't make it in the previous one, coming in here, trying to scrape up more points. They're going to try to get a top 10 performance, not just that. They're a team that's totally capable of winning this. We talked about Orgless and Hungry. Got to watch out for teams like Flavor of the Month. Again, really hard to whittle it down to 5. Tons of great teams in the EU area.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, these are great teams to watch for sure. No doubt about that here in our show. Yes, exactly. So of those 5 teams to watch, I mean, there's just going to be a ton of things that we can consider when it comes to this exact program. So as we mentioned, we are going to be talking a little bit about all of these different storylines, and my goodness, there could not be more if you paid us. So we're so excited to be coming alongside. And you know, Tom, I gotta say, you know, some of these teams, these Orgless teams, you know, it's not just the Orgless teams, but these guys are hungry. They are going for it, and they are coming out guns blazing today in our EU region for sure. And in fact, we actually have a nice profile. This is one of the things I love about our show. We get to come alongside some of these incredible players and these incredible community spotlights. But like right now, we've got a nice little player profile all about a guy named Jazaz. Take a look.
What makes me a great Apex player is the fact that I like to grind the game a lot. I've been playing FPS my whole life. It's something that I've been working towards since I was a kid when I played on console. My name is Jake Locke, I go by Jazaz, and I play Apex for 3rd Impact. When I started playing competitively, it just hooked me. Mainly just the fact that you could 1v3 other teams based off your gun skill and using your abilities. It felt different to any other game that I played. Apex competitive gives you an insane adrenaline rush when you make an important play, such as winning a game-winning fight or just winning the game when you're in a really bad situation. The adrenaline can carry the momentum into other games. Staying positive and getting a win straight off the start is the best thing that you can do in a tournament.
This game has to be in the hands of DI here.
Not to be outdone, 3rd Impact Black, 14 kills.
In Apex, I would say I'm quite an aggressive player, but I like to play disciplined. Aggression works well with good communication. The legend I main in competitive is Crypto. I think that he's a lot better than Pathfinder just because of the buff that he got recently, where he's a recon character. He can scan the beacon risk-free and from a very far distance. It gives you a lot of information every single zone that you hit. I just like the fact that his drone can help you rotate and decision making based off what you can find around with the drone. He's just a very important pick just because of how unpredictable zones are and how risk-free getting the beacon is.
Oh, I'm crazy!
Currently, 3rd Impact is playing Wraith, Crypto, Watson. We feel this is the best composition to play, as we're trying to play like a Pathfinder composition used to be played, but we believe that Crypto is better than Pathfinder now, so we're just playing center zone with Crypto and trying to play for the late game in zones instead of playing for kill points. To be one of the best teams in the EU, you have to have dedication and you have to consistently want to improve. You have to be looking at your mistakes and you will want to be playing every day or as much as you can to be able to improve.
5-1.
Oh man, I do love me some Crypto, and obviously that's going to be one of the things that we're going to see a lot in our team comps today, right, Tom?
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see which teams are playing what compositions. You're going to have a lot of Bloodhound Gibraltars running around. You're going to see Crypto Watson being busted out. Curious to see if anyone's going to go Wraith Pathfinder Watson too. Sometimes you may see some Caustics being taken out of nowhere. So
yeah.
It's all going to be shown in the very upcoming moments here because we're getting pretty close to this game. One thing I got to say is Jazaz, great interview, man. You have some media training inside you, man. Reiterating all the questions, you know, dropping some serious knowledge bombs. Love that one.
I mean, he is like, we can go home, I think. Well, we are home, actually. Hey, quarantine joke. Anyway, guess what? If you're watching us here, you're probably watching us twitch.tv/playapex, or you can give us a free follow there, or you can give us a free sub over at youtube.com/playapexcompete. We'd love you for either. We love you anyway. We are definitely all over the internets, and if you would like to be 1,000 Apex coins richer, and Tom, that feels like a thing everyone would want. Am I
yeah,
wrong?
Definitely. No, totally.
Exactly.
That's I want.
Exactly. Tom really wants it. Just let everybody know. Make sure that you hit us up at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see your tweet on this very TV screen, well, then we're going to give you 1,000 Apex coins. And that is super duper for me. So guess what? Tom, do you have anything left to say? Anything else you want to hear and have the audience know before you go?
Enjoy the games. It's time.
It is time. It is time. And for that, we're going to go and throw it over to Rain Day and Onset. But first, take a look at this.
That is what I'm talking about, baby. We got the action happening. We got the big beats on set as well. And I'm so excited to be here with you, brother. It's been a minute. We're just talking about how we wish this was a LAN. But, I'm excited to be able to cast this and kick it off here in Europe today.
Look, it's as good as a LAN for me right now because I'm alongside you. We're back in the booth. We're casting some Apex. And, dude, I am so excited. I always say this before a tournament, but there's always the build-up, right? We have the qualifiers. We have what happened last time. We've what happened in the playoffs with EU. There's so many stories now in competitive Apex, especially in Europe. The fact that we're now here again, we're at another finals, and there's already stuff to talk about, right? Teams missing, teams performing. It's going to be a crazy day of action. I just want to get into the games.
We're about to do so, and you're so right. So many storylines to hit. We'll hit them all throughout the games, but for those just joining us very quickly, just a reminder how you score. You honestly can get a point based on your kills, and every kill allows you to end up getting a point for your total overall score. And then, of course, however you play. So guys are going to be trying to get into the top 5 to get the most amount of points. It scales up by 2 from 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. But we've seen some high kill games really be a result of not just that placement on set, but the aggressiveness and the confidence these teams use throughout the match to add 15 to 20 points on kills to that overall score.
Oh, completely agree. I think kills is now it's a necessity, right, for teams to succeed in the ALGS and in Apex Legends competitive. And I think a lot of that actually comes down to how we're seeing some of these zones become more and more unpredictable as the game has kind of rolled on and evolved. So it's a case of you might think you'll center circle after 2 or 3 circles, but then you can have that big shift and you're going to have to fight your way through teams for that strongest point towards those final circles. So I think you have to be able to kill. You have to be able to slay out as a team, and that's what is adding up to tournament victories for teams now.
We saw Weigers have the success last time around. We also saw Third Impact and New Esports join them in the top 3. We'll see how it goes for this one because they actually end up also qualifying for today. But like you mentioned, Mark, as we were about to jump into the game, it's noticeably missing a few teams we would have expected to be here. Cooler obviously comes to mind, a team that had split up, GSD leaving Europe as the ultimate champions, split up. Na'Vi having a little bit of a better way from it at start. But real surprised to see Cooler not make it this time around.
Yeah, both of them not making it is interesting because it was a storyline that I wanted to follow, right? It's always interesting to see those roster changes, and when those 2 teams match up in a fight in the finals, you want to see who comes out on top, who got the better of the deal, the better of the swap, the roster change, But unfortunately, Na'Vi aren't there and Cooler aren't there, and I think both of them, especially Cooler, are going to be incredibly disappointed because of the fact that, they've made this change. They haven't qualified for a finals for 2 competitions in a row now, which is got to be difficult for them, but it also shows the depth of talent, you know, how rigorous the qualification process is, how difficult it is to get to these finals, and the level of talent that we have here in our finals. So a lot to take away, but ultimately both teams going to be disappointed, and I think they're going to have to bounce back pretty soon to prove that these roster changes were effective for them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to get back into the final playoffs coming up in December. There's that last chance qualifiers. There's a lot of ways. So it's not over by any means necessary, especially if you are a Cooler or a Na'Vi fan, or just a fan of the guys who obviously were a team for so long in GSD together, and although they've gone their separate ways, still competing very highly in Apex Legends. But, I mean, Weigers for me, too, it's a big conversation piece. We've got Blast, just from the last game, the only player averaging, I believe, above a 2 KD, meaning that he's trading not only for himself, but adding a point on top of that whenever he's jumping into a lobby. He's the kill leader as well in this overall lobby. So it's just a really strong performance from him and Weigers. What are your expectations for them jumping into this one?
Expectations, they've got to be up there, right? They've got to be challenging for that first place spot. We know how difficult it is to win back-to-back tournaments, right? There's only one team that jumps up, and I'm not going to mention them right now. But
wrong region.
Yeah, exactly. Wrong region. We're talking about Europe right now. But to go back-to-back is extremely difficult for a team to do with the level of talent. I mean, as I previously mentioned, just getting to the finals is a mean feat in itself. So they're going to be wanting to be in the running, I think, is a good performance for them in that final couple of games. But a back-to-back win for them, for Weigers. They've been one of these teams, right, who's come together, who just seem to have that natural chemistry. And like you mentioned, Blast is a player who, you mentioned, how kills are being more and more vital and how zones are being more unpredictable. You need a player like that to clutch up in those 1v1 situations, in those team fights. And he is doing that. Yeah. Not only on the odd occasion, but game to game. Every single fight, you can see it in the stats. He really is a standout performer here in Europe.
And you can't just count on placements as well. We'll get into a little bit more of the details on that, but we do have the map schedule coming up. So let's take a look at that one because it is a little different. I think we've been starting on Kings Canyon quite a bit. We're going to start on World's Edge today, and it's going to be 3 games on World's Edge, 3 games on Kings Canyon. A couple contentious comments about Kings Canyon. I'm not sure if it's anybody competing in this game, but there's been some competitive comments around the maps. And I think this will happen until the end of time. Apex has been very, I think, awesome in the way that they've continually updated these maps, but they definitely lend themselves to different playstyles, Mark.
Oh, 1,000%. I think you look at the 2 maps, and if you're new to competitive Apex, it's probably a very, very simple way to put it is that you can probably be more consistent as a team on World's Edge because you have more space to work with, right? You can make safer rotations. You're not going to be involved in as many fights where if you don't get it finished quickly, then you're going to be third party. Because that's the issue with Kings Canyon, right? If you don't get your fight finished quickly, because of the close proximity of the map and the fact that teams can traverse across it so quickly, you're going to be third partied almost immediately. So you have to be so quick in your team fights. And if you don't win it, you have to disengage. You have to reset. And I think those kind of calls and communication is vital for success on Kings Canyon. But it is very, very difficult to do in a ranked game, let alone when you have so many talented teams and, crazy players who can make crazy plays. And it's tough. I'm not going to lie. It's tough to be consistent on Kings Canyon. But the thing about Kings Canyon is you can also have a pop-off game, right? You can have a game where you put up 20 kills because you are the team who is getting those third-party opportunities. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts, right? Some teams will love it because they'll have a pop-off game and they'll be like, great, let's play Kings Canyon all day. And then they'll be on World's Edge. They won't be able to do that. So it's interesting to see how they match up. It does invite different play styles, but it's tough, Kings Canyon, to be consistent. And I think that's why teams have the kind of some question marks about playing on it. But again, it gives us some entertainment, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those maps. I mean, the great differences that you set up there, but for me, it's almost like World's Edge is an opportunity for people who know when to push because there is this distance you have to travel. So that decision becomes that much more important because you're not in just third-party proximity all the time. Kings Canyon is sometimes knowing when not to push, when not to fight, in order to say, okay, wait, if we jump in there, who can access this fight immediately? Is it worth the risk? Because third parties are so much more prevalent. The map is so much smaller. The chokes are so much harder to get by if we aren't first. So let's disengage here. Let's get through the choke. Let's not even throw a grenade or two, and then we'll basically set up for that in-game fight. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adjust. Usually they're starting in the rough shot of Kings Canyon and then switching to World's Edge. Now World's Edge, and then we're going to see on the back half of it how they're able to kind of maybe with a jolt of energy, somehow now manage a more frenetic map. And we saw even in North America, not to bring it up, but I think this is the storyline that was most interesting. Started World's Edge, back half went to Kings Canyon. CLG made that incredible run and kind of took the game by storm a little bit by winning that frenetic ending where they were jumping down, off the top of the tower there near the water of Kings Canyon. So it was just an amazing kind of ending. Really curious to see if this goes. We have about a few minutes, maybe a minute or two before the game gets started, guys, so thanks for hanging out with us. But, Mark, I think alongside the maps and alongside these conversation pieces, there's going to be a fight for dominance today here in Europe.
Oh, 100%. And I think the fact that we are starting on World's Edge is... I think a lot of teams would probably prefer to finish on World's Edge, especially if they have one of those pop-off games on Kings Canyon, right? Because you kind of feel like maybe you've got more control over what's going to happen on World's Edge. If you have a couple of good games to start off with, then you get some points on the board, you can kind of manage your game, right? You can decide whether you want to rotate quickly, whether you want to play Edge. You have a little bit more time and space to kind of make your decisions. But the other way around means that you might be in first place, looking very comfortable at the end of our first three maps on World's Edge. But then you get to Kings Canyon, you can get killed on rotation very quickly. Team can have a pop-off game. You find yourself down in 6th or 7th place, 8th place. It can all change so quickly. It makes for great viewing for us. It makes for an incredibly stressful the last 3 games for the players. But it's going to be a lot of fun, right? And I think managing those games on Kings Canyon is going to be key to success for a lot of these teams.
It's always good to see wrenches thrown into the plan. I mean, we love it whenever there's a new weapon meta. We love it whenever there's a new, map that comes through. And we also love it when there's a new legend. I mean, I'd hope we get something like that in Season 7. Seems like we might be, for those of you Apex fans who are excited for some new stuff coming through. Seen some teasers in-game. I won't spoil what they are, but you should definitely check out what's on the horizon, I'd say. And
nice.
Nice. You like that one?
That's why I love you, man. That's why I love you.
Thank you. Let's talk meta, though. I mean, I think we've seen weapons in this way shift. I mean, I think the R99 has been one of the best things going to the care package because it's opened up so many more choices for players, and what they're bringing in their loadouts.
Yeah, I think there's a good diversity to weapons now. I don't think there's, apart from the Mozambique, God bless, we all love it. We all know that it's there. But, there's a real, you can pretty much do anything, right? You pick up a weapon, you're going to be able to be effective with it. And I think a lot of it actually plays into play style as well. I think one thing we definitely see a little bit more of now is because of the Evo armors, right, and the fact that we had that change and, in competitive now, teams have to farm those. So you're going to see teams running a lot more distance weapons across their composition. There's always going to be a player with a scout, with a charge rifle, with a triple take, exactly.
Who would have thought?
The triple take, dude, that thing's crazy, as we all know. But you've got to level those Evos, right? And another interesting thing I find from the fact that we have the Evo shield swap is that usually in the past, right, we'd see the Wraith running the highest level of armor. But now we're actually seeing, the Wraith running the lowest level of armor so he can level it up, or so that they can jump into a fight. They can do a little bit of poke damage to level it up and then pass off to a teammate. So tiny little things like that, little meta shifts that you might not notice if you haven't been watching, Apex Legends very, very closely under a magnifying glass are happening, which makes
you do.
Playing Wraith a little. I try my best. Through these things, they certainly magnify my screen. But those little things, it makes playing Wraith a little bit harder. She can't just, be a little bit more aggressive than she used to be. You have to keep it in the mind that you've got to level your Evos. You've got to pass those off to your teammates. So a lot more sort of, intricacies to playing Wraith that maybe haven't been brought up so far. And it's just interesting to see if that is what happens in these games that we've got coming up.
But, we have a few tweets of people watching as well, and we'll get into more intricacies because there's so much to talk about just from a character tweak as well. But let's take a look. Has anybody been tweeting at us yet? I feel like we have some to maybe throw up on the screen. I always love my tweets, man. I get a few. I don't know about you, Mark. I get a few consistent tweets. Play Apex late night, ALGS. All right, Drake, we see you, man. You got
Dude, Rain, I'm
just
saying that you look like you had a late night in that screenshot. I mean, come on, man. Like, wakey, brother. Come on, it's finals time.
I honestly, I got to keep my eyes open in case I'm getting screen cap. Come on, man. You going to tag me in that? All right, what's the next one? We got another one?
I'm sure there's one coming my way now where I'm going to look like I'm half asleep or one eye's open, one eye's closed. It's one of those things.
Oh, man. All right. Well, thank you, Drake, for that. Okay.
There we go. There we go. There's a bit of revenge.
A little revenge. Distracted during school, Drew. Stay in school. Get your studies done. But you know what? I'm never the guy that says 8 hours in a row. Glad you're taking a little 10, 15-minute break. Relax your mind. Watch some Apex. Then get back to doing what you need to do, brother. I like it. Okay, play Apex. If I was in the ALGS, this guy would be my player too.
I mean, you can't argue with it. You cannot argue with it. How could you lose a game with him as your player too? You know what I mean? That you win in games.
He looks tired.
He's clutching up.
He looks more tired than I was in the first picture.
He looks
I don't
comfy.
know.
He looks comfy. That's not tired. That's comfortable.
He'd have some I think calming team comms. You know, he would just give it to you straight. Yeah, I don't think we should do that. Let's move over left side. You know, you'd feel good with it.
One of those players that's like super quiet until they like wipe a team, and then he just looks you in the eye and just goes meow. That's
Meow.
it. You know? That's it.
I feel like that's a YouTube video ready to pop off. You know, my cat squad wipes in Apex Legends, right? I feel like that could be possible.
Yeah. I want to see it. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see that content created. If you're watching right now and you've got access to some software to make that happen, then make it happen.
All right, well, we'll see what goes on in terms of the evolution there. But the revolution here that we've been wanting to watch and we're finally getting a chance to is the game, Apex Legends. It's coming at you. 3 games, World's Edge. 3 games, Kings Canyon. We're jumping in with the map overview. Rain Day and Onset bringing you in the action in Game 1 here in the European side of our Autumn Circuit, our 2nd tournament overall. And we've got the EVA 8 in the crafting system today.
Yeah, interesting for me. That kind of means, you know, the EVA, not really what I would say is a lot of people's preference on the shotgun side of things, which means that we're going to have a lot more floor loot that people are going to be pretty happy about, to be honest with you. You know, you've got the 301 that's going to be down there that sometimes we see in there. The Prowler's going to be down on the floor loot. So I think teams won't be too disappointed to see that in there, to be completely honest with it. But starting off with Weigers, why wouldn't we start with Weigers, right? The champions of our last event. They're going to be looking to go for the back-to-back win here, and you can see they're dropping around the Geyser area as well. So they're going to be looting up, and you can see where that early circle is into the northeast of World's Edge here. Epicenter, Overlook, just outside of that. So we're going to see some teams making those rotations, maybe a little refinery potentially as well.
Yeah, not a bad spot, I think, for Weigers here. Also, Blast, we talked about him, and the Watson, just incredible play. From a character like that, you would not have expected the amount of kills that he has contributed to the team, but I believe coming into this tournament, it's 15 overall, kill leader in the last tournament, and that's just impressive stuff when you consider, you know, 6 games being played. That is some high-level efficiency there from him. And Crip himself finds himself on the Havoc and the Scout. Deadly weapon combo in this season for sure.
Well, it looks like there potentially could be a little bit of action here as we take our first glance through the eyeballs of Artico on the Wraith, of course, here on Gambit Esports. They're dropping pretty much center map at the moment, and they're going to be pretty comfortable with wherever they need to rotate, of course, here at Sorting Factory. So they're going to be pretty comfortable wherever they need to go. A couple of blue armors, make that 3. It's a full wipe. Blue armors across the board. Things are looking blue, but in a good way.
In a good way. I love the turn of phrase there. He's trying to find himself just a little more loot. Common that these teams are going to have their areas, especially the Gambits, the Weigers, those who have been performing at such a high level. Gambit, really consistent team over the course of really all of these ALGS tournaments, in the top conversation of teams to win it all. Very consistently won the final game, actually, in Game 6 of our last tournament. So if they keep that up, they're on a roll, and they say, let's just get moving. We're geared up, we're ready to go. Mastiff, as you mentioned, in the hands of Gambit. Thanks to that EVA 8 maybe not being around, that Mastiff comes a little easier to him.
Yeah, the flatline in the hands of the Ogre as well, so he's going to be able to do some pretty good damage at sort of medium to short range as well. The flatline, in my opinion, one of the most slept-on weapons that we have in Apex Legends. I really do think it's such a hard-hitting gun as well, as we're going to see their rotation through Geyser, and they're probably going to be on the back of Weigers here, of course, who we did see drop over at Geyser, so it'll be interesting to see if they do get into a little battle if Weigers are potentially being held out around the little no-name respawn town just outside, of course, of Fragment. So could be some interesting early fights going down here, but speaking of which, North are already in the kill feed here, as we see Mandy dropping someone with a 301.
I saw that. Stanny going down just a little bit, dead inside, having some issues early on. You could tell the skirmish is one that's delayed, as there hasn't been a drop quite yet. Maybe a kill, though, but not a full squad wipe. So it's 20 squads left at the start, but North, they don't want to keep it that way. They're looking to push the moment here, especially with the Arc Stars and grenades throwing. He's got a Scout that could do enough in a couple of shots to take him out, but so far, that could be it.
You want to see the armor break here. Some more shots from range with that Prowler. Maybe not the weapon that they want. Maybe RPR hoping that he did have the Scout or the Charge Rifle in hand, but his teammates do have those, and that's going to be able to hold that team out. And just keep in mind as well, that team that's being held there, that you have the likes of Gambit Esports just behind them, so a difficult situation for them to find themselves in. However, there is one knock on the board. You can see they're going to try and get that thirst to make sure that they get that KP on the board early here for North, and they do that. And now the Charge Rifle shots are hitting hard, they're hitting true. As Mandy now going to back up, and it looks like North are going to be quite happy with that KP they've picked up, and they're going to make their way towards their rotation now and hold down this spot. But they're just chilling in right now.
One of my favorite weapons right now, the Charge Rifle. The reason it's just so good, it's so simple to upgrade. You have 2 attachments and you are ready to go. And especially on a map like World's Edge, where the distance is more of an impact and the hit scan means that distance isn't an impact. It just scales so well on this map, and for the situational use it applies. But Weiger's right here, situationally just dodging. He says, I don't want... Look like they have access to the generator inside, so Weiger's okay for now.
Yeah, looking okay for now. They're going to be able to use the interception pylon just to get those shields back up. And I'm looking across the meds here on Nook as well, and it's lucky that they do have, because only 4 cells in the inventory for him. They've gone for that early rotation, and that's one thing that, you know, that's why teams will run Watson, right? It keeps your inventory management down. You don't have to use as many meds when you're making those rotations. But the team that was, of course, holding them out was North, so they're going to be happy for now with the spot. They're inside that second circle, but the difficulty for them is if they do see that shift towards the northeast of the map a little bit more, they're going to have to do some work to have a big, successful game 1 here. As we jump aboard with Nessie, one of the teams who have had a lot of success since their inception. Mady Lowell, for me, really is one of the standout players that we have in Europe, and they're making a little bit of a wider rotation here.
As I am just checking that list. But Mady just looking great with the gold armor so far. It's been a little bit of a... an interesting conversation around this piece of armor specifically on set. It's kind of gone from where you want to be at all times to where you sometimes
jump
want
in
to be
here
to
as Rain has to adjust
you would
his
prefer
sound
not
for 2
to
seconds.
be
But don't worry,
if you had
ladies
the
and gents,
choice,
I've got you
because
covered. I've got you held down as we jump over to No Name now. Difficult to say. I thought that No Name would be quite simple to say, but it's made more difficult for the fact that I can pronounce it. But you can see they're just in a little bit of a sticky spot, to be honest with you. Caught in no man's land, trying to make their rotation. Looks like they're going to have to back up to train yard, but as you can see here, they're going to be outside of that first circle. Maybe they were looking for a third-party opportunity on one of those teams, rotating from Skyhook in towards where they potentially were, but they're going to be able to back up here. They should be able to make themselves pretty comfortable as they move through the tunnel. So Nissa now moving towards 0-0, as it looks like it's going to be a decision to back out of that fight and just make their rotation through the tunnel here. You can see the Mastiff and the Wingman, kind of the classic setup. Range, and of course short range in the hands of 0-0 here on the Wraith. And just to go back to the point that Rainday was making about gold armor, I think it's a very good point, right? There's 2 ways to look at it. You know, the best armor you have in the game is a fully charged up Evo armor, right? You got extra HP, and that's what you need against these top competitive players. You need as many health points as you can to try and survive any of those battles that are going through. But one thing that the gold armor is, of course, incredibly good for and incredibly useful for is, again, inventory management. You don't have to use those batteries. You can just use those cells and get that extra HP back, almost doing, of course, doing double that it would without. So it's certainly something that is useful to have in a competitive game. If you're looking to rotate early, you don't have a lot of time to loot, and you've got to make a quick rotation yourself. But l'Assist de France, and apologies to any French users who might be watching right now, or speakers I should say, for my attempted pronunciation of that. But I'm going to do my best with it. I'm sure that I can hone that as the game goes on. But although we have seen 1 kill so far in the game that we did catch in the kill feed, and of course we saw North getting that thirst onto the Watson that was downed as well, no squads have been eliminated here inside of that first circle, as we see Le Site de France are going to be set up here just to the south of Refinery, up on this high ground. The high ground, of course, a fantastic area to hold down as far as being able to get good sight lines on all of these teams that are making their rotations. It's kind of that ridge between Epicenter that you can see just in front or just to the left of Joke. You can see looking at the Evo shields as well. They got blue across the board, but still a fair amount of damage here for Joke to do to level that up to purple to get that more HP in the back pocket to make himself feel a little bit more comfortable. But nice shots with the wingman here from Madylol, and that's what I was talking about, right? This guy, he can win fights. He's a very smart in-game player as well. He's kind of one of those players that you can see pop off in those 2v3 situations, those 1v2 situations, and really clutch up for his team. And you can see exactly why here with some of those shots that he's just hitting at distance with the wingman. And the good thing for him as well is obviously getting that information that one of those players might have had that white armor, so he's going to be able to potentially, if they get some damage done, think about a push. But another team that's thinking about a push here is No Name, and I absolutely nailed saying that for the second time here, and they're burning one of those players as well. So a quick heal up here in the Bloodhound ult as well means that they might be able to get a little bit more damage done and then look to push in. The scan's going to come in now. Can't land any of these shots though, unfortunately, with that Hemlock. Gibby Bubble will go up just to, again, deflect away those shots. And it looks like they're going to have to disengage here from this fight initially, unless they get some more damage done. And it's going to be August and Hungry, Matafe, and the boys who are involved in this fight. And they've done a pretty good job here, to be honest with you, of just holding out that fight. But as they try and zipline away, it looks like they're going to have to re-engage here, as Yusilwa's going to be taken down to just HP to work with. He's going to be stunned by the Gibraltar defensive bombardment as well. Bubble fight going down. Shot's going to be hit, and it looks like August and Hungry are pretty good in this one, but Matafe's going to be last man alive here, having to clutch up in this situation. It's a 1v1. Doesn't have any armor to work with, but he wins the 1v1. Matafe clutching up in that first team fight, and we have our first team eliminated, and August and Hungry, they should be able to get a pretty comfortable res here. Zony's going to be coming in as well, but Matafe doing the work to get his teammates back up on their feet. Kuya and Yusilta should be able to get back up to full health. The Phoenix kit's going to be in the loot as well for him to get all of that HP back and looking good and feeling good as well after that team fight. So 3 KP on the board for August and Hungry, as well as that first team wipe like we mentioned. So Nessie now making their rotation through Epicenter. It looks like they're holding down the top of the central structure as well. Going to be zipping up, looking pretty comfortable. JMW scooting his way across the top of this tower, and they're in a pretty good position as well. The ultimate high ground in this position, it gives you so many lines of sight to watch those teams rotating. But speaking of lines of sight, we're seeing lines of death at the moment, as T-Rex are going to lose Zerafa here. The Gibraltar is going to put down the bombardment, and that is the cheekiest of flanks here onto the Wraith. Perfect one clip onto him, and they should get the thirst onto that player, but it looks like a little bit of pressure is coming in here in Train Yard. Armor swap will go down, but they've managed to take down that player inside. Another player going to be dropping behind them, and these 301 shots are absolutely devastating here from Diptize. Does get the armor swap himself and the finish. So Kashera taken down. Hackis in the kill feed as well, and it looks like August and Hungry once again in a team fight, but there's another one going down here. I think this might be a third party coming in from the train station here in Fragment East. And it looks like T-Rex and Queenie are trying to get out of dodge here, as no creativity in the team name, but looking pretty creative in the way that they're pushing here onto these players. But on the edge of circle, they're going to have to make some plays. There's a lot of that premium real estate, as we like to call it, as Tom T Squared will call it, places that you want to try and get into to rotate, to hold down, are going to be taken, as we still have 18 squads alive. And Tashin and North involved in a battle. It's all down to Mandy now, and he's just going to get out of dodge here, trying to chase down this player with the 301, but he's getting shot in the back, and he needs to turn on this player. He has armor. Mandy doesn't. He's now 1 HP in a dream, but goes back in for the hot challenge, and oh my word, he gets that kill, but gets taken down. But 1 KP on the board there for North in a perilous situation is going to have him feeling pretty good, to be honest with you. That's Kuya now. You can see last player alive there for August and Hungry, so the fight didn't go their way, but with that gold armor, he's going to be able to take a little bit of extra damage inside of that circle closing and get those meds off to keep him alive. Major pushes now set up on top of this little platform just outside of Overlook. Cleave, Branches, and Malawan looking pretty good on the armors as well, and also running that core stick as well. Malawan on the core stick. You can see a couple of those barrels being popped as well, maybe just to hold off some of the pushers onto Major pushes. You can see pretty good loot as well across the board. You got that purple mag on the flat line as well, so he's been able to do a lot of damage very, very quickly without reloading. But they are going to have to potentially make a rotation, as we see Maliwan throwing the Hail Mary caustic barrel up onto that rock to just try and give themselves a little bit of space to work with, as Ranch is going to be dropping down here. He's dropping down into a little bit of trouble, but the only good thing that he has going his way is that Cleave drop down there just to give him a little bit of protection. on the bottom of that tunnel, dropping that bubble to make sure that player wasn't going to be able to get a comfortable finish, as we see them trying to hold this team out, who are trying to move in on that space underneath them. And that's a smart idea, right? Making sure that although you hold that top area where they're holding down at the moment, you want to make sure that no one's going to be able to zip up on you late for that third-party opportunity. So trying to hold down as much real estate as you possibly can, as we now jump on board with Alliance making their way across. Badoli, of course, on the squad now. Vifes. And shout out to Vifes as well, because he sent me a message and he said, dude, you got to stop saying my name wrong. It's not Vifes, it's Vifes. So I've corrected myself. Apologies to him, but shout out to him for making me, keeping me honest, I think is the best way to put it. So Vifes and Alliance moving their way across now. They've managed to get themselves inside of that next circle. We're going to see the circle closing in around 5 seconds time. You can see that things are starting to get very close in. We've lost a fair few squads in that last rotation as well, as we get a fantastic look at where the teams are set up on the left-hand side of your screen here. Everyone inside, but Alliance involved in a big battle here, and you can see that Hackett is taken down to pretty much no shields, but big shots with the Vault are going to drop the armors of the players. But it looks like, unfortunately for Alliance, Vifes is going to be the last man alive on the Watson, just trying to survive. 12 squads now remaining in this fight, and it was Nessie who were on the other side of that battle. Great job from them to wipe one of the most dangerous teams in team fights that we have in Europe in Alliance. So Graceful, JMW, and Mady Low, they have to make their way through a few more teams if they want to get themselves inside of that circle. The triple take is deadly, not only at short range, but long range as well. And short range is like a little shotgun. Shot's not connecting though for Graceful on the Gibraltar. He's going to be forced to back up, as is JMW. You have a little bit of space to work with on the left side of this, and some shots with the Vault are just going to slow that team down. But look at Mady Low here. He's getting aggressive. He decides that this team shall not pass. He's going full Lord of the Rings to them now. The choke is him. It's more like 300, to be honest with you. The team trying to fight through that choke, and it's going to be a phenomenal push from them to take down that team. 10 squads now remaining. And some crazy, crazy stuff going down here towards the end of this game. JMW now getting full red Evo armor. Mady Low going to be able to quickly get his shields and his HP back up to full health as well, as we have around 35 seconds for them to move in. And from this position, Nessie probably thinking that they aren't in a game-winning spot here, so they're going to be looking for KP. They're going to be looking for third-party opportunities and to try their best to just take out anyone that shows signs of weakness that they can see, just to move closer to that next circle. They do, of course, have the Wraith, so they have the ability to portal in a little bit closer as we jump on board with Hammond Robotics now. Again, shout out to some of the creativity, and this is sarcasm, by the way, for some of the European teams and their team names that they've come up with for our tournament today. As we see big shots with the Prowler there. Bigger shots from Joke as well, as he takes down one player. The Pathfinder is going to be scooting through the skies to try and escape as well. And he will get away for now, but 1 KP on the board. They will get the Thirst, I believe, as well, as Horizons in the kill feed once more for Weigers. 8 squads now remaining, and things really starting to hot up here. And it looks like the Site de France, the team that we were watching just on the ridge outside of Epicenter, have made their way forward as well. And it looks like they've got a little bit of a clearing in front of them to try and sneak through and find themselves inside of that next circle. They've managed to do it as well, so they're going to be pretty comfortable for now. The only problem for them is that Kick Esports are looking down on them, and the Hemlock is going to be hitting pretty hard as well from that high ground. Kick Esports in a fantastic position. Look at this as well. They're going to be overlooking where that next circle is going to be pulling. So the Site de France have to be very careful in the situation that they're in. Every team has to be very careful of Kick, as they're trying to move up now to finish off these kills, but it's not going to be easy to do with the Watson fences in front of them. That's going to slow down their programming, their push for just 2 seconds, excuse me. I see Hammond Robotics. I start getting robotic myself. Shots onto the players inside the bubble. Great shots from them as well. Joke in the kill feed as well. The Site de France now going to be able to finish off those kills, and they have found themselves just inside of that next circle, I believe, as well. So the Site de France now coming under fire, and I believe that is Kick Esports who are going to be putting those shots down. They do lose their Bloodhound in Joke here, but great responsive shots here from Psychbot are going to force Denze to back down, and that will give them a little bit of a chance to reset. So I think a loss of some teams here as we've seen that circle move, and no surprise to see that. But Major Push is one of those teams who are holding down the fort here with that Caustic, and as we know as well, the Caustic's so deadly. If you can get him towards that end game, that ultimate really can mess up all of the other teams' rotations and attempts to portal in to hold down that ground and get some shots off themselves. Bubble's going to be going down here for major pushes as well, and looks like they're going to be making a portal away from this situation to see if they can maybe get a third-party opportunity themselves. Nice shots from Ranches. Will hit the headshot, but won't do too much damage to maybe effort that push in. 301 fully decked out as well. The only thing it's missing, of course, is that gold barrel, but a purple one is going to be more than enough in the hands of the talented players that we do have. Here comes third Impact as well, a team that we haven't spoken too much about. Big, massive shots to 112, and he's lining up the shot as well. Can't quite get the finish though, but third Impact now making their move. They're inside of that circle. They get the gen down as well. Shots as well from Ziki. They're going to be trying his best to keep the Watson player alive. Balanji now moving in as well. The Havoc doing some damage. The question is, can they get the finish here? The gold armor is going to be melted by the wingman. Balanji will go down now. So Jazaz, the player that we featured just before this tournament got started, now has some work to do himself. Gets to finish himself, but they will lose that team fight. And now we're down to our final 5 squads. One of them, Lecite de France, still involved, but just 2 players to work with here as Joke has been taken down. Ranch is now trying to get those meds back up. Last player alive here for major pushers. Just to get some shots on, but it's just a knockdown shield that he's going to be finding. And he's going to make a play in this next 50 or so seconds. As if he doesn't, he's going to be held out by this team in front of them. That will be the end of major pushers here in game number 1. But big shots with the Mastiff again. He's doing so much damage here. And it looks like the team who are trying to hold him out at the moment aren't too comfortable in pushing him, because he's hitting big, massive shots of 118. Another 100 to break the armor, but they do get the armor swap. They will get the kill. And they will manage to finally finish off major pushes here. So we're down to our final 4 squads. Lecite de France, I believe that Kick Esports are one of them, and Weigers. So big orcs involved in our final battles here.
Let's explore this way.
And it's just a moment of calm here before we are going to see that final rotation. Lecite de France are going to be one of those teams who have to make the longer rotation here, as we see 3 squads now remaining. Kick Esports making their move in. I believe they just took out that final player. That's Solo. They have Kick Esports. We have Lecite de France. And we have to catch who that other team is just in these final circles. But now we are seeing that ring closing. It's closing very, very quickly as Kimzu and Kick are going to make their move in now. They've managed to get some good shots down on the onto the Gibraltar. They don't get the finish, however, they do get the gen down, which is going to keep them safe from all those grenades that are going to be coming in. They're making that push onto the bubble as well, so big push coming in here from Kick. Big decision to engage in this fight, but it doesn't look like it's going their way. And look what team is going their way. It's, of course, Weigers. They move in for the wipe. They will be your champion here of game number 1. Weigers with the perfect third-party opportunity. Kick Esports tried to get aggressive. Weigers just biding their time, moving in for that final push. And our champions of the first Autumn Circuit competition will now be the champions of your first game of the second. So big performance from them. Unfortunately, we've got a death box here for Rain Day. He will be back with us as soon as possible. But an incredible performance from Weigers, right? I was talking about how they needed to, you know, be in the running, right, towards the end of this tournament before we move on to Kings Canyon for an opportunity to go back-to-back. What a perfect way for them to start here in game number 1 to pick up that champions banner and some kill points along the way. Phenomenal stuff from them, and an exciting game 1, right? We had a lot of teams who were at the top of that leaderboard for previous tournaments involved towards the end of the game as well, and an interesting circle as well, finishing in quite open ground. I thought the Gibraltar team might have had a little bit more luck with that Gibraltar bubble, maybe could have played that one a little bit slower, but the Gibraltar just getting caught off guard and has to be forced to throw that bubble down towards the end of the game. A difficult situation to find themselves in. But Kick, you know, making that decision to push, it's an interesting one for me, because they were, in my opinion, maybe in the best position towards the end of that game. Behind that crates, they had the Watson gen down. They could have held that position for a little bit longer, but decided maybe, having got that break, that they tried to get those kill points on the board, and they thought they could get that quick wipe before getting engaged with Weigers towards the end of that game. But unfortunately for them, it didn't work out, but a perfect start here on World's Edge for Weigers. And of course, just to remind you all, if you enjoyed that first game, you can send tweets into us, use the hashtag PlayApex. We want to hear from you. I'm not going to lie. I want to hear from you all day. I want to know what teams you're predicting to win it here in Europe. Let's talk about NA as well a little bit later on, where you're watching from, if you've got any pets watching, if you want to know, you know, what's inside Rain Day's loot box as well, because I can almost guarantee you that there is a charge rifle in there. Having played a lot of Apex with him myself, he's always picking up that charge rifle, always doing damage. And there's probably a white armor in there, because he's not always hitting all his shots, so he's not getting it leveled up to that blue Evo. But, you know, I love you really, Rain Day. If you need to if you need to hear it. But yeah, a phenomenal performance in game number 1. I think a precedent set here for the rest of the tournament as well. Weiger's showing that, it wasn't just one tournament that they were going to come out of the traps here and really perform in the ALGS in the autumn circuit. The fact that they've managed to do it now, not only in the tournament that they won in the previous autumn circuit tournament, but now they've come in on this game number 1 to win it. A fantastic performance for them, and not an easy rotation for them as well. We should keep our eyes open for that, because dropping in Geyser, moving through that spotlight is a very tough thing to do. But what I will do right now is we're going to toss to another community spotlight, because we love highlighting some of the amazing people involved in Apex Legends, not just in the competitive scene. So we have an opportunity for, as I say, one of our community highlights. Check this out and hope you enjoy.
My name's Chris Lee. I go by ClegFX. When I first saw the game and the characters, I just thought about, hey, what if I decided to take the aesthetics of the characters and put them on sneakers? I started out actually like a music video director in like the hip hop industry, and before that, designing like album artwork covers. So all that combined with doing independent movies, music videos, where I had to learn my own visual effects, I took that whole skill set and with my love for video games, applied it to skin making. One thing that was cool with Apex is when I designed my first sneaker, it went super viral within the Apex Legends community, and that was such a great feeling that I enjoyed very much. With my sneaker designs, I don't like to just randomly slap colors on. Every piece has to fit exactly where it's supposed to go. Octane's probably my favorite, like for sure. I live and breathe this, man, every day. The reason why I like that design so much is, at first glance, any Apex Legends fan, when they look at it, they instantly know it's Octane, like compared to all my other sneaker designs. Sometimes I would find something that's very similar to what Octane has already, but more detailed. I'll draw from that and apply it to the sneaker design. Because he's fast, I had to lean towards a sneaker that looked like speed. And say if it was Gibraltar, he's more stocky, right? So when I did that design, I had to lean towards an Air Jordan 1. I felt like my sneakers wouldn't look like how they are today if I didn't pursue a career in filmmaking, if I didn't pursue a career in like designing album covers. My name is ClegFX. You can follow me on my social media at ClegFX, CLEGFX on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. And you can follow us on Artifact Studios on Instagram or Artifact on TikTok.
Dude, first of all, ClegFX, absolutely gotta say, check out the, I mean, honestly, those kicks right there are just out of control. Number 1, must have, if I could. Number 2, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Onset, and he deserves a frickin' round of applause. We've been dealing with some technical issues that are not easy to deal with, and my goodness, my friend, you soloed, doloed real hard just there, so well done.
Easy stuff. Don't worry about it. Not my first time. It's fine. No, that was that was a lot of fun, right? What a crazy game 1 it was. So
Absolutely.
When games are like that, I will cast them all day on my own if I need to.
Exactly. Now let's talk through that game, because I think what's really important is that we sort of follow the Weiger story from jump all the way to that final circle, because I think the rotation was obviously one of the most important aspects to this. Tell me a little bit about how it is that they found themselves on top here in this game 1.
I mean, it was an interesting one for me because they were in a little bit of a sticky spot at one point because they made a rotation from Geyser and they got to the little no-name town where you have the respawn beacon just to the east of Fragment, and they were getting held out. North were doing some damage. There was they had Gambit that were rotating in behind them, and I thought, if there's two teams you don't want to be sandwiched between, probably those two teams that we have in Europe, right? So, but they played the situation perfectly. They got the gen down, they bided their time, and somehow they managed to clear out that side of the map. And I don't know if it was a lot of teams getting held out by teams who had managed to rotate in just before because of the fact that North were, spending that time trying to finish off those kills of the team rotating in, but they did it. And the fact that they got into that position for the third party, I think towards the end game, they would have been absolutely, blown away with how simple it was made for them, to be honest with you. That third party opportunity, they didn't, you saw it, they didn't have to take any damage, but it was a phenomenal job for them, both a good rotation, good defensive play, and then choosing the perfect moment to strike at the end game.
I love it. Now, and I think what's really important as well is, and this is something I hearkened to before we got into game, but it's something that occurs to me every time, which is that the EU sometimes, it feels like to me, has this sort of like slow burn at the beginning. We got into the second round before any of our teams were eliminated. And I think that's such an important thing because it feels like it means that people are dropping hot. There's no contest towards the beginning, and then they find themselves where they need to be. Is that something you've seen as well, this sort of slow burn at the beginning, or am I just completely crazy?
No, I think you're right. I think a lot of teams would have had discussions because nobody wants to be contested on drop, right?
No.
It's not good for anyone. If you're contested on drop, even if you win 5 out of 6 games on drop, you get the loot, you get the guns, whatever it might be. There's a one game where you don't, and you get 0 points on the board, right? So you've got to, organize between yourselves when you see these lobbies. Like, we're dropping here. If you want to contest us, that's stupid. Like, get your own spot. And I think that's why you see a lot of the EU teams, pretty safe towards that first circle. They don't want to engage. They want to get their rotation down. So it's kind of a trait of EU, and it should be a trait across the world, right, of teams doing this. But as we know, some teams like to get angry. Sometimes teams like to contest in these final lobbies. So shout out to EU for getting themselves organized.
Landing hot versus landing safe. Well, let's take a look at how some of those teams have fared with our Game 1 results here, as they apparently are ready for us to take a look at. Let's take a look and see what games we got. Here we go. And of course, Onset, yes. Holy Interruptus! Okay, sorry. Took me a second there until I saw the double digits. Weigers coming in hot, Onset. My gosh. They're like, oh, no, we won the last tournament. Sure, let's make it a second.
I mean, that's a 20 bomb in the first game. That's huge for Weigers. 10 kills on the board as well for them. From the position they're in as well, that we have to point that out. But I mean, look at the top 7 there. That's some crazy teams involved. And the Site de France, and I am getting my French pronunciation down by the end of this, by the way. That's a great performance from them in game 1. And you look at some of the teams there, Major Pushers, Third Impact, Gambit, big powerhouses. And even if you don't get, that bomb game, the fact that it's close between all those teams means that everyone's going to be feeling pretty good as moving into the next game.
Excellent. Yeah, let's take a look at those overall standings. And of course, you'll see some similarities for sure here after our Game 1 results. Looks like we're going to, pardon me, if we're going to go to that second overall standings. That's awesome. If not, no worries. Because we've obviously, Onset, we've got a ton of drama and a ton of fun still to come. And here we are, those overall points. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And that is this overall points, Onset, this is the leaderboard for everyone to continue to focus on throughout our 6 matches today, because it's really going to come down to those overall points to see who's going to be on top at the end of our EU Regional Online Tournament.
Yeah, of course, and you've got the automatic qualification spots for playoffs, you've got the qualification spots through to, the next tournament as well, so there's a lot to play for. It's not just that first place, although, let's be honest with you, first place is different when you're competing, but the fact that you have, all these different qualification spots means that everyone still has stuff to play for as the games roll on. But Weigers, 20 bomb to start off the day, perfect start for them, couldn't ask for more.
Absolutely. And of course, they now have that nice little, they were already coming into this with a crosshairs on their back. They already knew. You come off of our first tournament as a winner, you're coming in hot here. So it's going to be exciting to see a game number 2. We, of course, will change maps after our game number 3. So that's a nice little dynamic I always like to mention to people. And I will say, apologies, I just caught myself there. Make sure, as you mentioned, to follow us at PlayApex and use the hashtag ALGS. And if we feature you on the show, we're going to give you 1,000 Apex coins. But now, on set, we're going to give you a break and all of you some fun gameplay. But first, let's take a look at this here Lenovo Legion laptop.
Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome everybody to game number 2. Fallout here, joined alongside girls. We're gearing up and getting ready for what's going to be a great game number 2. First off, I just got to keep the kudos train going because Onset crushed it on the solo cast. I'm very fortunate, however, to not have to solo cast, to be joined with the one and only girl, one of the top streamers in Apex Legends and top competitive players. Girl, pleasure to have you on broadcast today. I'm super excited for what's going to be a great day of action.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. I watched some of the games yesterday. They were super awesome, and it was really tight yesterday. Games were really fun. Super excited to be here to cast the game number 2 with you guys.
You and I both. And guess what? We're going to start hot, girl. We're going to start a little fast, a little strong. We're going to start with Gambit Esports, one of the top teams, and arguably, listen, this is a kind of bold statement, but I'm going to say the best team in Europe, which is kind of hard to say. You know, obviously now that we no longer have Nasky, Strafey, and Dell, rest in peace. I miss that squad. Gambit's been the most consistent. I think Gambit has the most first-place finishes. Gambit probably has the best overall average placement. I know going into the summer circuit playoffs, they had the best overall average placement. So I gotta say, I think Gambit's on top right now. But again, obviously easier said than you know, easy to say for me. But the reality is, they have to perform here.
They definitely do have to perform here. I think everyone has the potential to win this. It's still early to see who is the current best, right? We might have some underdogs that might take it away today. You never know. Or we'll have one of our top contesting teams that have been formed for forever. Wow, all that gold armor. That is really awesome for Kick Esports here today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's crucial. And that's why landing here in Trials is actually kind of low-key a pretty solid idea and strategy. And I'm surprised we don't see more contention. I'm surprised this isn't more of kind of an alpha spot to drop. And when we say alpha spot, we say some insider terminology, but we mean kind of like who's the alpha? Who's the alpha wolf in the lobby that can really condition the lobby to get the best location, the best drop? Look at this. Kick is actually going to be able to split both Skyhook and Trials, and that is the best loot in the game, bar none. So I'm surprised there's not more people contesting for that spot to try and condition the lobby to say, hey, this is our drop spot. Kick is getting all of that for free. Well, that's why we see them currently in second place with 15 points, girl, and I think that's just going to continue.
I am not surprised that no one's contesting them, because once I've played scrims against them, I've played in EU scrims, I've landed Skyhook, they landed directly on top of us and wiped my whole squad, so I think they've earned that respect for sure.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up, as actually things are going to heat up in here. So we're going to get back to that point in a second. It looks like Purge is going to be in a world of hurt right now. They are running with their tails between their legs, trying to survive. We'll see if they can, as it is Paradise and ASCII currently trying to heal back up. Bambino is down, but not out just yet. Can they bounce back? Can they make this somehow, some way happen? You see the sonar going to be protected, so that's how you know someone from the recon class is nearby. Good shots can be put in here by ASCII, though. That's going to help. Well, guess what? Now it's all up to him. It's going to be Mimu, former member of G2 Esports. I'm a big fan of that G2 squad that, alongside Snipedown, got second place at the X Games behind TSM last year in 2019. Mimu now playing, of course, with a different roster, as that G2 team is no more. I was a big fan of 0-0 Mimu and Snipedown, that team at the X Games in Minneapolis last year. Well, they are currently, at least Mimu, 1/3 of that team, is currently melting Purge, and that's going to be it. The first team out of this one is going to be Purge. Very, very well done by Mimu and co. And guess what? It's going to be Hammond Robotics, your 4th place team with 9 points right now.
Yeah, Hammond Robotics did the qualifiers yesterday. They were top of the leaderboards in the finals yesterday. So they're definitely a squad to look at. They're definitely strong, and they play really well together. Horizon is one of the best controller players in EU, I've got to say that. And they're a very strong and dangerous team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Great color commentary and add-ons there. I know you've had a chance to scrim against these players, play against these players, and that's why we're lucky to have you on these broadcasts, girl, as someone who's actually been in the shoes of these players, having competed in ALGS finals before, of course, in our online tournament series way back between January and May before we jumped into the summer circuit. Did you compete in any summer circuit finals as well, girl? I can't remember.
Honestly, I don't remember. I just remember
You're like, it's all a blur.
Yeah, the last tournament we were in, we made top 20 NA. Then they had to cut 4 teams to get the South American teams in. And we were one of the bottom 20, so, and that's when I started casting.
You're like, all right, I'm going to hang up the sticks at this point. I feel you. Listen, I also am a washed former pro player girl. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not calling you washed. You're so much better than me.
Wow.
And 99.8% of Apex players. I can't even continue that shade I was going to throw your way. I got too much respect for you. But we're going to jump on board with Major Pushers because I'm going to try and change the subject real quick because I'm a jerk. And no, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Girl. And I will say we are lucky to have you on the broadcast now, Girl. I know you've had a chance to scrim in EU scrims, and it's actually awesome to have your perspective. First off, you're on a tiny little island in Prince Edward Island in Canada, and you scrim against EU players, which is very far away. What was that experience like playing on high ping, and in general, why'd you decide to kind of scrim against EU players? Is it just to help your broadcasting?
No, it was like at a point where we were trying to get into NA scrims and it was kind of hard, so we ended up doing some EU scrims right before the tournament. We only played like a few scrims before tournaments just because my teammates were working full time as mechanics. Shout out to Durango and Tony. Yeah, no, we had a lot of fun. It's just really hard to go from NA to EU because you don't know where other people's drop spots. So we didn't know that they were landing in Skyhook at the time, and they completely aped us, and we died. Yep.
You hate to see that, and I'm gonna keep the shout out going to Durango and Tony. It's hard to have a full-time job and play Apex competitively. And the fact that you guys were able to do that with success is great. Meanwhile, it looks like Orgless and Hungry is going to find themselves a bit of a fight, a bit of engagement. This is a fan favorite. This is the former Ad Hoc Gaming GOAT himself in Matafe, which we hype up a lot on broadcast, rightfully so. One of the top streamer/competitive players in Apex Legends. We're going to jump on board with Matafe, playing as Wraith. One of the best Wraiths as well. I got to say it. I'm a caster, so I talk in hyperbole, but everyone's the best, or one of the best. We use blanket statements as well to justify the hyperbole in which we speak. But Matafe genuinely is one of the best Wraiths in Europe, in my opinion. I think he's easily top 3 in Europe, top 5 or top 10 in the world. And he's up there with the likes of Monsoon and Hardeki and others from top teams. I got to give a major shout out to Matafe and what he's been able to accomplish in his career, as we're now going to jump on board with another great Wraith and another great team. It's Flavor of the Month, former Virtus Pro. What are your thoughts, Girl, in terms of that kind of stack ranking and some of the best Wraith players that we have?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you noticed there, but his Gibraltar was in a lot of danger, and he was not scared to use his portal. It's better, like I always try and say, it's better to use your portals. It's better to use your meds rather than dying and saving them for the next game, So it was a really good portal play. He didn't hesitate. He saved his teammate over there, and it was a very good play.
Yeah, great breakdown of Matafe's Wraith. Use it or lose it is really the adage that it comes down to. If you don't use it, you might lose the opportunity to use it because you get taken out after that. Meanwhile, we got Bloodhounds galore here, as it looks like another sonar is going to be detected. Another scan from Bloodhound, so that's more intel that Bloodhound, one of the best recon class 8 legends in Apex Legends, has. I've loved the buffs to Bloodhound. I love the fact that Bloodhound is now competitively viable. We're on board with T-Rex. Speaking of Bloodhound, we're going to flip perspectives over to T-Rex, which, of course, Zerifer. Big shout out to Zerifer. I always mess this up. Zerifer, I love you, bud. You're going to watch this rebroadcast and say, Fallout, you did it again. But he's either from Slovenia, Slovakia, one of the two, or neither of the two. But big shout out to Zerifer. He took a little bit of a hiatus from Apex Legends, decided to go try his hand in Valorant and just missed Apex so much. He actually returned back to Apex Legends. He is a former teammate of Matafe on that Ad Hoc Gaming squad. So we got a little bit of former squad versus former squad action, as we just saw a little bit of a rat right there trying to make it to late game if they can. Back on board with Flavor of the Month. Currently does have that crypto intel as to where the next circle is going to be going.
Yeah, they're in one of those spots that we used to see TSM in a lot. It's a very common spot to hold. You get to catch a lot of kill points from people rotating in from Lava City. And here we are with No Name and that longbow.
That's exactly right. Excited to see what they can do with that longbow to put it to work. Back to the topic of Bloodhound. We didn't see a whole lot of Bloodhound, kind of to our surprise in our last competition. We also talked about former G2. Well, guess what? 0-0. The other half of that former G2 duo is on this other squad, aka No Name. And we're on board with 0-0 right now. Another solid Wraith player. And of course, we do see another Bloodhound, which again, as mentioned, we didn't see a whole lot of Bloodhound in EU last autumn circuit. And then we saw a lot more of Bloodhound on the North American side of things. In fact, we saw almost half the lobby in North America, or the Americas, in North America particularly, using Bloodhound. Beast of the Hunt currently activated. That intel is so crucial. That recon class, so important right now. Every team needs at least one member of the recon class, Pathfinder, Crypto, or Bloodhound. Currently, Bloodhound is the choice. for No Name, especially after the buff came through to Bloodhound and Crypto, to give them the ability to scan beacons and to also get that intel. It meant that no longer do teams have to run Pathfinder and Wraith. Teams essentially now just have to run Wraith, because Wraith is the one staple that stayed true, stayed consistent through all of competitive Apex's life cycle. Girl.
Yeah, like you just said, a lot of teams either have one of the 3 recon characters, and a lot of people at home are wondering, hey, why don't pro players play Lifeline? Well, it's because that there are so many characters that provide so much more to the team. Then it's better to prepare for the win than prepare for the loss. So Lifeline's more of those characters where if you're in a sticky situation, you're getting third-partied, you can potentially get your teammate up. Well, these pro players, they are not preparing to all go down and to lose their fights, right? They're preparing to figure out where the end zone is, try and get a really good, decent spot, and these recon characters are indeed the right play to go.
I love it. It's all about which dynamic and which legends can have the most impact to a team. And really, in competitive Apex, it is a team effort. It is not an individualistic effort. You might think Lifeline's great
Here
for
we
the
are
team.
with Les Cités de France. And they are taking in a little bit of damage on Bot and Joke right now. Joke's pulling in the battery. I really love the Prowler and the Hemlock this season. They're 2 of my favorite guns paired with the Massive. I think a lot of pro players would agree, or they opt to go with the R301. But I think Hemlock, Prowler over R301 any single day. Really good shots, taking out third impact with that kill over there, and they're trying to take down the gen that the Watson is currently on, and they're gatekeeping. This is one way to get your kill points, by gatekeeping other squads.
Exactly right. You know, many teams do this in general as an opportunity to get that KP, but really, if you're the team on the receiving end of this, it is just unfortunate. As you know, very rarely, I think probably less than a 30% statistic of survival rate, and I just made that statistic up completely because, you know, 78% of all statistics are made up. And will you survive if you are being gate kept outside the storm? So we'll see if that is the case. Meanwhile, back on board with No Name. That's a team in a much better position. They're getting under some duress, under some pressure. Oh my goodness, just barely did Gibraltar able to survive. And guess what? He's on cooldown right now. All 3 members of this team on cooldown for their tactical abilities. And that's going to cost one of them. That's going to be Boomer, who gets taken out. The Bloodhound. Fight's going to ensue. 0-0 has to go huge. He doesn't get the knock that he needed. He almost did, but it was not enough. Will they go for the revive? Bubble's going to come through. Thank goodness for the Dome Shield coming back. Of course, the cooldown of the Dome Shield did increase significantly about 3 months ago as a result of a patch and a little bit of a balance. But it looks like it will come back at the nick of time. And just like that, No Name able to respond.
Yeah, the bubble was so clutch there. Lucky for them. But they also put off a lot of damage, so the other team wasn't too ready to push them. And also there was a third team behind with an angle on them, and they're just trying to get out of that low ground, and unfortunately for 0-0, he goes down trying to get out of that low ground.
That's exactly right. The play by play is going to ensue. It's all up to Bruin last alive. He got revived. Well, here's your second chance, buddy. Bloodhound, one of the top players, or top legends, sorry, in terms of slaying ability and potential, but no, it's not going to be enough. Maybe if it was Reptar, but no, I'm just kidding. No shade throw to Bruin's way. That's a rough situation. You're in a 1 versus 3 against a very aggressive Nessie squad of Mady, JMW, and Graceful. We all know what this team at Nessie is capable of. One of the Dark Horse teams that silently performed very well in the summer circuit. Well, guess what? They're under duress right now. The third party's going to come through. This is why you got to pick your fights wisely, because guess what? Kick is nearby. It looks like Stanny is nearby, the former Dead Inside squad. We'll see if they can survive as Graceful, last member alive of Nessie. We'll see if Graceful could just sneak his way to survival. I believe he's playing as the Gibraltar. Meanwhile, no rest for the Wicked here, as it looks like North, fan favorite, is going to jump inside. Look at the play that's coming through. Look at the movement that's coming through. Great shot's going to come in. That's going to be 160 damage. There goes one knocked. Goes to the turn. Monde is going absolutely off. Mandy, you are an absolute savage. It's all up to you. It's all up to RPR, and it looks like they will survive. Revive's going to come through. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Alliance. Like I said, no rest for the Wicked. Looks like Alliance, fan favorite, going to get eliminated. Many people in the chat would have probably argued Alliance, one of the top teams in Europe, over Gambit. But Alliance, a heavy favorite, a Titan, goes down. Meanwhile, Hammond Robotics now jumping right back into the action, girl.
Yeah, they are performing super well together lately. Yesterday, like I said, they were top of the leaderboard. They've been performing. They had like over 40 points, I believe, and they're just rolling people over. Here's Weigers going down, Blast going down, getting finished by Horizon with the scout, and he's just searching. He's searching and searching, and he is on a chase.
That's exactly right, and that's huge because the number 1 squad, Weigers, with 22 points, just got taken out by the number 4 squad right now in standings with 9 points. That is significant. Keep an eye at the top right of your screen. You'll see the amount of kills that Mimu currently has. 2 kills, well, that's 2 kill points, and I know his teammates have a few as well. That's at least 11 plus points, and counting with placement in effect. We are at 10 squads remaining, and we know that top 15 gets you at least 1 placement point and more placement points for the better places that you get. And that, of course, is for some of our new viewers that might be new to competitive Apex. Welcome, Fallout here, joined alongside Girl, as it looks like it's going to be North that continues their run.
Yeah, North just took out no creativity. Really great shots. I don't know if, like you mentioned earlier, Mandy's movement with the Pathfinder, the zip line, the jump up, just so fast and accurate. It was absolutely insane. I want him to teach me that.
Girl, if that's me, I missed the zip line, I missed the jump, and my entire team dies. That's what happens there. If that's me. And I roasted you earlier, so now I got to use some self-deprecating humor, but let's just be real. That probably would have happened to both of us, as good as you are, and as much better than me as you are at Apex Legends. That was a disgusting play from Mandy. Someone highlight that. Someone clip that. Put that in the montage. Put some Breaking Benjamin to it, because Mandy's making a montage here live on an Apex broadcast against some of the top teams in the world. Meanwhile, Exorcism finds themselves in a horrible position. 2 members go down. The last member alive tagged up quite a bit. That might be all she wrote for them as well. North taking out Doxer, and a top team. We know Doxer's so good, I believe, coming from France, if I remember correctly. North continues to take out victim after victim. It is insane. It is a bloodbath, and we are down to 6 squads remaining.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught right there, but there's a team inside of the tunnel trying to third party, trying to push Horizon and Mimu in a very dangerous situation. They came in with the push, Ranch just getting the kill on Horizon, only 1 person left, which is Mimu, but he is fencing that portal, and he gets a 96 shot, he gets the down on the Cossack. He could pull off this clutch with all of these fences. He can get an armor swap, he gets a 77 shot, and then he goes down. Unfortunately, it was a really good effort by him.
Yeah, a great breakdown. That's why we pay you the big bucks to be our expert analyst, color commentator. Appreciate the breakdown there as always. Meanwhile, things are finally going to slow down for us as Kashera, currently of New Esports, Rondon and Post Kill, 2 players that, you know, Rondon in particular has been here before, but it's good to see Rondon back in the finals with this roster that he, of course, has been building chemistry with. And you know, he kind of made these sporadic appearances in the finals. Now we're seeing a lot more consistency out of Rondon and his new squad. Meanwhile, Major Pushers currently in 5th place coming into this match with 9 points. Well, guess what? That's 1 elimination. They have at least 10. They're trying to stay tit for tat with Hammond Robotics.
A lot of aggression in this game here, and 6 seconds left for them to have to get into this very small circle. So some people are going to be caught on rotation, but there are so many floors to these buildings that a lot of people are safe right now.
And Girl, in your eyes, what would you do in this situation? You know, you finally have a chance to breathe. It's kind of the final calm before the storm. What are you telling your team right now? What are you doing in this situation?
If I were in one of these buildings, I would just stay calm. But Major Pushers are in a really tough situation, but they found a good spot. They're not in a building right now. If they don't get naded out, they do have the Gibraltar, they do have the Cossack for the safety, so they're going to be okay. They're actually in a very good spot. They don't have to walk too far for the rotation, and they have the Gibraltar bubble, so when they walk in later on, they're gonna walk in slow. They're gonna throw the bubble. They're gonna be okay. They're gonna have the Cossack gas to try and wipe out every other team that has to rotate in. But a lot of these teams are still gonna be in because of this building. It still has a spot, so it's gonna be a really complicated end zone, honestly.
Yeah, and we talked about the current meta. Every team uses a recon legend. Well, Major Pusher says, Fallout, we break the meta, baby. We push the meta's limit, and they have been running this caustic squad in this caustic meta for quite some time and found some success. Major Pushers has quietly been a top 5, top 10 team in Europe throughout their performance. So I'm excited to see if they can do it. If you're a fan of caustic, aka if you're a fan of troll memes, no, I'm just kidding. you should definitely be rooting for this Major Pushers squad. If you're a fan of a team, or looking for a team to be a fan of, that really pushes the envelope and is unconventional in their style of play, well, Major Pushers might be your squad. They are a Russian team, a Russian powerhouse team that plays with aggression, hence their name, Major Pushers. And they've been doing it consistently in almost every Apex Legends broadcast and Apex Legends Global Series match, as we now have this wonderful, wonderful X-ray vision that we can see in the spectator mode, but of course the players cannot see, which gets to tell us where everyone is. Looks like we have one rat right below. I believe that's a rat. That's to the bottom left of your screen right now from Dippities. We have Major Pushers nearby. And of the 3 teams we saw, girl, we have 3 different team compositions. We got a Crypto with New Esports. We saw a Bloodhound below them. And then, of course, we have Major Pushers. They're making their move.
Yep, they're definitely making their move. Rondon, and so New Esports, they have the top of the building, so they have the best spot, I would say, in this building. And they might be able to get those kill points from the people outside. That team outside is going to try and push in.
Look at this, L-Star absolutely trying to melt, and look at the damage that was done. Cleve is tagged up. Major Pushers in the worst spot in the game. New Esports in the best spot in the game. Let's see if Major Pushers with that Caustic can do it. It's going to be tough, and that is the damage output that's being put in. That's going to be 4 squads remaining as Major Pushers gets eliminated from this one. Not much they can do in that scenario with that team comp. That's where it would have been nice to have some, maybe a, you know, after they had the Gibraltar, they had the Dome Shield, which bought them some time, but really not much that they could have done different in that scenario. Flavor of the Month alive, and guess what? LCDF also alive. Our #1 team from our last chance qualifier of the summer circuit. Well, they're certainly not a last chance qualifier team anymore. They're trying to prove that they're a top team in Europe. The Frenchmen doing it big.
So it's going to end outside of the building, and I counted at least 2 Gibraltars. So there's going to be a Gibraltar ulti here in the end of the game. There also probably will be a Crypto ulti to slow everyone down. So a lot of people are going to tank that damage here in the end game. Who do you think will end up securing this victory?
You know, in my eyes, New Esports is in the best position. On paper, they should win, but you're spot on. The 2 Gibraltar ults will be lethal for New Esports, so that makes it a bit of a gamble and a bit of a wild card, girl. Honestly, on paper, New Esports wins this. They have the best position in the game, they have the Crypto EMP, and they have a perfect opportunity to disorient players. They just got to execute correctly, and in my eyes, it's their game, girl. Do you disagree?
I don't disagree. They do have the best spot on the top, right? But if they do tank in a lot of Gibraltar damage, it's going to be tough. I don't know how to calculate this one, to be honest with you. Maybe if they had a Gibraltar, they could go down and fence all of those portals, but they don't. So
yeah, well, it all comes down to this, girl. 0 seconds left. Here comes the push and the collapse of the final ring in the final fight. It looks like the Wraith Portal is going to come through. New Esports playing this very well. Textbook Wraith Portal and Wraith play so far. We'll see if it pays off. Post-kill goes down. Kashera goes down as well. It's all up to Rondon. They go for the cheeky Wraith play. I don't know if that's the right decision. It's madness. It's a bloodbath right now with 4 squads still remaining. Zerifer still in the mix. He gets one with an Arc Star. And guess what? It's T-Rex still alive. Dippity's last member. He gets taken down. And in the end, it will be LCDF. Le Site de France as your champion. And girl, you're from Canada. You probably speak more French than I do. Did I just butcher that? Or did LCDF just dominate this game?
Les Cités de France, I guess is how you would pronounce it. But you did great. You did great.
I try my best, girl. You know, listen, I try to keep up with you as a residential French-Canadian/Canadian. I know you're not, I don't think you are French-Canadian. I just made that up. But you are Canadian, and you had to study French growing up. Well, guess what? The French squad wins it. Massive, massive congratulations to LCDF. They were our last chance qualifier for the summer circuit. Something tells me, girl, they will certainly not be having a win through last chance this time around. They're looking good.
They're looking great. They've been pulling everything off according to their plans, hopefully. Can't do better than a win, right?
That's exactly right. That's a good way to kick things off. They, of course, were in 3rd place with 13 points going into that. So guess what? A first place finish, well, that's 12 points guaranteed. And on top of that, they got a few kills and kill points. That's going to help them significantly. Weigers got taken out earlier by the likes of Hammond Robotics, which did them a huge favor. I think it's looking great if you're a fan of Francais. I don't know if I butchered that either. And Le Site de France. Let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk, though, because Kate and T-Squared are going to make fun of me. 1 for my neckbeard and 2 for my pronunciation of French words. T-Squared, Kate, back to you.
Oh, man. Doing our work for us there, Fallout. Thank you very much. And yes, absolutely. Let's say that France, fantastic job. GG to that crew. And, you know, Tom, I feel like the pacing on this game was so different than we've seen in some times, where we had the sort of that slow burn to start us off, and then we still had those moments of like even towards the final circle, some silence, some moments of like contemplation before all-out bloodbath came about.
Yeah, some really fun zones so far in the first two games. One over Overlook side, another one here at Lava City, and both very common circles that give a lot of opportunity to make crazy plays with your portals, and that's what you saw right there. You saw 4 different portals all right next to each other. Girl broke it down perfectly, explained what was going to happen, how the crypto EMP is going to pop off, the Gibraltar ults are going to be extremely important, and you saw how much damage the Gibraltars were doing with those ults. The problem for some of these teams are that if you don't go through scenarios like this all the time, one little minor mistake makes a huge difference, and you end up going from 5th place with 5 teams left to, you know, you get up getting out instead of winning the game. So we saw a couple mistakes with Rondon specifically hitting his Q a little bit too early. So when it came down time for him to need to get back into that final zone to hit his Q and go into phase format, he didn't have that. So other Wraiths that go and play this the correct way, it's always supposed to be the Wraith on top of the Wraith at the very end, right? You saw the Gibraltar living for T-Rex, but the Wraiths are the ones that can go and portal hop back and forth. They're the ones that have the moment of invincibility. It's up to the other guys to go and use their utility, use their grenades, and make that 1v1 epic for your Wraith player.
Make that 1v1 epic. I love that. Yes, absolutely. And let's actually delve into a little bit of this team comp stuff, because I know they had mentioned it a few times during that game in particular, where you really saw the difference between those teams that are going for, you know, what's the right word? That are basically going for the crypto versus like a caustic that's coming about. Because of course, Le Cité France, I believe is Le Cité France that had a caustic. No, it was North. I think North was the one that was rocking that caustic.
I'm not quite sure. I think it could have been a different team. I think they're rocking a Pathfinder composition, but the caustic team at the end didn't have the high ground. So if you have the high ground as caustic right there, excuse me, you can do a lot of different things. You could have blocked doors with the barrels. You could have thrown down your ult at the very end in the circle, right where all the portals were, and that would have been just as deadly as a defensive bombardment, if not more. But we have to just talk about how well it was organized by La Cité de France, because everybody's trying to do the same thing. All 5 teams are going to make a portal play. All of them are going to go back and forth. All of them are going to throw grenades. The teams that have been through those scenarios the most, or the team that executes that's the best, is going to win, and that's what makes Apex so exciting. Every circle is going to be so different. That one right there, we saw a lot of different teams instead of maybe 2 teams and a third party coming in. It's 5 teams trying to execute one strategy. The team that does it best wins.
That is exactly how that is. Let's take a look at our game results to see exactly how the math has worked out in the favor of these teams that have made it through to our final circles, and find out exactly how they did it. Ooh, Tom, you know I love the double digits. You know I love the double digits from La Cité France, but you know, not to be outdone, New Esports pulling in six kills.
Yeah, not too many points being taken away. Overall, you could see T-Rex, New Esports, Hammer Robotics, North, multiple teams over 10 points, so that's good for the rest of the lobby. But La Cité de France picking up 10 kills overall is fantastic. Not just coming through and executing at the very end correctly, also picking up kill points on the way. And as we were saying, it looked like you had New Esports with a fantastic position here over towards the top. It's just a matter of, again, getting your portal down at the right time, making sure that you understand that you need to have your Wraith Q when you come back, so you can go place the portal, come back through, and then Q when you need to in that final fight. The Cité de France does that. T-Rex almost hung in there, though, and had the Gibraltar alive at the very end, too. So it could have been in their favor, but that's a solid standing for the Cité de France. I'm looking forward to see what the overall is.
Let's take a look at that overall right now, because of course, game 2, we're in the thick of it. Here we go. We got one more on this map, and then we're heading out. Let's take a look at those overall leaderboards. Here they are, Tom. Of course, let's see. Okay. Now, you know what? Listen, Weigers came out swinging, but La Cité France said, nah. Here's the deal. We're numero uno for a reason. 35 to Weigers 23, Tom. What else is jumping out to you here?
Yeah, Hammond Robotics, who has put themselves in decent positions in back-to-back games here. Not too far off. So again, anybody's game. We're still very early into this thing. The Cité de France does have a great start. They're going to have to keep it up. Again, we do have one more on World's Edge, then we go to Kings Canyon, as you just mentioned. So it's going to be interesting to see, again, which teams love Kings Canyon a lot. We know North had a very strong performance on King Canyons in the past, where I think they even won back-to-back games. But I'm looking at the tail end of this. We're looking at Third Impact Black. We're looking at, just Third Impact, not Third Impact Black. And you're looking at Alliance in 18th. So I want to see these teams step it up. Gambits, Flavor of the Month. These were teams that we have on our list of teams to watch a handful of times. It's time for them to come through and have a big game and try to slow down the Cité de France.
100%. And if there's a word that we like to say here a lot, it's the word consistency. And of course, we always like to see those clutch plays. We like to see the showboating. We like to see the final circle wins for sure. But don't get it twisted. The reality is that even if you, like, especially where, as you mentioned, we're game 2 of 6, there's plenty of time to make up some points. But the truth is that you get those makeups by not necessarily being number 1 all the time. Sometimes grinding through on a top 4, top 5 spot for game after game can keep you in a very sweet spot, as you would say.
Yeah, because you're picking up kill points along the way and you're giving yourself an opportunity to win. So if you find yourselves in situations like that, you hope that you can go and, again, execute. That's the key word. But I just want to touch base on the zone placement that we've seen so far. Again, one in Lava City, which is the southwest of your map, one over on the Overlook side, which is the northeast. Teams that have been struggling maybe on the northwest side have had a long track, so maybe we're going to get something over towards the Fragment side, maybe something more on the north side that will go and try to help some of these teams that may have had tough rotations across the map.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our final circle there. And Tom, bring me through exactly how Le Cité de France found themselves not just at the end of this circle as the winner, but certainly towards the top of our leaderboards all up.
Yeah, again, everybody has a role here. So the role of this player is going to be to block the door. The other one is to be throwing grenades. He elects, instead of throwing a grenade immediately, he's going to go and toss a nade as he goes through the portal. But here's the thing, look at Rondon. He's 8 seconds away from his phase. That means that he messed up with his portal and didn't have an opportunity to go and use his phase. That's why he loses at least 75% of his HP. He's going to come through here and not even be able to lay any shots down, just dying straight to the zone. So that's a huge misplay from Rondon, and we're not able to see what Le Cité de France does so well, but it's definitely not what Rondon did.
No, definitely not. That's a good way to put it. I appreciate that. Well, that is definitely, so many times I sit here and I watch this and it feels like a master class in some of these team comps and certainly in Apex Legends. So it's, thank you for the analysis there, Tom, for sure. You're breaking it down like a pro, because you are, and I appreciate you very, very much. Well, I think at this point, we want to make sure that you know that we are coming into our second of our online tournaments here at the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit. Tom, we've got a lot more to go in the Autumn Circuit, even a lot more to go in today's competition. As we mentioned, 6 games total. We're only 2 games in, and could be anybody's game. But this, I'm going to coin your phrase, Tom. I loved it when you called these very scary lobbies, and this is truly one of the scariest.
Yeah, and again, that's not a knock at Rondon. He's a fantastic player, right? The pressure that is on these guys to go and execute that is insanely difficult. And he was only 1 second away, but that 1 second means a lot. And knowing the type of skill and the caliber of player that he is, he's going to want that opportunity back. Because as a Wraith player, you look forward to that. You look forward to the well-executed portals. You look forward to hitting your Q at the same time. And nothing's more excited than having a bunch of knocked bodies over at your feet, and you're just ducking behind them trying to get off a play using those knockdown shields. So I guarantee that T-Rex wants that back, and Le Cité de France is just so stoked that they're able to execute that. Again, that's a team effort. It's not just what the Wraith players doing. Everybody has an opportunity to go and do something big. We have the defensive bombardments, you have fence options, you have possible zip lines coming through, so it's all about what your composition is, but it really does come down to the Wraith play.
It does indeed. Now, hey, listen up, everybody. Go ahead and keep us watching. Keep us on your screens, twitch.tv/playapex. You can give us a free follow if you want to go and follow us and watch us on the YouTubes, youtube.com/playapexcompete. We'll give you a free sub there as well. We're just giving away free subs and free follows, or you could just press the follow and sub buttons. At any rate, thanks so much for joining us here today. Make sure to follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS, and if you see us off on this very screen, well, we're just going to give you 1,000 Apex coins for your trouble, and thank you so much for that. But let's head over right now to the men's, the myths, the legends, Rain Day and Onset. Guys, over to you.
All right, well, it looks like it's just me again for now, but don't worry, Rain Day is once again in the death screen, but I'm going to try and get him respawned as quickly as possible. I've got his banner in the back pocket, but let's talk about what we've seen so far, of course, if we head into our final game here on World's Edge before we move over to Kings Canyon. And Le Signe de France are sat at the top of the leaderboards after an impressive first 2 games. The first games, of course, so the first game, number 1, was taken by Weigers, but Le Signe de France with a good performance in that first game, and a win, of course, in that second game means they are in a fantastic position to move towards a potential championship here as we fly into World's Edge for the final time here. We're going to start off with Flavor of the Month, though, one of the rosters that I absolutely love. You know, Taylor, Pierre, and Noth, been a roster since the preseason invitational in Poland, the only roster to stick together. And you can see why they do that as well. Obviously, very good friends outside of the game, but their performances in it as well have been incredibly consistent and incredibly impressive. So why would you break something if it's still working pretty well? But just having a look here at where the dropship is going to be moving. It's going to be moving on the north side of the map, of course, from east to west. So good news for all those teams dropping on the north side of the map and get looted up nice and quickly and start their rotations a little bit quicker than some of those teams that are going to be down in the south. One of those teams that is going to be down in the south, of course, is going to be Flavor of the Month, residents of Lava City. Long-time residents as well. They've paid off the mortgage. They're feeling very comfortable with their landing spot and how they try and rotate. But just looking across here, see if there's any congestion, anything's being mixed up. It doesn't look like there is. You can see the hot drop over at Countdown as well. And we're going to see that first circle as well. Going to be down towards the southwest of the map. But incorporating quite a lot of things here. We do see some finishes around staging. We see some around Harvester as well. So Train Yard as well included in where that potential circle could be. We're going to be keeping our eyes out to see if there's any Pathfinders, Bloodhounds, or Cryptos hitting the beacon early on as well to give us a little bit more information about where that second circle is going to be going. But one thing we should talk about a little bit, sometimes, you know, at the start of the game, you're thinking, not too much action going down, but these teams absolutely are relentless in their practice of how they loot these areas, the loot patterns that they create to be as efficient as possible in picking up everything they need to, and also getting out of the area as quickly as possible to start their rotation. That means that everyone is going to have a set building that they take, how they move through it, what armor they pick up, what attachments they pick up, communicating to each other what they need, what they have, etc., etc. Something maybe that doesn't get shown too much when you're just watching for the first time. You're just watching these teams run around and get those guns in their back pockets. But we're going to jump over now and see a little bit of action going down around the Trials area. Again, these Prowlers don't stand a chance against a team like Kick Esports, who have had a pretty good start as well, we have to remember. And that is a pretty good start for them as well. You can see a purple armor in the back pocket. You can see 2 gold bags, I believe that was as well. So they're going to be great for reses, and if they had a Gibraltar, that really would be great for them. Getting that bubble down, but it looks like they're running that classic composition here of the Pathfinder, the Watson, and the Wraith, and Third Impact now making their early rotation. We do see a Pathfinder beacon as well lighting up, so if we could bring up the overhead map and give us a little bit of an indication of where that circle is going to be going, that will give me the opportunity to welcome in Girl, who hopefully will be joining me.
Hello, hi everyone. Glad to be here. Last game of World's Edge, yeah?
It's good to have you here, Girl. I'm not gonna lie. I was feeling a little bit lonely today. You know what I mean? Rain Day doesn't want to cast me for whatever reason. He's kind of left me on my own. It's good to have you in here. Hopefully, you can stick with me for a little bit longer. But Third Impact here can actually be just slightly rotated ahead of by one team. And how frustrating is that for a team? If you're making your rotation, you just see a team sneaking ahead of you.
This is a really dangerous rotation. Always right in this exact spot is where I normally always die. I don't know if you've seen the beacon scan, but yep, it's there right on our screens right now. So it's between Harvester, Train, and Staging. So I believe it might end outside of Harvester, but I'm not 100% sure. Harvester would be a really good place to be in, so people are going to try and find their places to rest in, especially if they have Watsons. If they have Watsons, they're going to want to be in those buildings. Fence those buildings down as early as possible. We're still at 20 squads left in the fight. Badoli going down on the screen. So Alliance is in a little bit of trouble. Badoli gets finished.
Yeah, Alliance not having the greatest of starts here to our second online tournament here in the autumn circuit. We saw their performances in game number 1 and number 2 haven't been up to par with what they would expect. However, I'm sure that they've well, we know that they've got the skill to make a comeback here. And Harvester's such a difficult place to try and rotate into early because what are your thoughts on Harvester as like a location to try and hold down? Because I know a lot of teams find it difficult to find that prime setup location, just as we see Weigers coming under quite a lot of damage trying to even get in towards Harvester.
Yeah, this is really going poorly for Weigers. The portal, though, is a really good play. Maybe they won't get pushed down underneath here because it's a really hard angle to get at. But they are indeed going to portal onto them to get those kill points. They're not going to let Weigers go free.
Yeah, Sajama is going to be pushing in as well, takes down Blast, and that's one player you certainly want to make sure you're eliminating. We heard the stats from him, the only player with over a 2-point KD. As we do see, a big stick coming in, I believe, with the Arcstar. As now we're going to see third impact try and get aggressive off the back of that. The Wingman and the Mozambique, maybe not the primary setup for trying to push in short distance, as Ziki is going to try and hit some Wingman shots, but only manages to hit 1 of 47. Now moves in with the Beacon. Unfortunately, the Mozambique lives up to its potential, but doesn't get the job done.
Taskmaster absolutely dominating with the close range flatline. Gets the wipe, and he's slowly charging up with that Watson ultimate generating, and he gets his team up safely. I'm surprised that nobody third party because this is one of the better spots to be in right now.
Yeah, one of the better spots, certainly one of these snakes is a good place to try and hold down, especially because you just have cover from multiple angles. You're inside that building. A lot of the other buildings in Harvester, you know, you've got multiple entrances too. It's difficult to hold down a big spot. As although Weigers did lose Blasts, we have to say they've done a pretty good job to survive here and make it out with Nook and Crypt alive.
Yeah, they did a really good job. The portal was great. They ended up being able to defend themselves really well when the other team portaled in, and they'll have to continue this game as 2, unfortunately for them. But they're in a safer, like, it's not that great of a spot to be in, but nobody can come over here and peek at them for free because there's so many teams around. So if anyone wants to try and peek and try and get some kill points, they're going to get punished and shot by the surrounding team. So it's like not a great spot to be in, but it's a good spot to be in. Hopefully they end up getting the circle for the next few zones, and they'll be pretty happy with that.
Kick Esports, they're making their rotation in as well, as they're going to be taking some shots in the back. 19 squads remaining. We have seen our first wipe on the border, so that, of course, a little bit early. That was third impact being taken down. Kick now moving their way. Round towards staging.
I really love the map changes that they've done with staging and in between train yard. It just makes the rotate. They're still a really steep hill, but it gives a lot more room to rotate and to loot, and it's really good all around. I really like what they've done with rotate.
Yeah, I completely agree. The new POIs certainly have added a little bit of a safety net, I would say, for rotations with a lot of teams. You know, you haven't got to travel across such open areas through difficult chokes, and just you know, some of the small cosmetic changes as well as some of the bigger ones really have made a difference to how this plays. As we now jump on board with Hammond Robotics, a team who have put up some pretty good KP and placements in our first 2 games here, and landed some nice shots with the 301, but not getting too much damage done, as Major Pushers will have one player taken down. And it looks like Alliance now, a team who haven't performed so far, certainly looking to put that right now, as Hakis is moving in with the Mastiff as they manage to get a knock.
Yeah, that's really awesome to see. They were able to recover Badoli's banner, get him back up, and now they're able to get some pushes, get some kill points, and get themselves back into the game. This is exactly what they need. They need that momentum to bring them back into these games, because once you're doing good, it might give you that push that you need to get out of, you know, those bottom rankings on the leaderboard. So really nice third, and really nice angled push by Team Alliance. And Badoli off of that white armor, gonna heal up, and they're gonna scout around for the death boxes and get more loot.
Mastiff here.
You see the ping of the Phoenix kit, all the meds. Haki's doing his job just to drop down there and let everybody know what's going on his team, what they need to pick up. But 18 squads remaining, and one thing that really kind of jumped out for me in comparison from Game 1 to Game 2 was the increase in aggression that we saw from teams. In that second circle we saw, you know, only around, you know, I think it was 4 or 5 teams eliminated by the third. We were down to half the lobby. What do you attribute that to? Was it just a difficult rotation for a lot of teams, or do you think a lot of teams were like, right, we need to get points on the board here before we move to Kings Canyon?
Well, as you can see, there's not that many buildings in the zones. If you're taking a look at the map on the top left here, there's not very many buildings for people to be in. So they either get the good spots that they want or they hang around the edges. And a lot of people trying to get those great spots. But I believe the European region is aggressive naturally. They're really confident in their abilities and their skills. I believe they've always been they've been pushing the boundaries more and more and more. So I love to see the aggression, and here we are with Les Cités de France in the tunnel around train yard. Nobody's gonna take that portal.
Yeah, you'd be a very silly person to jump through that portal right now. But Lerabinu sitting there on the Gibby as well. He's going to have the arm shield to play with, all that extra HP. You don't want to be taking a Gibby in a 1v1, especially when he's staring straight at a portal with a flatline in his hands. But Exorcism now, they're inside of a Harvester, so they're going to be safe for the next couple of circles, you would imagine. You can see all the armor swaps they've gone, but saying they were safe, it looks like someone has decided to pressure them at the other end of this snake building, so they're going to have to do a little bit of work just to hold off this push and keep this position safe.
Taskmaster realizing that that team was really trying to push, so he insta-uses his grapple to get back. Even though he didn't take that much damage in here, he realizes what the other team wants, and he's going to play this a little bit more safe.
Well, the portal's going down there, and I think maybe just a little bit of a scouting mission there to see if this team were getting a little bit aggressive, trying to push up once more. Had to kind of back out initially, I think, of where he wanted to put it, and he's placed it in a little bit more of a safe position so that he can take it back in cover. The Exorcism now just trying to hold out this team, trying to make sure that the snake is theirs, but at the moment it looks like there's some squatters in the end of the building, unwanted visitors, and they're going to have to hold them out and make sure that they do the damage to get these KP on the board should that push come in.
Yeah, there is definitely a little showdown over here, but here we are with Denzai going to take the knock by JMW's triple take from across the map. He might be able to get around the corner just in time. They're going to try and push him out of there. It's a close one.
The crazy thing about Apex Legends is, right, and no other video game, I think, in the world would a punch be seen as a friendly thing, right? But if you can punch your teammate, down teammate, back into safety, that's a love punch. We'll call it that. That's what we're going to call it. A little tap just to get you back into safety, to get your res back up. So they will survive that, and North, who were very, very aggressive for me in the previous game, looking pretty good. Another team, Exorcism, have decided that they want to push now, but the Crypto ult is going to come in, which is going to drop those shields, and this is going to be a pretty tight battle, but great shots with the Eva 8 are going to not only knock one, but knock two as well. Big push there. Coming in from the Wraith player to get those two finishes, and the question for them now, can they get that final kill? Going to have to pop this Barry, the Watson player, to get back. They managed to down two. There's 1, 2, 3 Apex who are going to actually be able to get the res as well. So one player back up, one player taken down. And they didn't come out on the end of that maybe as they would have wanted.
No, definitely not, but I'm really surprised that they're both able to get the Phoenix kids off here, because there's another team trying to get the third party off, trying to apply pressure and see if they can get some kill points. They were able to stay alive and get those Phoenix kids off. Exorcism played it really well by going back, playing safe. After they get the two knocks, their priority is getting back to full health as soon as possible. They played it perfectly. They went back, they healed up, they defended themselves against the third party. They lost a kill point, but they're still in the game, so they actually played that incredibly perfect.
You raise that great point again. Sometimes it's knowing when to push, when to disengage, when to get hungry for the kill point and the thirst on a knock, and like you say, when to back out, when to play smart, and they did that exactly. You're completely right in that. As we see kills going down in the feed again, ASCII getting a little bit aggressive with that Mastiff. As we jump back over to Les Cités de France, our current leaders here in the tournament that we have, and still stuck in this tunnel but safe, and they're going to be pretty good because they can hold out all these teams who are going to have to rotate in from train yard as well. They have armor swaps to work with. They have Joke who's just managed to pop that Bloodhound ultimate as well, so it looks like they're going to get aggressive. They know that they can hold this team out, and here comes Joke on the Bloodhound with the Prowler in hand as well.
The first Prowler, incredibly strong. They get the full team wipe. Neither of them go down right there. Absolutely crazy. They got so much damage off in the beginning of the fight that that team ended up having no chance because they were so deep in the tunnel. It was so hard to go back and heal up. So unfortunately for them, maybe they rushed it. I'm not 100% sure what their mistakes were, but they see France really held that well.
That was a great angle held there by Ozus. Unfortunately for him, he got beamed by a couple of players who were pretty much holding the same angle. So this elongated battle still going down in the Snake, and you can see why as well. Look at that map overhead. We have the Pathfinder beacon. That Snake is pretty much going to be the only building contained within that next circle closing. As we see 1, 2, 3 Apex now. Big shot with the Mastiff. Another shot onto the Wraith isn't going to connect. That one does, but it looks like this could be it, unfortunately for them. And Exorcism finally clean that team out of the building they were holding down for so long, as we see more shots being fired from Exorcism now, trying to take control of their roof as well. Really trying to hold this one down, girl.
Yeah, this area is probably the most fought area in the map this game. That is for sure. They're holding off 1 team, 2 team, 3 teams. They're looking in their back. They're looking in their front. Who's coming at us next? Will be able to survive this, yes or no? Their doors are opening everywhere. It's actually incredibly hard to hold these angles, and they're pulling it off. They're a really, really good team. Very smart and incredibly talented.
Yeah, incredibly talented, and something that, you know, winning the team fight previous to them, I think that they're going to be full of confidence, full of adrenaline, that anyone wants to push them and take them on in a team fight towards the end of this game. They're going to feel that they will win that fight. Nessie now up on the tracks, and they're going to have to make their move. We quickly saw North as well, and they're on the top of the building inside of Harvester, their little platform, so they're going to be pretty confident, as we see trying to get a little bit of extra looting done, trying to get a bit of ammo in the gun. You can see why there, as we had a quick look at that player with the Prowler. Only had 20 bullets left in the gun, so they'll hit hard, but they won't hit hard for very long, as Exorcism now going to make their rotation. They were pretty comfortable for a long time, and now they're going to have to make that move. You can see they've decided that that platform is where they want to go. The ping goes down, and now they're making their move.
Yeah, they are rotating 40 seconds before the zone's pulling in, and they can see that other teams are distracted. They're fighting, and that's the exact perfect time to rotate when nobody's looking at you. You're on the low ground. That rotation would be super difficult if people were actually paying attention to where you are. But Les Cités de France, they have got a really good spot on the high ground. They made it from the tunnel. They've figured out where they want to play to try and get this W over here. Spot just hitting those R301 shots. Absolutely dominating the teams, pushing him. He misses a couple of even 8 shots, and he goes down.
He go down, and No Name survived, but for how long? You can see Nissa here is trying to pop a battery. He's going to be using the knockdown shield of his teammates to try and stay alive. Exorcism once again involved in a fight, as Ozus is going to be the last man alive. Big shot from him, but he's going to be pushed by another team here. It's going to be a miracle if he gets out of this one alive. He gets taken down, and Flavor of the Month for the team who are moving in now, as look at the carnage that's going down now on the top of this hill.
North absolutely dominating. RPR on 50 health. He's trying to survive. He goes for the bat. Manny's just looking around, seeing what he can do for his teammates here. He's just trying to stay alive. He has time to heal and recover. RPR also has time to heal and recover. And Denside, they're going in and they're about to push and perhaps find them.
Well, Kiki Sports here, once again making it towards the end game. 7 squads remaining now. We saw RPR in the kill feed hitting a big massive shot. Some more shots are going to be going in. Just a quick note, if there's any lag issues on your side, the EA team is hard at work bringing you constant Apex Global Series action while we're working from home. We've recently upgraded the tech, so we're working through a few issues, but your patience, as always, is appreciated. But back to the game now, and back to the action. 6 squads remaining here, girl, and a big grenade going to be coming in here from Denze.
Yeah, Manny was able to find that kill point, but he's going to have to be able to play this safe. Kick has the high ground. They've been able to third party take the god spot from all of the teams, but this spot is not in, so they're gonna have to move in towards the zone. They're gonna have to figure out where they want to play. They've got all the loot, but they don't have the zone, right? So this is gonna be difficult. They're gonna have to figure out where they want to go, and the teams on the inside are probably chilling for the meantime.
And they're gonna have to wiggle their way towards the Snake, that little building we were talking about before. Well, we've seen so many fights go down. It looks like there's going to be more fights going down as well. When North are in position to be dropped on by the teams on high, they're in a bit of a tough spot here with only 2 players alive as well. So I think it might be kill points for them. the name of the game. Flavor of the month, though, they're looking for some big, massive shots as Taylor's going to be moving in here. Misses that shot, gets taken down himself, and Flavor of the month will be eliminated. And it's August and Hungry. Well, not only hungry for an Aug here, but they're hungry for kill points.
Silta going for the med kit. I'm not sure he was able to get any armor swap, but that's very, very dangerous. He's going for the cells. He's not going to loot at all. He's just going to heal with his teammates very safely.
Oh my! Big shots there with the triple take as well at close range. I was mentioning earlier how it's like a little pocket shotgun, and you can see exactly why. Kick's still involved as well. They have lost Denze. Only 2 players alive for them, but 4 squads remaining as Matafe with the 301 will take down Kimsu.
Very nice 301 shots. Orelus and Hungry have a really good spot. They're all up right now. They have a really good chance to win this one. I'm not quite sure what... There's... Orelus and Hungry are up right now. No Creativity is up right now. I don't know who the 3rd squad is currently, but it's a 3-way ending over here.
Well, the good news here for August and Hungry is they've managed to pretty much wipe all of their teams that are outside of the building, so they could potentially take the roof. As you can see, you would imagine they would be getting shot if there was a team up there. Easy clean-up points if you were the team on the roof. So they're going to have a position to play. Dead inside, but not dead, as Rainday would say. And now they're in a pretty good position. No Creativity underneath as well. What do you think is the best position on the map here? Who would you rather be in this position?
Honestly, right now, I would rather be No Creativity. They've got the low ground. Nobody's going to jump off of the high ground to fight them. So Orelus and Hungry are going to get shot at by the other team, I would say, and then No Creativity might go in for the 3rd party. That's just my guess right now, because they're not gonna leave their high ground. So No Creativity's kind of got that like safer spot on the low ground. No one's gonna push into their fences. They're memeing around. They're having a lot of fun.
That's my favorite thing to do when Rainday goes down. Throw that on his death box. Let him know that I saw it happen. I'm sorry, I gotta stop roasting him, man. Like he's far better player than I am, but August and Hungry.
Oh, they've got to move. They're not in a great spot, actually, because they've got to move here in the next 2 minutes. That's a really tough rotation for them because they have a team right above them. Actually, I'm going to take everything I said back right now. They're in the worst spot, absolute worst spot, but they do have the Wraith, so they are going to get the portal through. And if the portal doesn't work, they could hop up and try fighting, but they're definitely going to encounter Dead inside before Orelus and Hungry encounters anyone. So I believe Matafe's squad is in the best spot right now.
So tough, right? You know, you think you're set up, and then you see that shift in zone, and all of a sudden, the plan that you've been creating for the last few minutes is put in the bin. You've got to start working on plan B, and you've only got a few moments to sort out what plan B is going to be, but No Creativity are going to have to get creative here if they want to find themselves in a game-winning position. But 3 squads now remaining, so I think there might have been a solo player who was taken down in those last few moments. It's going to be Dead inside, and of course you have August and Hungry on top of the building here. So both the team that's inside, they're going to have to move. And like you mentioned, Matafe and the boys are going to be overlooking all of this going down. You can see that the Watson's setting up all of those fences in the zone as well. You have to feel like August and Hungry, if they can execute, will be the team here who should take this game home.
Matafe just made an incredible play. He just put a portal over both of the doors. They're going to have to take the portal. They have to take the portal to get into the zone. So they're going to... He just made a really 10-head move right there, as the Twitch community would say.
That is big brainer pro gamer, as T-Pain would say if you watch his Twitch streams. But yeah, amazing play. And look, they've got no option. You've got to take the portal at some point, and that's going to burn time off of the clock as that zone will be moving in. So Dead inside, well, they might be dead inside pretty soon, as now we're going to see No Creativity. They're going to be forced to take that portal. They're going to be running into potential Watson traps, but it looks like they're going to try and make a late move in. But unfortunately, the Watson traps are set up on top as well, and they might be able to make it in time, but no, they don't. They get taken down. Dead inside should be taken down. Stanley's going to be jumping in. It's a wing, it's a prayer, and it's a death. It's August and Hungry. Play that end game to the T. Perfect stuff from them. Phenomenal finish to that game. That is how you play endgame Apex Legends.
Yeah, they had the perfect spot, Matafe, with that 10-head portal. They were able to get the fences wherever they needed to and completely dominate and win that game.
Yeah, every single option that the other teams had to rotate in those final moments was taken away by the way that August and Hungary played it. You had Watson fences for the teams climbing up top. You had Watson fences inside of the final zone. You had Matafe with a brain so big that I don't know how you would, what unit of volume you would use to measure it, closing off those doors with the portal. It was pretty much perfect, right? You could not have played that end game better. Phenomenal stuff from them.
It was a perfect situation for them. The other teams kind of had not many options. The only option that I could think going back is they have to try and fight early. But fighting early with 3 layers of squads is just, how do you do it? It's really, really hard. So props for them for trying, and congrats on the win.
Yeah, pretty sure they had some big kill points on the board as well, so that's certainly going to move them up the overall leaderboards. We'll have to see how that turns out and how things move on. But for now, we're going to go back to Kate and Tom on the desk, because that game was crazy. I want to hear what you say about it.
Well, we hope we can make your day with this analysis, Tom. I think that Onset and Girl said it right. This was like a masterclass in end game strategy.
Yeah, we had 2 very, very similar end games with multiple teams stacked on one another. And this is everything we talked about at the end of Game 2 going into Game 3. Even the zone selection, where we're hoping for something a little bit more central. This one lands over towards Harvesters, so a lot of teams have an opportunity to get into the zone there. But Matafe shows how Wraith should be played. And we've seen Matafe on past teams, maybe on AHG and things like that. Everyone knows he's a Wraith player. So when he went and switched and did some other things, it was unorthodox watching him play anything else, because what do you see right there? You see some of the best Wraith play in the world. The double portal. When he starts the portal, you're like, okay, he's going to block this door. What's he going to do with the other side of the portal? Oh, he's going to block the other door, because they don't need a portal to get into that zone. They can just go from the top and let everything happen in front of them. Not only that, setting up the Watson fences beforehand is perfect. We talked about everybody having their role. It's exactly what they needed to do. They've been here before in these instances over and over again. Their problem is just getting to that point. If these guys are able to get to that point, I don't feel like there's a lot of other players that can keep up with the chess game that Matafe's playing when he's making these play calls. He's so confident when he goes through these motions. He makes everybody feel at ease, and then he backs it up with great shots and great decision making.
I mean, you nailed it. Honestly, that guy, and he's of course doing all of this under immense amount of pressure, because of course this is the big show. So I want to actually go back real quick to this. At that final circle, we saw, we had no creativity. We had Dead Inside. Dead Inside was in the tunnel, no creativity down below. I'm curious from your perspective what those two could have done to try and outstrat Matafe and this incredible portal play, or where would you have taught, let's rewind it back a couple minutes.
Yeah, I think the only thing you can do is try to take, if you're stuck inside the portal, the best thing to do would probably just have been able to go through the portal and just take his portal and come behind them. But you don't know if that's going to be fenced off on the other side. We were able to see that it wasn't. Yeah. He was just doing it to block it. So you take their portal and then come behind them and take their spot. That's the best thing, but they don't have that type of information. You see a portal placed in front of your door, you're not going to take it. You don't know where the other end of the portal goes to. You don't know if it's fenced off. It seems like a big bait, right? The other thing to do would have been to try to test your might and maybe slide by the portal and sneak through the door and see if he messed up the portal, right? If he messed up the portal, that's the only way that you're going to be able to get outside that door, and you're hoping that he goes and makes a mistake, but the placement was there. I don't think they could have squeezed through. And like Girl was saying, you don't want to take an early fight right there. You're just asking, to get third partied, or you're asking to lose a little bit early, and you would be known as like the griefer of the end of that game. But that's not the case. That was the only thing to get out of that situation because of the dominant position there from Orglis and Hungary.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how that domination has translated into our Game 3 results and see exactly how well Orglis and Hungary found themselves here. Let's take a look. And, of course, they're at the very top here. Gotta love it. 13! Ooh, Tom! God, 13. A solid kill count, certainly, for Orglis. And this was their game, Tom. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I think the most important thing besides the amount of points that they put up is the lack of points from the teams that were ahead of them, especially Le Cité de France, Weigers, the teams that were sitting at the top of the standings now. Orglis and Hungary is going to be right up there with them. They didn't have the best first 2 games, nothing compared to here what they did in Game 3, but now we're done with World's Edge, we move on to Kings Canyon, and it's exciting to see Matafe over towards the top of the leaderboard, one of the most exciting EU players now, coming through and showing what he's made of within a very exciting Game 3 play.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, because of course that will be a marker for us. That's going to find out. That's going to determine who exactly is going to be at the top of our entire tournament. Let's see how they shook out here. Of course, Le Cité France still in that #1 spot, but Orglis in Hungary is coming in hot, Tom. Coming in hot.
Super important to be somewhere around 20 points right now. Yeah, the teams like Gambit, etc., Alliance still have an opportunity to go through and have a big game. No one's quite run away with this one. Nothing crazy like we've seen in the past with maybe 45, 50 points, even more being put up quite yet. Again, Le Cité de France slowed down a little bit in that game. That's huge. They need to make sure they continue to not do that if they want to win this. We know what they're capable of. We've seen them in the LCQ before, but watch out for teams like North, for New Esports, etc. Still sitting right on that left-hand side inside your top 10.
Absolutely. That's a good note for sure. And of course, consistency, consistency, consistency. Let's make it rain. Gameplay. Yes, absolutely. Well, we're going to definitely come back to our gameplay here in just a hot second. But first, let's talk real quick. You guys kept using a phrase that I wanted to make sure that we addressed, which was God Spot. Walk me through God Spot.
Yes, so there's multiple God Spots just based on whatever the zone is. The God Spot is typically the high ground or whatever spot you're going to be able to have the easiest rotation while laying down the most cover fire for your team and forcing people into these little choke points, giving yourselves free points and free kill points, free placement points along the way. So we saw Kick get there earlier. They got pushed out of it. We saw North hold it for a little bit. They were pushed out of it. And then at the end right there, the God Spot had shifted to where Matafe and Orglis and Hungary were. So when you go and you have that spot, you need to go and make sure, again, the keyword is execute. Don't make any mistakes. And sometimes you pull out plays that are unexpected, like we just saw there with a double portal blocking in the doors. Again, nobody was expecting him to block that second door. I thought we were going to say, okay, he's going to place this portal and go into the zone with this one. They didn't need to do that. They had already talked about it. They were just going to walk in by foot. They already had all of the fences laid out, and that is what the God Spot is.
That is what the God Spot is. Well, let's take a look at that final moment where we can see that God Spot in full frame and full view, and walk me through this, Tom, as we've, of course, been talking a lot about this double portal play.
Yeah, so again, what do you do here? You're stuck inside. You're trying to chuck out a couple of grenades. You don't know where the end of this portal goes to, so it makes it so difficult. And you have people just waiting and waiting and waiting with massives over towards the top. So there's the portal that gets taken. They realize what's the scenario. Now they come in through with the grenades. It's a self-grenade, though, because of the fact that they didn't have any other option. You can see the best opportunity here is just stay alive as long as possible. It's exactly what Dead Inside did. They were able to secure second because of it, but it was all about Orglis and Hungary coming through with that portal play, thinking way ahead of everybody outside the box, playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. Not only that, putting themselves in that position to begin with.
I love that phrase, playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. And honestly, given that portal play, the chess is absolutely the right word here, because it was all about strategy. It was all about one team making one move to Matafe's 3 others. So that's pretty awesome. At any rate, with the game is actually, it turns out it's about to start, because they're just in the lobby. They're doing the business. I want to make sure that you guys can follow us on all of our different channels. We're at twitch.tv/playapex. We're also over at YouTube, youtube.com/playapex compete. And then, of course, we're on the Twitters at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on our show, well, we'll give you 1,000 Apex coinage. Gotta love the coinage, Tom. Gotta love the coinage for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, just make sure that you don't try to take those Apex coins to the bank. You have to spend them in the game. Sorry.
That's, you know what? Pro tips from Tom. Pro tips from Tom. Well, hey, you know what? That's enough for us. We're going to head over back to our gameplay, and to do that, we're going to toss it over to Fallout and to Girl. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo sent us.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, Who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Girl, I'm not gonna lie to you. That Lenovo commercial, that Legion commercial gets me beyond excited and hyped for every single broadcast. Big shout out to Lenovo Legion, the official laptop of the Apex Legends Global Series. Fallout here joined alongside Girls. We're gearing up and getting ready for our next game. Girls, been a doozy so far. I don't know if that commercial gets you as hype as me or I'm just a weirdo, but I'm really, really excited for this next game.
It's absolutely a well-edited video. It's really creative, and it also gets me hyped up. I've seen it so many times now, but it's still fresh. It feels fresh, right? Just a reminder, Kings Canyon coming in, and Longbow is in the crafting table, as well as the Skull Piercer, purple backpack, and purple head armor or helmet, however you want to go about it.
Nailed it. Appreciate the rundown, girl, as always. And of course, keep it coming. We need more of that insight. Of course, Fallout here joined alongside Girl, your play-by-play commentator and your color commentator for this one. We got Kick, who is currently in a pretty solid spot overall in terms of the standings. They started strong in game number 1. They were in second place with 15 points. Well, since then, they have not been able to get a whole lot going. Of course, in the last game, they had a solid game number 3. Sorry, game number 2, they didn't have a whole lot going. Had a solid game number 3 in which they got 4th place and 5 kills. That netted them a significant amount of points. That was 10 points from that game alone. And that puts them in 25 points in 3rd place behind Orglis in Hungary and LCDF, Le Site de France, as your current leader. That's kind of where we're at. If you're just tuning in, we're on board with Kick to kick things off. Pun certainly intended, as we're getting ready for game number 4, our first map on Kings Canyon.
Denzai finds his purple armor and the gold flatline. So on this map, there are guns in place, like the gold flatline, that you know is going to be there when you drop. And I don't believe anyone's contesting one another off of drop, so this is going to be a fair game, you know. No one's going to die too early, and we're going to see how these teams adapt in this last game. Or
That's exactly right.
First Kings Canyon game, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And this, I'm not going to lie, these buildings I know are like everywhere on Kings Canyon, but for some reason still get me excited, make me think about Skulltown. Can we get some Fs or RIPs in the chat to pay respects to Skulltown, as I always just have some vibes. We gotta pay homage to the GOAT. Drops. No, I'm just kidding. Jokes aside here, we're currently jumping on board with Gambit as Artico and Leogri and Co. currently looting up. Looks like they're uncontested as well, so they'll be able to secure as much loot as needed. And I think they also have some decent armor, decent shield overall in terms of where they're at. And I think that's going to put them in a pretty good spot here for this mid-game rotation. Girl, from what you've seen so far, everyone's looting up. Not a whole lot of action this early on in game. What are the comms like? What are you talking about? Are you planning out your rotations this early?
Yeah, so a lot of teams are going to be planning their rotations early because we do have a lot of Watson teams and Pathfinder teams. So they're going to scan those beacons, start rotating early. They don't care about attachments. They grab what they can and they move fast because this is not a map that you want to rotate late in because of all the chokes, all the death points that this map does have. People are going to try and rotate a lot faster than they did in the last map. And yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, good call out in terms of, I did it again with the call outs. Now I'm self-conscious. Thank you, Lene. Thank you, Simona. Thank you to me, our production team. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there was a little bit of a fun video that was shown during the finals, and I've never been more embarrassed / blushing in my life, but in reality, I loved it. It was hilarious. I'm going to stop saying fallouts, call outs. It's a tweak that I gotta work. And no, I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, Weiger's getting tagged up quite a bit here. And as we're on board with Nook of Weiger's, it looks like they're going to be able to reset. I don't know if all 3 of them actually ended up on low ground next to that tree. I'm trying to look at the minimap and see. Actually, don't have any intel there. So does Nook right below his teammates? Are they able to reset in artillery? And it looks like they are. Weiger should be okay for now.
Yeah, Nook actually, in his queue, he was able to look around to see if anyone had an angle on him. Because he used it and he did not see anyone, he was able to sit tight and heal up and recover with his team. They were going to go for the high ground, but I think they decided to go for a bunker instead once they got more vision in artillery. And now we are with Hammond Robotics.
That's exactly right. Hammond Robotics currently in a 6th place spot with 21 points after a solid game number 1, a decent game number 2, netting themselves quite a few points and a lot of kills in game number 2. Game number 3, unfortunately, they dropped 16th place and got 0 kills. That didn't help them in the overall standings, and that kind of put them down in 6th after being in the top 3. So we'll see if Hammond Robotics can bounce back here on Kings Canyon. Kings Canyon, of course, is a opportunity for teams that maybe just prefer Kings Canyon, maybe have a slight preference in terms of the map, the rotation. Some teams even like TSM. I know with the European broadcasts, we try not to bring North American teams up too much, but just a good example of one team in particular that changes their team composition based on the map. So we'll see if any teams can bounce back and play better in Kings Canyon. Teams like Flavor of the Month at 11th, maybe Alliance in 18th, Gambit in 15th really need a strong Kings Canyon showing.
Third Impact, having their Wraith player go down, Balin is going to try and recover him. He's trying to see if he's safe before he pulls the res, because if they get damage on him while he's resing, then he will die very, very fast. He wasn't able to get Siki out there, but they might be able to recover his banner and get him at a later time. There are a lot of res beacons close by, so they're going to have to play this one out as 2 for now.
Yeah, and Third Impact is another one of those teams that really needs a solid Kings Canyon second half, if you will. Currently in 20th place with 3 points, and those points were just a mere 6th place finish, really a consolation prize. They have not gotten one elimination yet, so Third Impact really going to need to bounce back. Third Impact Black, a team that we know is capable. We know this is one of the other teams that we talked not enough about, to be honest with you. You know, in terms of their names, their stories. You know, they performed very well in the summer circuit. They silently made their way in top 5 placements consistently, but really did not get the level of discussion from, you know, us and maybe some folks on Twitter. Not that they're not respected by top players, but we just got to do a better job telling that story of these guys, because they are a top team undoubtedly in Europe as well. Not right now, though, as they currently are in 20th place in this lobby. Meanwhile, major pushers. Speaking of teams that change their team compositions, here we go. Finally, an EU team from map to map. They ran the caustic meta on the first half, and now they're switching over to Bloodhound and Cleave, playing that notorious Bloodhound. That's going to fit their playstyle very, very well, as it looks like they're going to take out Sadaima. Really, really good start.
Oh yeah, they got Sadayama with the Hemlock headshots. The Hemlock is such a great gun. I always say that I love it. Super awesome gun. And you got to remember that getting into this grand finals is an accomplishment in itself. You're playing against the best teams in the world. You made it here. You are one of the best teams in the world. Whether you're in 20th place or 1st place right now, it does not mean that you're necessarily better than another, but you are playing better in this day today with these teams.
That's exactly right. I think, you know, you talked about it earlier. You guys were in the kind of lower echelon on the threshold in your last tournament that you played in to kind of making it, but because of South American teams getting let in, you didn't make it. But at the end of the day, you got to pay respect to anyone that can get within that top 20 in the Americas or in the North America region in particular. You know, that is such a difficult thing to do. There are hundreds of teams competing in the ALGS across all of our regions, and the competition is certainly high. And then, of course, there's thousands, millions playing online. So I gotta say, hat goes off to any team that can make it, let alone a team like Third Impact Black that does it consistently. But it looks like T-Rex is gonna find themselves in the engagement here. T-Rex, another one of those teams that are in 14th, really need a big showing. Zerifer, his return to competitive Apex Legends. This is his 2nd tournament since returning from trying his luck in Valorant and realizing, well, my true love here is at Apex Legends. We'll see if Zerifer can do it. And currently, it's not looking great for his teammate Dibbity. Zerifer's gonna heal back up. They should be able to reset, girl.
Yeah, so what T-Rex is doing these last few minutes is they've secured themselves a good spot. So they tried to use the Wraith portal as a kidnap earlier. They failed. Well, it's okay. They didn't lose anything, right? They waited for their next portal. Now they're trying to use it to get damage and kill points on another team. And they weren't able to get the damage or the kill points that they wanted to, but it's good to try. It's always good to try because they're not going to need their portal for a long time coming. So hopefully maybe they can coordinate here very shortly, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of coordination for T-Rex right now. It looks like they're just going to gently back out and reset. And T-Rex should be able to survive that fight. We'll, of course, try to keep our eyes on them. We got to check out some other action, though. It's Alliance. Find themselves in engagement. Not sure who it's with. The cross map going to trade some shots here. It's that Hemlock you know and love. Looks like the EMP is going to come through of the Crypto Drone, but I think it's Hotkeys and a couple others that are able to escape that base. I'm not sure if he had that luck. He's going to heal back up. He's going to reset, courtesy of Gibraltar doing Gibraltar things with that extra shield passive that he has. He doesn't have to heal up necessarily just yet, but he's going to get flanked, actually. A little ill-advised. Doesn't watch his 6. He gets taken out. It's actually going to be to the hands of, I'm not sure who it is on screen. It's Kashera and co. Rondon, post-kill, and Kashera. Take out Vase. They're going to neutralize. Alliance doing a good job containing this fight. They have such a strong team fight if they can get themselves in these 3 versus 3 fights. However, it's going to be Vase that gets taken out. This is looking a little bleak. This is looking a little dangerous right now for Alliance. It's going to come down to Badoli, the substitute again of this squad. Of course, as we know, he did such a good job last time around surviving. Rondon, last member alive. He gets tagged up quite a bit. Can Rondon do it? Can he be the hero? 1 versus 1, and no, he gets taken out. Just like that. Alliance out again, girl.
Yep, they were able to pull that off, and here we are with T-Rex. Why don't we take a look at their comms, see what they're strategizing, see what they're up to in today's game.
By the way, I forgot about it.
I have one.
I have 12 too. I have 12 too. I mean, I have 14 cells.
Shield battery.
Dropping bats here and Sergey's.
It's way too quiet, bro.
Yeah, it really is. What if it's
No
pulling
one
south?
is really fighting for it.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen, maybe it's just hard to get into because the teams outside are holding. Like,
Maybe,
everyone's playing
maybe.
edge maybe here. Because there are chokes, like, you have to go through chokes here.
Yeah. It's really fucking rough.
True.
The Gibby is standing on the door there, still.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see what it pulls.
If it's not on us, we fight that team. Like, kind of early, I guess. They're checking zone or crypto team.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. We could make this rotation, but where do we play off there?
Which?
Tunnel rotation here. On my
Oh yeah.
The thing is, we have. I guess we could play below here, right?
Oh, there's a fucking giant ship landing here.
Like, look at my ping, guys.
Yeah.
This should be playable.
Wait, is this ship fresh? I think, right?
Yes.
We can loot it then, and then rotate.
Yeah, we can go there. We can live there.
Yeah, I'm zipping.
There's some heavy here. I'm taking 20.
Bruh.
Blue backpack up there.
I'm taking actually.
Cool.
Heavy ammo here.
And there you have it. We got a little sense of how they're going to play this rotation. You heard a few things there, girl, and I'd love to get your thoughts. But we heard them say, if this ring does not end up on us, we fight this team. You know, they obviously did not fight the team that was nearby. It obviously goes to show how quick things change. You can't just make a decision and stick to it. Really, you have to operate in the gray. There's no such thing as black or white in competitive Apex, or really esports in general, as we saw right there. They decided not to fight the team. They looted instead, and they planned their rotation. I like that listening from T-Rex.
Yeah, and I am a little surprised that they opted to loot the ship, but honestly, they probably didn't have too much else to do with the teams surrounding them leaving the area. But they are healthy on their loot. They have double purple and a gold, right? So for me, I would think that they would prioritize moving a little early, but maybe they want to just move in with the zone later on. As they said, they're gonna loot, they're gonna move in later on, and Kick here. Moving on to them, they're trying to be a little aggressive. They were trying to get some kills there. in the building. They weren't able to, so they went back down. And honestly, right now, focus is get into the zone and find your spot. I believe we're going to see some fights coming up here shortly. Dippity's taking in a lot of damage. This is T-Rex. So they've found a close area to the zone. They're going to try and portal in under, but those charge rifles, that high ground, doing in a lot of damage to them. They'll be able to find a spot in the zone. Nobody is underneath, thankfully for them.
That's exactly right. Some nice bunny hopping coming through as well from, I think it was Dippity's right there, to manage to avoid some of that damage versus falling and putting himself kind of in no man's land. And now we're going to keep an eye on T-Rex as they're forced to make a rotation. I love that call out, and I want to just kind of double. I did it again. I just want to. I'm just kidding. I just want to double click on that point you made, though, girl, around T-Rex, their decision to loot. Sometimes, and honestly, I want you to stay confident in that analysis you had there, because I agree. They should have rotated early, and honestly, their loot was healthy. I think it's easy for players in Apex to just really resort to looting and to kind of default back to looting because it's the safe thing to do. Meanwhile, we'll talk about that later, because it's actually Alliance who, I think I said Alliance got taken out earlier. They got the elimination on Rondon and team, so they're still alive and very healthy with quite a few fully kitted Evo shields. Alliance in a great spot right now, but there is a defensive bombardment raining down, as I believe that is a friendly. And meanwhile, guess what? It's La Cité France, the #1 team in the lobby right now against one of the top teams in Europe. This will be an interesting one, girl, in terms of how this shakes out between these top two teams.
Yeah, unfortunately for La Cité de France, they're on the low ground, and Alliance has a really good spot. It's going to be really hard to push up towards them, so Alliance right now has the better angle, the better position, so they got to be really careful. If they take too much damage, Alliance is going to push down on them, but if Alliance takes too much damage, they're going to be able to recover. Oh, Vife's getting revived right here, and no, he is getting revived again. No, he goes down, actually. He ends up dying. He must have overpeaked.
Yeah. And Alliance has a minute that they just want to stay alive right now. They don't want to take negative trades. When we say negative trades, we mean trading shots with opponents where you lose or to get the lower end of the stick in that trade. And that's going to happen. They just got to, I think, turtle right there, play out the minute, and hope that La Cité de France has to fight a two-front war with another team third-partying. And unfortunate for them, they do the opposite. They take unnecessary trades, and now Alliance puts themselves on their back foot. And I think this might be looking bleak, much like Flavor of the Month, who gets taken out the top right of your screen. Unfortunate for the former Virtus Pro squad. They get eliminated, I believe, as well, as we see Taylor, Noth, and co. go down.
That was really well played by La Cité de France. I don't know what they did to get the down on Vibes, but they did it well. Their team shooting is incredible. Their communication must have been on point to get that shot on the high ground, and he might have overpeaked a little bit there. As a Pathfinder, it's so easy to get downed in these fights against pro players because their shots are spot on. Here we are with the zone, though. The zone, I don't think I've seen the zone too many times.
Yeah, it's an interesting finish here. And we always talk about these late zones and how much of it, of course, are unplayable land versus mountainous land or geography. And it looks like this is going to be about a 50-50 in terms of the finish. We'll see how things shake up. We're going to keep following T-Rex. We're now on board with Nessie right now. We also know Major Pusher's alive and well. They've gotten a couple eliminations. They're looking great. Nessie right now. Decent shield. Could use leveled up Evo shields, though. So they're just trying to trade some damage right now if they can to level up those Evo shields, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to matter the most in these late game fights. You will lose trades if you do not level up your Evos in the same way that we saw Alliance do. Obviously, it didn't work out for Alliance as they got knocked, but meanwhile, it's actually La Cité de France currently finding themselves in a pretty tough engagement. Le Binu is the last alive, gets the revive off on Psychop, and will it be enough? Will they be able to heal up and reset, girl?
I believe they weren't able to. I am not 100% sure. Nessie, though, here, triple purple, they were able to get a full squad wipe. And, okay, they were able to recover. That's good to know.
I think at least 2 of them were, but we'll, of course, validate that if we can. 8 squads left. Full squad right coming through for Nessie, though. You're spot on.
Yeah, so it looks like this zone is going to end very close to the building that I think we saw T-Rex in or nearby. Yep, they're really nearby this small building, so they don't have a hard rotation to go for. They're in a really good spot, I would say. They do have a Gibraltar, so hopefully they don't get eliminated too early by getting picked off here at the staircase. This is going to be really, really intense.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. So we say, metaphorically speaking, not only do we talk in hyperbole as casters, but we talk in metaphors. Their backs quite literally this time against the wall. as T-Rex is trapped in the basement right now with a team that is gatekeeping. Nice first shot from Courtney. You wonder if that's going to be enough. Will they decide to take action? No. Now is not the time. They are going to have to rotate. Here comes the portal. Portal will come through, and no, it looks like someone's going to actually be gatekeeping enough to offer that pressure. And I think they know there's something that the top team knows that we don't. Why can't T-Rex push? Well, there must be something there. It looks like despite Courtney's efforts of getting some good cracks with the Mastiff, it's not enough to push.
No, I don't believe they're planning to push. They only get the Gibraltar's gun shield down.
Yep.
So they're going to try and just put that bubble in the zone. They're fighting the team inside the building. North RPR, 1 shot, 2 shots, gets the down. His team absolutely squad wipes, but they're going to get third partied here.
That's exactly right. The third party comes through. North needs to some way, somehow survive. Taishin last alive, living on an absolute prayer. He's going to find the shield swap. He's desperately looking for it. Can't get it. North gets taken out. The fan favorite. And guess what? It's to the hands of the major pushers. They continue to perform. Speaking of performance, Les Cité France, LCDF, your current champions of the lobby still alive. Orglis and Hungry in second place, also alive. It is the battle of the top teams. It is the battle of the kings. It is the battle of the alpha wolves in this lobby to see who's going to win it with 4 teams left.
As Kate would ask, what is God's spot? Well, this is God's spot. Orlis and Hungry have the highest spot in the zone right now. They have vision on the whole area, but they get Krabered.
Unbelievable shot right there from Cleve, and that was much needed with Ranches currently down, but not out. Revive's going to come through. That's going to buy them some time. That's going to buy some time for, of course, the opponent team, which is Orglis and Hungry, currently in God spot, healing up. This is going to be a crazy finish, girl. We have Les Cité France. We have Orglis and Hungry directly above them. Only 2 members alive of LCDF. And then, of course, we have Major Pushers, who's been making some major noise throughout the entirety of this tournament. Major Pushers in 8th place right now. They need a big finish.
Yeah, they do not have their dome ready, but it might come up in the next 20 seconds. Maybe taking in a lot of damage. They're going to have to heal. 4 squads left, a couple of them near zone, but the one team in that building is going to have to move a lot here. So Major Pusher is going to have to make a portal, try and get into the zone. Hopefully he has his portal up, and the zone will be closing in 2 seconds.
It's going to come down to this. Whoever that is playing with death. Final destination, though, might say that you will die for playing with the Reaper. We'll see if that comes true as Cleve missed the 1 shot on Orglis and Hungry, and the Kraber needs to connect for the next. I think he actually might be out of ammo. I'm not sure who it is, not Cleve. Someone on Major Pushers. The ultimates are going to come through. The ring is collapsing. We have 2 minutes until it will be a final end, but Orglis and Hungry is content, holding this God spot, holding this high ground, and I think in the end here, it will be Orglis and Hungry winning this game.
Yeah, Matafe there getting the kill point that he wants. He might armor swap or he might heal, but he's more or less focused on what the other team is doing right now. Major Pushers, they have all this area to themselves. They're trying to hold it. They're trying to survive as long as they can. 2 squads left. I don't believe they'll go for the res. They're just going to have to try and 2v2 this, but I believe they got the revive on their teammate, and they're in a very dangerous spot.
And the Gibraltar is the one that's down, so they can't dome shield to survive. It's looking bleak. It's looking slim. And in the end, it is Orglis and Hungry who is your champion of game number 4, our first on Kings Canyon. Very well done for them. What a game that was. They had God spot, they held it perfectly, and they slowly just clamped the pressure on every other team. And really, bit by bit, they picked their targets, girl. They said, hey, first things first, Nessie, down to 2 members. Let's take them out. Right after, well, La Cité France is tagged up quite a bit. They're damaged. They have some casualties. Let's take them out next before ensuring that they can win the final 3 versus 3 fight against the very damaged Major Pusher squad as well, girl. Break it down what you just saw.
They had the God spot. They had the best spot in the game. No one could climb up onto them. Their shots were on point. They hit every shot. They were making sure they take out this target, take out this target. Just like you said, they were able to do it perfectly. The last team could not get the revive off. If they tried to, they would have heard it. They would have gotten pushed. And they just didn't have an angle to fight back, unfortunately, for them. So it was great played by Orglis and Hungry, and congratulations on the win, guys.
Yeah, it might sound like a cliche, but they truly were shooting fish in a barrel right there to close that one out. Congrats to Orglis and Hungry. And by the way, they're Orglis and they're Hungry. To break down the action, we got T-Squared and Kate. Take it away.
Oh man, Orglis and Hungry. I mean, you want to. This is one of the things, Tom. I feel like we've seen this because we talk about these themes of, when you go from World's Edge to Kings Canyon and how some of these, they talked about TSM having a different team comp per map. We're seeing these teams that are just like, no, we're going to take the momentum we had from Game 3 and we're going to make it Game 4 on top.
This is so big for Orgulous and Hungry, the momentum being carried over, but not only that, just the way that they're able to do it, so impressive in back-to-back games. Getting, like Girl was saying, to the God spot, so glad we were able to talk about that, and just going and, again, forcing players to fight each other, hitting their shots, pinging things perfectly. The best thing about having the God spot is it gives you time to go and plan what you want to do. And if you have that and you're one of the top teams, that's going to give you a huge advantage. And that's where we're looking at maybe a 10 to 15 point swing when we're looking at wiping a couple of kills and maybe getting about 3 to 6 kill points. We're looking at also getting a handful of placement points as well. So it's a huge deal going from a team that is maybe in shambles inside of a building to being in the God spot and picking up at least, like I said, 10 to 15 points on your way out right there. So to be able to do it in back-to-back games goes to show, like you said, Kate, it's not just one map. They're coming out in Kings Canyon, and now everyone has to watch out for what these guys are going to be doing in the kill feed the next 2 games.
Absolutely, Tom. And apologies, my cat has decided this is the time when he would like to be a part of the action. So, what a great piece of action it really was. And I know we'll have potentially some highlights or final moments here in just a little bit. But I'm curious, we talked about placement being really great in our last Orgulous and Hungry win in Game 3. I think one of the things I did notice, however, was the Kraber that Major Pushers really tried to use to pull down Orgulous and Hungry. I mean, I know we talk about it being the God spot. Beautiful, fantastic positioning. But is there a way to combat against that God spot? It felt like those shots that Major Pushers were trying to get out, those nice Kraber shots almost took them down.
Yeah, I think that on the same end, Orgulous and Hungry had a Kraber though too. So 2 Krabers in play towards the end. I don't think that you even really have to switch out your Kraber towards the end of the game. As long as you have something that you're confident with as your secondary, you could have anything going forward. Kraber is still good endgame if you hit a no-scope or anything like that. You could use it just like the triple take, try to hip fire it, try to go for a quick scope, whatever's kind of in your wheelhouse. And we saw that right there from Orgulous and Hungry. There was 2 players alive still. 1 player gets knocked down by the Kraber, but that is the only way to counter that is by sniping those guys. Maybe hoping that they make a mistake is one way. We saw Matafe drop down and you wonder, oh wait, is this a mistake? What's he need here? But he needed ammo, he needed an armor swap, and he wasn't going to be able to do that unless he went and freed that kill up. So he wants to go get the kill points. Also, he's playing Wraith, so he can go and drop down and bait other players out to go and try to make a mistake and try to come out from behind their hiding spot. So there's not much that you could do. Again, the hard spot is making the play to go and get to that spot because every other team is going to want it. So you have to either get there first, you have to fight teams for it, or you just have to fend it off for as long as possible. And that's what they did, and they did it again in back-to-back games. Very difficult to do, and we'll see if they can keep up the momentum. That's just unbelievable. They should really be proud of themselves, and it's a momentum-based game. It's a momentum-based team, and this could be their day.
I'm just saying, I mean, the domination was real, to be sure. We've actually got to take a look at that final moment and exactly how they dominated things, exactly how they used those chess pieces to their advantage. Walk me through exactly how Orgulous and Hungry found themselves in our final circle as champs.
Yeah, again, coming from the top side area allows you to shoot down on players. This is when Matafe dropped down. Again, you need to pick up ammo, things of those natures, has multiple armor swaps in front of him, so he's not too worried about it. Again, just methodically working your way down, never positioning yourself outside of a head glitch area, so that's why you see the railing being used back to back. Massive shots as the player is trying to hide behind that knockdown shield, and it doesn't really matter when you have 3 players going against 2, as long as no player just overextends themselves, gets knocked down, gets armor swapped, etc. You can't go and just send it on a player. You have to go and methodically go as a team. That's what they did, not being too cocky, and you don't want to get cocky at the end of the game. That's the last time that you want to go and do that. So again, perfect decision making just to get to that point, and then execution on top of it.
Well, and we talk about, I think you brought it up great, not getting cocky, because quite honestly, we talk about how these, it takes experience to know where these zones are going and rotating to, right? Where you remember where some of those those rotations are and how best to combat that rotation or how best to be within it. But then it also takes a lot of experience to know when not to shoot, when to take that to your point, that cockiness, and holster that for a hot second, and then use your head over exactly what else you could possibly be using to find yourself in the final circle.
Yeah, exactly. You have to decide when to pressure, when not to pressure, when to put damage, when to take damage. You don't really want to take as much damage, but looking at the points, you can see Major Pushers had themselves a good game too there with 12. Whoa. But it was Orgless and Hungary. They're going to build on their lead. We do see Lucide de France there in third, so they will be able to take over first place for Orgless and Hungary, but it still is going to be Lucide de France sitting right there. But North still in that conversation. We're starting to see a lot of these teams now starting to rise up towards the top, and we know the top 3 get paid, and the top 2 are the ones that make it into the playoffs. So that's where the bar is set right now for all these teams. They want to get the win. If they can't get the win, they definitely want to take second or third.
Nice, and here we are, those overalls, as you mentioned. Orgless and Hungary, Tom, taking a nice commanding lead over Le Cité de France. But of course, not to be outdone, Major Pushers and, as you mentioned, North coming in with those 5 kills just in our last game alone.
That's why this game was so important, Kate, especially for Orgless and Hungary. They come out here now, taking over the lead, 54 points, 5 points ahead of Le Cité de France. But now we start to look at the math, right? What is the most points that we've seen in a total game overall today? It's around 20 to 22 points. If you're not sitting anywhere inside of that top 7 area right now, you're most likely not going to have a good shot if you don't have a good game number 5 here. So this is the make or break for a lot of these teams that haven't stepped it up yet today. Here's their opportunity here to come through and make a statement and try to close it out in the final 2 games here of OT2.
Absolutely. Well, hey, speaking of things that we can throw to and be a part of, Level Up. We've got this great segment that actually Girl takes us through some of the finer points of jumping into our game. So I want to take a look at that right now.
Apex can get confusing when you first begin, so here's some tips to get you started. Starting with the drop. When you're dropping out of the ship, the first thing you want to do is take a look around. Look to see where other squads are heading. So most people landed behind us. Take a look at their dive trails. If they're Predator dive trails and you don't feel like you're up to par with a Predator, you might want to land further away. Pro tip. Right-clicking allows you to turn your head without turning away from the route that you're going. On World's Edge, some of my favorite places to drop are Fragment East and Sorting Factory, because they're heavily contested and give good practice. Kings Canyon, on the other hand, has multiple hotspots like Artillery, Containment, Salvage, Repulsor, Capacitor, and Gauntlet. The real question is, do you want to land safe, land hot, or land for loot? If you land hot, you might not be able to pick up armor or a gun, so you'll have to be fast on your feet. The good thing about landing hot, it's the fastest way to get in some fighting practice. Landing safe, on the other hand, allows you to survive the early game without a problem. You'll have armor and a weapon, and then you'll be poised to third party a fight. Landing safe also gives you more map knowledge and mid to late game fighting practice. Then, there's landing for loot. If you land for loot, you'll most likely get the guns that you want, the armor you like, as well as the attachments that can better prepare you for the upcoming fights. As a new player, it might be better to land safe in an uncontested spot, so you have time to figure out what attachments or items you feel more comfortable with heading into the late game. Let's go, baby! No matter how you land, make sure you land together every time you drop. That's why they call me the Queen of Apex.
That is a good point, absolutely. And you know what? I Girl does such a great job with these. Tom, this is one of those things where I feel like it's always great to come back to those fundamentals, to those basics.
Yeah, and sorry, Girl, I'm one of those guys that doesn't drop with the team. I'm over there like, oh, these guys want to go there. That place looks boring. I'm going over here. But I'll tell you what, I got one of those red Apex Predator trails, so hopefully they follow me. But yes, Girl, that's great advice. Love the breakdown for beginning players and also the more advanced players. But again, the loot, the drop, the most important part of the game, right off the ship.
Absolutely. Well, hey, remember, if you would like to be on our ship, twitch.tv/playapex then there's also the youtube.com/playapexcompete. And of course, follow us at playapex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you're on our show, 1,000 Apex coins richer to you. Whew, easy for me to say, but now it is time to jump back into gameplay. This is Onset and Girl, of course, of Level Up with Girl. So take it away, guys.
For our game number 5, the second of our games that we have on Kings Canyon here, and everything is set up for carnage in this particular game because, like Tom said, all those teams in the top 7, if they want an opportunity to call themselves a champion, this is the game they need to put points on the board.
Yeah, as Tom said, top 2, top 3, and top 10 are what people are really trying to go for right now. If they're around last place, one game could take them to top 10 if they have a really good game. And if they're at 5th or 6th or 7th place, they're gonna really try and push to get top 2 or top 3. Top 2 would be phenomenal. Gets you a golden ticket to the grand finals, the super regional finals, I believe it's called. But here we are with Weigers looting up. I really like this area of loot spot because they added a lot more loot areas, like with the crafting table and going around finding those extra bins on your rotations. It's not a bad spot to loot.
So they're going to be looting up, and they're going to be probably taking some tips from Girl as well. Shout out to you for that amazing video. For people looking to get into competitive Apex and level up their game, great tips coming in from someone who's definitely got that Pred Trail rolling behind them when they drop in off of the dropship. But August and Hungary, this is the team who are currently sitting at the top of the leaderboards, and a big game from them here. It could really put them on the edge of calling themselves a champion. Like I previously mentioned, a big game here for any team puts them in contention. But if you're top of the leaderboards, that is the place to be, of course. And how impressed have you been with this lineup? Because they've been a little bit hot and cold over the last few tournaments that we've seen them, but they really seem to have kind of found that chemistry and strung together an impressive few games here on Kings Canyon.
Yeah, Major Pushers, I believe, is in 3rd place right now, so they're really strong. They've got 3 purple armors. They're super happy. They're on that high of feeling good, playing good, and I believe they're going to continue to do just so. Hemlock R301, great guns to put on a Gibraltar. He's probably going to look for a shotgun later on for those big bubble fights. Normally teams with Gibraltars normally do carry a Mastiff or an EVA 8 for those bubbles because they're just the superior weapons for the bubble fights. You get damage, you peek in, you peek out, and you try and get some kills there. So they're gonna make their rotation in here on out, and here we are with 1, 2, 3 Apex.
1 to 3 Apex. Currently just outside of Rig at the moment. You saw where that circle is going to be going there. We've got the Pathfinder beacon lighting up in green for us on the map overhead. Capacitor heavily favored by that circle. However, I think a few teams are also going to be very aware that there are a lot of circles that kind of base themselves around the edge of Capacitor. And the thing about Capacitor, girls, if you get one of those buildings inside and it pulls out, because of the difference in elevation from the kind of the bottom of the bowl to the top of it, it's quite tough to fight out. So I think a lot of teams' position is going to be an interesting one for them here to see what spots they want to try and take.
Yeah, that's exactly right, as Fallout would say. That is exactly right. Sometimes they're going to be able to take, you know, the Wraith portal, the portal out from underneath, but it is such a hard rotation. You either take the zip line, you take the tunnel with the portal out, or you have to make your way around. But a lot of fighting going on. Gambit taking in a lot of damage, a lot of nades pointed towards them.
And Leogri using that grapple to get back inside of that building. You can see there's going to be a little wave through the window, a little peek over the fence of the neighbors just to say hello and just to let them know that they are there. But they're inside a Capacitor at the moment, so they're in a pretty good spot for the long game, and just a case of holding things down for them and trying to hold off anyone that is going to be trying to push in. And speaking of pushes, here's no creativity, and they've got a down, and it's Weigers and Crypt who will be taking down one of our top contending teams at the moment, the winners of our game number 1. Well, they've lost someone already.
Yep, they just took down 2 players, so they secured themselves 2 kill points, I believe. I believe they're around top 10, so they're going to push hard. They're trying to get some kill points early on, and perhaps they're going to make themselves in another top 3 situation later on and get themselves up there on the leaderboard. They want to continue to keep their top 10 spot. I know they're on the edge there, but here we are with Nessie doing a little rotation from water treatment. They ended up getting themselves some gold armor near water treatment, and that's surprising to me, but very good situation.
Yeah, it's surprising to me as well. Every time I drop around here, I just feel like I come out empty-handed. But they've got the luck of the draw here, and they've got things going their way. August and Hungry then. This is the team who are currently, like I mentioned, holding down that top spot on the leaderboards. They're inside of that second circle as well, and they've also got themselves a position here on the little no-name compound just to the south of where Capacitor is. So they're in a good position here to hold out any teams who are rotating from the south to the north of the map through those chokes around the cage area. So for them, who like to play edge of zone quite a lot and take those fights, I think they're going to be pretty happy with the position they've managed to rotate into.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be pretty happy, but compared to the other teams that we've seen rotating through these teams, they have double blue armor and white armor. So let's take a look and see what they're thinking, what they're planning with the voice comms.
Just a Watson running around. Guys, this guy's gonna go res. You wanna follow?
I'm down.
Fuck, no, let's rotate.
Feel like no, rotate.
I mean, he's 100% solo running to res, but come with me.
It's fine.
There's 100% red team in labs.
Could be, but we have 3 shotguns. So
I'm jumping for syringes, 1 tag.
Took one.
You have any jam on the focus. Just check the buildings. I kinda wanna hold all 3 buildings. Like fence the doorways, you know, and we play 1 on each on the roofs.
Yeah.
Let's go this way.
I'll play this one. Game plays this first. Nice. Good.
I don't wanna ult though.
No, I think you do.
Zipline. Coming here.
I just wanna be set up everywhere, you know. Like I want all 3 buildings set up.
You can go here, ult here as well, on me, next time.
Oh shit, yeah, true.
Next time. Silta, can you come to my building? I wanna go down there and loot the bin. It's not looted, one of them.
Yes. Just watch your west going.
Yeah, watch
I'm
west.
defensive, bro.
Okay, I'll wait. Just,
Not watching.
Yeah, I'll wait.
I'm gonna make a zip here.
That's
to
the
the
ult, Francis.
Okay. Do you have any extra? Can you place any extra?
No.
No, you have 10 placed. I think you have 2 up there.
All right, we can hear the comms there, and a lot of them coming from the mouth of Matafe, obviously the IGL for this team. What are your thoughts on the calls that he was making?
I will tell you my thoughts in just one moment. Shibak is in a 1v2 or 1v3 right now. He's trying to get the armor swap. He gets the armor swap off, but it's only a white armor. Unfortunately for him, he is in a pickle. Will he be able to get this blue armor? And he goes down. The blue armor was indeed dead. He ended up getting that kill point though right before he died, so it was good on him. And my thoughts about Matafe and his leadership are it's really cool to see what an in-game leader does and plans out for his team. So he decided, hey, I want to take this whole area. I want to take every single building around us. So when a team tries to push in to our little city that we are holding, then we'll be able to take them on in any building, any situation. There aren't too many teams around his situation of the map, but there will be a couple teams rotating in towards him. So we'll see what happens there later on. But they're getting the fences pulled out in a couple different buildings. It's not going to cover every door because Watson only has 12 fences to pull up, or 12 nodes, I should say, to pull up. So they've got a good situation, but like I said earlier, their armors aren't that high. 2 blues and 1 white. They're going to have a tough time rotating into the zone later on if it doesn't pull towards them. But it's really nice to see that leadership and to see the cooperation of a team.
Yeah, perfectly explained to everyone watching the importance of the IGL. Of course, Matafe doing what he does, and a shout out to his 2 teammates who have been performing phenomenally as well. Kuya and Yasilta really have been there to bring the powerhouse when they needed to in those team fights. Really have been phenomenal to watch. The chemistry between those 3 players really has been impressive for me today. But Weigers have managed to get themselves back up to a full complement here, having had that knock a little bit earlier on. Don't have the greatest of loadouts to work with as well. You're just looking across at the white armors, which isn't going to be, as you mentioned earlier, perfect for the end game. But 17 squads remaining here, as we are going to see Maidelo actually get knocked in the kill feed. But a big push now coming onto this building, and Nade's going to knock that door off, but Psybot is going to be knocked off of his zipline and be forced to queue out of trouble here to try and get into position to get those heals off. But it sounds like some shots are ringing out, but what a sneaky little spot this is for him to do that. But Le Cite de France, unfortunately for them, they will be falling left and right, and Nessie of the team up on top here are landing some big shots.
Yeah, Nessie are definitely getting themselves some kill points, that's for sure. JMW almost goes down by taking that portal, but he will end up being safe. The thing that you gotta remember is taking a Pathfinder zipline is one of the most dangerous things to take in this game, because you just get beamed by any pro player around, and that's kind of what we just witnessed with Le Cite de France, with Psybot getting away with 1 HP in that area. But unfortunately, he lost 2 of his teammates in doing so, and this is going to be a hard rotation for them.
A little bit of a visual bug here for Maidelo as well. Looks like he's at a rave, not playing Apex here on Kings Canyon, but he's managed to survive the situation. Alliance now inside one of these buildings, trying to stay alive as well as they're trying to make their way in. The Sentinel in the hands of Vibes here, and almost narrowly hit that shot, just skimmed him, giving him a little bit of a haircut as he poked out on top of those rocks. And now they're going to have to make that push in, because you see that ring is going to be closing. You don't want to be trapped in some of these areas on the outside of the map with the choke points they have to work through. This was a tough rotation here for Alliance. They're going to have to take a fight here and bully one of those teams out of position.
Yeah, they're doing really well with holding their position, and they do have a spot in the zone. But unfortunately for them, there is a team shooting them, so they're going to try and take a different approach. So they're going to take the other building right across from them, and it seems to be empty, so they'll be okay for this next zone rotation. There is a team on the high ground on that high wall poking at them, but they're not very dangerous quite yet, because they're only hitting for about 20 damage from the long range. So
well, Nessie here are going to be in a fight through this choke. As we see the bubble going down, they got the initial damage done, and now, like I mentioned, they're trying to be the bullies in the schoolyard here, forcing this team back and landing some shots to do it as well. We see Kuya actually being taken down here by JMW, so the team that they are fighting are August and Hungary, which is the team that is top of our leaderboards at the moment. Nessie looking to cause some trouble in our leaderboards, as we do see Maidelo getting taken down here. Alliance back into the fight now.
yeah, that was a really good rotation from Alliance. So they noticed that the other team went for the push. So they left their building, came in here to try and get some kill points. It's a really, really good rotation strategy from them. They know their backs are clear. They know they can rotate back whenever they want if nobody takes that building. And it didn't seem like anyone was going to take the building. And they were able to secure themselves some kill points. And Orglis and Hungary, they just did not have the HP to survive a push because of the blue armors and the white armors. As I said earlier, the rotations are going to be rough, and it was rough for them.
Well, you can see from the map overhead, if we can bring that up again to see where that Pathfinder beacon is, look at that pull. From Zone 1, I think not many people would have predicted where this zone is going to be ending. Everyone would have thought Capacitor is feeling pretty good. And now, like I mentioned earlier, those teams who might have thought that early are going to have some super tough rotations to make. You can see it's finishing just between the rig and swamps, kind of in that lowlands area. So teams rotating in from low to high. There's one building inside of that zone that you can see that is going to be open, but we have seen that zone that ends just between that choke, just on that low ground above where the big dividing walls are that you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen inside that green circle. So a very interesting zone here, and you can see by where all these teams are positioned, a little bit of a surprise for many because nobody is really set up inside of that circle as yet.
I believe a lot of the teams have seen this zone, actually, but it's hard to predict. How on earth, if a capacitor is like 50% or 70 or 80% in the zone in the beginning, how are you going to predict the zone pulling that way? But you know what some teams will try and do? They're going to try and take the labs portal later on. There's at least going to be 1 or 2 teams try and take the labs portal, try and get themselves on that, you know, like great wall of Apex. I don't know what people call it, but they're gonna try and take that wall because that wall has a really good high ground when the zone does get smaller. But for a lot of teams, it's gonna be a really, really rough rotation.
Enemy over there.
Great shots with the scout here coming in from Vifes. Knocking a couple of HP off of that player, just trying to hide behind that rock and stay alive. And you can see that they've got to make their move in. They've got a minute 30 to decide how they're going to try and do it, as well as we see Haki's trying to get a little bit aggressive here, going into the void to try and take another angle on this team that is currently set up in that choke. 14 squads remaining as well. So 6 squads have been taken down since the start of the game as we move towards the latter stages of ring number 4, and you can see that Alliance are making their move now, and it looks like they're going to try and sneak maybe a rotation in through the low ground here. Interesting strategy coming in from Alliance.
Yeah, they're going to try and get their way back. So the path that they took to get here, they're just going to have to reverse and go the opposite direction, get that building that they were previously in. And Balan getting these nice shots in from across the map. Unfortunately, wasn't able to secure any kill points, but Third Impact does have a really good angle on these teams.
Yeah, Third Impact with the Kraber in hand as well. Jazaz, the featured player from earlier on, has the opportunity to hit some big shots and pick up some big knocks as well for his team on those teams that are trying to rotate from Capacitor. Speaking of which, you can see it there. Jazaz hitting a big shot there onto Ozus. Takes him down, gets the knock. So the Kraber being effective at just holding these teams out. And at the moment, Jazaz has kind of got free reign here. They're inside the circle, Third Impact. He's got the Kraber in hand, and anyone that wants to challenge, well, they're going to be met with a bullet either to the chest or the dome.
Yeah, they have a really good spot, but it's also a really bad spot because there's so many teams around them. Wow, that was a really nice shot on Sadiyama. Sorry, Sadiyama, you're out of the game. But yeah, like I was saying, they have a good spot, but it's also a bad spot because everyone's going to be trying to rotate to get onto their spot. So they can't get carried away with looking at one spot for too long. They're looking left, looking straight ahead, and looking right all at the same time.
Head on a swivel. As you can see, Jazaz, trigger discipline, just waiting for that perfect shot with the Kraber. Almost hits that shot on the player who just manages to hop into that portal at the last second. He's going to keep his eyes on it, though, to see if he can finish off some of these kills. Unfortunately, he can't. Speaking of finishing off Nox, it's going to be Bodoli and Alliance who are set up on top of the Great Wall of Apex, as it is now officially called, named by Girl. Write that one in the record books because it's officially what it's called forever now. But at the moment, this position you were talking about, again, showing its power, the high ground, just raining down shots on these teams.
Yeah, Alliance, I believe, you know, have the God spot. They have this whole area to themselves. They have the God spot for now anyways. They have no creativity going down. Oldest, last one alive, absolutely good effort, but North taking in the victory on this one.
North falling from the skies like thunder in that particular battle. And now they're going to be having to hold off a third party here. Tashin with the Mastiff in hand is going to have to hit some big shots. That's one of them. Pushing up now to try and finish off the Watson. There's 2 for Tashin. Can he get the full wipe? His teammates are there to help him out. But what a play there from Tashin to keep North's hopes alive in this game number 5.
North just secured themselves so many kill points there, and if you're gonna third party North, you're gonna have to do it fast, because if they get the armor swaps off, you're in for a really hard fight, and that's what they did, and they ended up securing the third party. They ended up winning, and they've got themselves a few kill points under their belt, but also some placement points. They're in top 5 here. There's only 5 squads left in this final zone.
And the good thing for them is the teams that were at the top of the leaderboard, Le Cité France and of course August and Hungary, I believe both of those teams have been eliminated from this game, so that means they won't be picking up as many points as North have available to them. So a big game here from North can put them right back into contention, but one team who are already in contention is Major Pushers. They got a position down on the low ground here. They're pretty close to that circle as well, so they can hold some teams out, trying to make those late rotations, as now we're down to our last 5 teams.
Yeah, Major Pushers once again in our top 3 as of now. Weigers with Nook only last one surviving. He's just going to try and play for placement point, but he goes down.
Easy bubble down there for Major Pushers. It's going to protect them momentarily. Big shots from the Vault as well. Is going to crack some shields, but there's another team trying to sneak into the bubble, and it looks like Ranches isn't too happy about it. Here comes a potential third party, but the team look like they decided to try and take the high ground away. It's going to be North now, who have just won another fight here, as Tashin's trying to get that armor swap. There's players above him, there's players below him. This could be the end for North, as Badoli is going to be landing shots with the flat line. He wipes North. 3 squads now remaining.
Yeah, only one person on North remaining. Alliance with the high ground, with the best spot. They're going to go and take out the last person on North. He gets onto the high ground, though, but he ends up falling down.
It's icy on the top of the Great Wall of Apex, and unfortunately for North, the player slips off. The Pathfinder didn't quite make the grapple. That means that Alliance could move in, clean up shop, and Alliance will take your game at number 5 here. A big confidence boost for them, but an interesting game as far as the leaderboards are concerned here, girl, because a few of those teams, like I mentioned, that were at the top of the leaderboards didn't pick up huge points in comparison to the chasing pack. So that really throws a cow among the pigeons.
It does, and that Alliance whole game is a VOD to watch because they played every step perfectly. The rotation was perfect, but also they weren't scared to give up their game-winning spot to go third party, get some kill points, come back, take the high ground, take the god spot, and end up winning the game. Their shots all hit. Their decision-making was impeccable. It was great.
Yeah, it really was an impressive game there from Alliance. I want to see what the leaderboards are going to be looking like, though, and I'm sure that Kate and Tom are currently got their abacuses and the calculators out to try and work things out. So we'll go back over to them on the desk. Gents and ladies, it's over to you.
Man, I'll get my my abacus ready there, Tom.
Yeah, you got one?
No, couldn't even tell you. Probably could Amazon one, but we'll see there. You know, this is great because Alliance is one of those teams that we hear about all the time. They're always on our top 5, right? They're always one of those teams to keep your eye on. How is it that we find them now on top here, especially when you've got some of those late game teams, Major Pushers, North? I mean, so much contesting happening here.
Yeah, they're in the top 5 in the previous OT. Now they're putting together in game number 5. Just like we were saying, going into this game, this is when all the pressure starts to build on the teams that haven't performed yet today. So now Alliance, instead of cracking underneath the pressure, they come through. And this isn't just big for today. This is big for their entire autumn season, because you have to keep in mind, just like Girl was touching base on, you want to get top 10 here, and you want to secure yourself into the next OT. You don't have to go through the weekend gauntlet. We've already seen a lot of top teams not make it through there. So these guys want to come through and not only give themselves an opportunity for the next one, but continue to rack up the ALGS points if they don't place in the top 2 right now, so you can go and make your way into the playoffs based on that. So every game really matters. All of the points and kill points matter. But Alliance came through, just like they were saying, playing that perfectly, taking the high ground, the Great Wall of Apex over there, and just reminded me, you know, when I see Alliance up there, I'm just like, it's over, everybody. Alliance has the high ground.
Just go home. And there was an interesting mention there, because the truth is, when you come to those final circles, obviously you have to do all of your executions, to your point, well. But you also have to make sure that you're not that the other teams aren't making mistakes. When we saw a couple of mistakes in this late game, that really cost some teams their potential position.
Yeah, and it's also exciting to see these zones that play into Pathfinder's hands. And Kings Canyon has all of these areas where you can get this ultimate high ground and lock down some serious spots compared to World's Edge. World's Edge, you do have a lot of spots that you can go and hold, but for the most part, it's buildings. A lot of people can get to the same spot. One zip line there to get to that wall is all Alliance needed. Yes, they had multiple opportunities with the way that they rotated and having a majority of their back clear, but that allowed them to go and do what Girl was saying, which is not just win the game, get a lot of kill points along the way. And that's huge, again, because they you got to consider they didn't have a good first 4 games.
They needed domination, and domination they seem to have gotten. Now let's take a look at those Game 5 leaderboards and see exactly what the math says about that domination and see exactly what we're going to be looking at here from the overall standpoint here after our Game 5. No surprise, double digits, Alliance and North. My goodness gracious me, all at the top here, Tom.
This is big for North because they're in the running right now. They had good games previously, so will that be able to bump them a little bit closer to Orglis and Hungary or La Cité de France? Not quite sure, but we're going into game number 6, not seeing any of those teams on the top 10 here and seeing North on that list. Weigers coming through 5th place. We know that they took first in the previous first game here, and Third Impact finally coming up on the board too, but it's going to be a little too late for these guys. Teams like North now, Alliance coming through at the very end, but it's going to come down to La Cité de France, it's going to come down to Orglis and Hungary, and maybe a couple other teams when we go and look at these overall standings.
Well, let's take a look at those overall standings. I can't wait. Let's go for it. We want to see which teams are coming out and how the overalls may have changed. I don't know. I always like to see this because I'm not great at math anyway. Whoa, okay. Okay, Orglis and Hungary still dominating at number 1, but less I mean, really 2 points are basically, it's what's going between 1, 2, and 3 here, Tom. Oh, and 4. Holy gosh.
Yeah, then you have Major Pushers up there just flying under the radar, but consistent the entire time. Coming in only 4 points behind. So I don't think we've ever had a game number 6 where it's been this close within the top 4 here, where any single team, even a team like Alliance, Kick, Nessie, teams that have at least 29, say Weigers even, yeah, there's an opportunity here for them to come through and win this tournament still. Yes, Orglis and Hungary, the rest of these teams wouldn't have to have a good game in order for that to happen, but you're looking at that top 4, and that's the closest we've seen it in the ALGS.
Wow, you are not wrong. Yes, this is definitely as even a lobby as we have seen in gosh, yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain remembering when we've had a similar experience, and I just don't remember any, and so I think you're absolutely right. Tom, if we're looking at this, as this is a relatively unique situation for these teams, I want you to put your coach hat back on, because I love that you've been a coach, you've been a player, now you're obviously doing commentary, you're doing casting. What do you tell your teams that are coming in that are so close to the next spot up? What do you tell these guys? I mean, is this Hail Mary time, or is this stay the course time?
Yeah, it's stay the course time. This is, you played so well so far. If you've already been sitting in the top 4, there's no reason to change anything. But it's just stay positive and let's just bring out our best game right here. It doesn't happen by playing average. It doesn't happen playing, you don't win this by playing how you've been playing the first 5 games. This is the game that you have to play the best. This is when the game is going to get a little bit more fast paced. It gets a little bit unpredictable. It starts with the drop. You have to come through, and I'm glad we had the tips with Girl earlier. It starts with making sure that you're not getting contested over at your spot, because now we go into a scenario where anything could happen in Game 6. We have teams that are desperate to get in the top 10. We have teams desperate to get in the top 3. And we have teams that really, really want to win. So you may be sitting in 3rd place right now, like a team like Major Pushers, and next thing you know, someone's landing that hasn't been landing there the entire time next to you. And they're trying to take you out because they're trying to take your spot, or they're just trying to rack up kill points so they didn't realize that's exactly where you were going. So that's where it starts. It starts with landing, getting in your spot, securing your loot, and then immediately just getting towards wherever this end zone is going to be.
Well, speaking of end zones, we have our final moment that I'd love you to bring us through exactly how we have found ourselves here going into Game 6 with such an even playing field. Tom, bring me through.
Yeah, so it's all about this wall and making sure that you're not taking unnecessary damage. We see here you're just rocking the bubble for Alliance, going and baiting and switching. It's going to be Hackies coming in and laying down the initial damage. While all that's happening, it's up to one player, typically the Pathfinder, to lock down the wall and make sure that nobody else is coming in trying to take that spot. You can see North, that was what their thought process is. They tried to get up there, but McDoley was saying no, not having any of it, as the rest of his teammates were just laying down cover fire over towards the head. So he could grapple back up top, but he wants to make sure that he's anchoring and making sure that he's able to down cover fire over towards the head. So he could grapple back up top, but he wants to make sure that he's anchoring and making sure that he's able to do whatever he needs to do to take the angles necessary for his team to win.
That is true. And there is that zip line, that all-important zip line to get you to the top of the Great Wall of Apex. My goodness. just done so incredibly well. I can't even handle it. So at this point, I want to make sure that, the reality is we are coming into a Game 6. It's going to be their last chance. As you had mentioned, our top 3 teams get the money. Top 2, however, get placed. They get their tickets stamped. Plucked? What do they call it, Tom? Punched?
Punch, yeah.
Punch a ticket? Anyway,
Stamped?
over to our playoffs. Stamp a ticket. Sure, I'll go
It's
with all
passports.
of
We're
those.
going overseas. Let's just stamp the passports, okay?
Let's stamp it real hard, and they get that way to our playoffs. But of course, it really requires, you can't just rest on your laurels. And Tom, I think you mentioned it earlier. You got to stay consistent. You have to come back again and again. Get that overall ALGS points total up. And really do a job here, because while this is towards the end of our competition here today, it's really just the beginning of our autumn online tournament.
Yeah, it really is. And again, that's why it's so important to rack up these points for your team early, to not have any bad performances. A bad performance not getting inside the top 10 could really hurt your overall chances to make it into the playoffs going forward. So we were talking about that earlier. That's why it's so important for teams like Alliance to pick it up. Again, excuse me, I wouldn't be surprised even in this final game to see a team like Gambit, one of our teams to watch and one of the stronger teams in EU, come through and win this game so that they could go and play spoiler and then push themselves into the top 10. So that's why these teams in the top 4 need to play discipline. They need to stick to the game plan, not do anything too crazy. Don't overextend on anything. Just go through your processes of all your practice and hard work that you've gone through.
Nice. Well, hey, listen, that is a great coach, and I love that so much. You know what else I love? Tweets! I love them, Tom, and we have 3. We've got some tweets. I don't know.
Let's see them.
Sounded so silly. Let's take a look at those tweets. Low standards, but Apex is life. Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? Well done. That is ingenuity, for sure. That is a
What is the low standards? I don't get it. I don't get
small
it.
screen, maybe? I don't know. I think they're doing a great job here, actually. Oh, they're watching on
What's
their
wrong
phone.
with that? I watch on my phone all the time. Listen, not everybody has the crazy setup like we've seen some of these pictures being sent towards us, okay? Nothing wrong with watching the phone with your bud, hanging out. See, I mean, just look. We all can't be that comfortable with. I think that's like a pasta pizza dish with the socks and the big screen TV with the nice brick in the background. Okay.
Man, okay, so they're doing it right. Well, welcome. Well done there, Broken Nerd. I mean, just come on. That's awesome. That is comfy, and that looks really good. Going for lunch here soon, here, Tom. That looks delicious.
Yeah, that also looks like a danger zone for me and my clumsiness. I would definitely spill drinks on that couch, but. There's a nice little computer setup here, watching ALGS EU files while studying. It's Flipster. We know you're not studying. We know you're really just watching that the entire time. Because Game 6 is coming around the corner.
That's right. Just around the corner.
The law can wait.
Oh my, I just read law student. Oh my. Well, that's wonderful. I mean, well done you, friend. That's a great idea. Keep studying. But keep it here with us, of course. We really appreciate you. And as we mentioned, because those fabulous people have been a part of our show, they're each going home with 1,000 Apex coins. 1,000 coins for being on our lovely program here. So make sure that if you'd like to have 1,000 Apex coins. And Tom, I can't think of one person who wouldn't want 1,000 Apex coins.
Yeah, no doubt. Law school's expensive, especially.
That's right, Tom. Coming in with that analysis and that strat. Good point. Absolutely. Well, if you would like to be a part, go ahead and give us a follow at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS, and then tweet at us. Tell us what you're doing. Tell us where you're doing it. Tell us what you're watching and how you're watching us, and what pasta dish that was, because now I'm curious. And make sure that if you see us yourself up on our screens, then you get your 1,000 Apex coins. We love that. Hey, you know what? We are going to make sure that you are a part of all of the action. And that is going to be by going to twitch.tv/playapex or youtube.com/playapexcompete. As we mentioned, follow us at playapex. Use that hashtag ALGS. We're all over the place, and we love you for it. But you know what? More importantly, Tom, I know you have been coveting this Lenovo Legion laptop, and I want to quick tell you that there's a giveaway. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear about it.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you about it. It's called the Autumn Circuit giveaway. It's your chance to win these brilliant pieces of machinery from a free one, actually, from the Lenovo Legion's PC or monitor sites. You know what? If you want to go ahead and visit, here's that link. Look at it. Memorize it. Write it down, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. And here is the kind of laptop you are going to win. It's the one that looks so pretty that you've been seeing all over the place. It's the i7 processor. Here's the deal. Lenovo is bringing the world's best gaming laptops, desktops, keyboards, all to market with their True Strike technology. That's how you've been seeing all of what we're doing here from our home straight into yours. It's that model, that 7i processor, or that i7 processor, it's going to be the grand prize in this Autumn Circuit giveaway. Their PCs are built with the best components, allowing them to perform at the most competitive levels in esports, as you are seeing right now. Some of the best panels in the market with a minimalist design, making them stylish on the inside, but stylish on the outside, but savage on the inside. Much like myself, Tom. I can't believe I haven't used that joke more.
Sorry, I was dancing to the music right there. It was kind of the beats and the commercials from the Lenovo squad, man. I love them.
They are on point for sure. Well, let's head over to gameplay right away. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Here they are, our casters extraordinaires. Enjoy.
Kate, you're the greatest. T-squared, you're even better. No, I like Kate a lot more in that duo. No, I'm just kidding. Love both you guys. Great job as always on the analyst desk. We're just going to continue this theme that we had from rehearsals of just kind of lately roasting each other, because you know what? That's what families do. Fallout here, joined alongside Girl. Speaking of roasting, I made fun of your Apex Legends gameplay earlier, and I still feel bad about that. Girl, can you forgive me?
Every time you say roasting, I'm thinking of food, but
You're thinking marshmallows?
you know, I'm thinking of marshmallows. I'm thinking of roast beef. I'm thinking of anything I could think of right now. But,
Girl's hungry. Girl's hungry. Well, she's hungry for some Apex because Game 6 is here. And I know she's most hungry for a great game number 6. So let's break it down for y'all real quick, all right? Here's what we got. Weigers, new esports, are qualifiers from the Autumn Circuit online tournament number 1. They punched their ticket, or stamped their ticket if you're T-squared, into the grand finals, into the playoffs of the Autumn Circuit. Right behind them, also to come some prize pool, was Third Impact Black. Well, guess what? None of those two names are currently in our top 4, as we have Orgless and Hungry in first place today with 54 points. LCDF, La Cite de France, with 49 points. Major Pushers with 45 points. And North, the fan favorite, with 41 points. Chat, we're going to do listen-ins today. You already know we do these little things called listen-ins. We know you guys like North, so blow it up with North in the chat real quick if you want a North listen-in, and we will do our best to make it happen. Let's manifest North, who needs your help right now. They're down by 13 points to take home a first-place finish. They can certainly do it with the big game here. Girl, your thoughts?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of pressure in this last game. 20 squads alive, already some fighting going on. Like Tom said, there are people competing for first and second, for second and third, and also for top 10. There are so many squads playing today that are in, what would you call it, are in contesting to get to top 10. So there's just so much that can happen. There's so much stress and pressure onto these teams in this very last game. And Weigers Nook going in, getting the first down of the final match in this last game today.
That's pretty big. You know, we know Weigers, won the last tournament. Well, guess what? Today they're in 6th place. They're pretty far behind the top 3 in terms of being in the money. They've already punched their ticket to the playoffs later on in December. So Weigers currently in a good spot for the Autumn Circuit. Of course, they're already there, but they want to be in the top 3. They need to pop off. So I'm expecting to see Weigers play with aggression. They have nothing to lose. They've already qualified. They just are really playing for experience and cash money at this point. So excited to see if Weigers decides to really change their gameplay and play aggressive. I don't know what team comp they're running, but I would have loved to see them change it up and say, you know what, let's go Bloodhound. Let's go with the team compositions that we need in order to drive success and getting us into that top 3 to make some cash money. We'll see if that's the case. Meanwhile, Exorcism, another squad currently in 11th place that need to pop off game. They're just running the traditional Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson combo, which we say traditional. If you're maybe new to Apex Legends, this is the same team composition in 3 Legends that has been really the standard, or was the standard, especially in the preseason. That was back in our Poland Krakow preseason invitational. If you did not go watch that tournament, go to YouTube, look up Apex Legends preseason invitational. It was one of the best tournaments ever with that epic match point format. It was awesome. You saw a lot of this team comp. You saw a lot of Pathfinder. You saw a lot of Wraith. and you saw a lot of Taishin. And guess what? One team that continues to use this team comp and continues to do it with success is North. And they are currently in 4th place. You asked for the listen-in. Well, guess what? We are going to deliver on that listen-in. Let's go ahead and jump in to a listen-in with North to understand their strategy.
And we can zip. Oh, this is fenced.
Yeah, there's people playing there.
100% or?
I think so.
47.
I'm going down the vault then. Or what?
We can still play here. I still want to play here. I just want to like break the fence and then play.
Can we go down the vault real quick and clear that out?
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Come with me. I don't want to get stuck here.
I'm really laggy right now.
Same. Okay, listen to me. We're gonna. Everyone got ult?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Come with me. We're gonna have to risk this. Okay?
Zip over and fight them.
I don't think there's anyone there. I think they just fenced it.
We can try.
They're shooting
over there.
I broke the fence.
If they, wait, might they look? They might look.
We fucking die on zipline if we take it.
Yeah, I know. Fuck, it's bad.
I think we just control here for now, no, right?
We just said stay here for now. Yeah. No.
I can fence up in front of us now.
Guy in the open here. Stop watching in the open. Look.
Craig, 100.
And on the roof.
I can't. I'm lagging so much.
I'm putting Jan down
Okay,
under.
Don't fight then.
Dude, holy shit! I'm rubber banding right now.
Man, I don't see anyone there. They didn't re-fence either.
Do you want to just put a zip over and you can peek?
Yeah, maybe.
Can you prepare the zip already, maybe?
Yeah, make.
So they
Someone
don't hurt
landing
the
on us.
zip.
Landing on us here. They're landing
I'm
on
below.
us. They're landing on us.
There, go down low.
Oh yeah, no, don't go down.
Come up.
Listen, let's move here.
And just put a gen down here. We're good here. We have a
No,
good
I can't. I need to full heal normally.
Yeah, okay.
I just wasted my gen below.
We might have to
This
go.
is good. We're good here. We're good here.
They re-fenced this. Fuck.
No.
You know, if you wait longer, maybe they fight on the other side and we zip over.
Man, is it possible to make a fucking zip up there?
He just zipped up. No, never mind. Sorry. I just heard a zip up.
Jumping.
I wanna fence it. Carry, hold me, please.
Yeah. No.
They're looking at you. Careful.
This is bad, man.
Rubber banding.
We have a
We're
gen
gonna-
spot though.
I'm gonna go through. I kind of want to
he's
zip line
looking
over
here.
here. Just go
He's
full
got
ham.
blue armor. What'd you
Good
say?
or not?
I kind of want to zip line over here. Just take the fight, but dude, it's so hard when they're looking at us.
They have a blue on Watson with a fucking triple tick.
Let's go this way.
I kind of want to fight these guys so fucking hard down at the vault.
No, we can't because the vault, they were gonna get turret instantly.
Yeah.
Sadly, couldn't fence it, man.
Our only 3v3 we can take is this one, bro.
Yeah.
We hard chillin'. We hard chillin'.
Someone just died here in the middle.
I don't know.
We'll just wait. Let's see. Let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think at the end of the day, if we have to do this, we do this, man. There's nothing else we can do. I'd rather do that than fight two teams north.
Yeah, at least we can't get shot where we're standing right now in the back.
Yeah, we're really safe here. And this is gonna be in for a while.
I think the only thing we do is you guys take the zip and I go all the way up here and just jump down on their heads.
What is that zip?
No, I'll make the zip over there and I queue up on top of the mountain and go over and shoot them in the head.
Can you do that? Can you even be on the top of this mountain without dying?
I have no idea.
That's the problem.
I have no idea, but it's an element of surprise. We jump it down their fucking head if it works. If it doesn't,
we
fucked.
We just
wait. They all three just zipped over here. All three just zipped. I should
listen. We just stay here for as long as we can. Look at our zone.
Yeah.
We hard chillin'.
Just
You
stay
want
here
to
for as long
I
as
can't
we
even
can.
zip line up and test it.
Tashin, you can just fence if you want.
Yeah, I wanna fence up in front of us, but they're shooting me. If I do.
I'm looking at the Pathfinder.
I'm going. Just wait. What's the
I'm here.
is that?
He's looking though. He's looking.
No,
It's not
no,
working.
no.
You can just zip our place, our little box.
Do you want to put a zip line down?
We have to be really We have to be really smart with our gen, okay? Because
put
we
zip line
can
down
get
right now,
naded off this bitch.
Yeah. We just gotta have like a.
Jet spawn
a
on
gem
me
right
here.
here.
Look, jet spawn on me here. Look.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if anyone's there or not.
I don't know.
Alright, we just play time here. Nothing else we can do.
I guess if we have to go, I have to fucking just like go over on top of them, just queue up here and just fucking trying to shoot them.
I don't know if you can stand up there. You might just.
Me
drop
neither.
down.
They went out. They went out.
I'm getting shot.
One guy just went out there, I think.
I'm gonna gen here. Mandy.
Is that a lifeline drop? Oh no. What is that? Remove a respawn. There's only 2 of them.
Can you
Yo,
go?
I might die, I might die.
Go
Yo,
away,
I need
Bendy, from this corner. Fuck, they see it, dude.
I think this is better.
They're only a duo below. That's a mobile respawn, bro.
Yeah, we should go down.
I can port down. I can port down.
Look at him, look at him.
I'm using shield and I'm porting down. Come.
Tell me if you want to go.
I don't have Q though. It's all fenced. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know if we can do this though, actually. Actually, I don't think we can, bro. It's all fenced below. I need a nade or something below.
I have here.
I don't think that's gonna break the fences.
I don't know. If there are only 2 down there, we can go fight them.
I have an Arc Star.
I only saw 2 fly, so I don't know. And
Maybe you can go down. You can go down. If you get hit, you just queue up again.
No.
I might die because there's fences, bro.
I have an Arc Star if you want to.
Give me one.
Maybe I Arc Star, you jump with the Arc Star? Oh, no,
yeah, he's I think the only 2. I only need the 2.
I broke 1 fence. There's still 1 more fence. I think he's sitting on it. Yeah, he's remaking it. Yeah, I can't break those fences. It's cancerous.
It's okay. Don't force it. It's okay.
I mean, if they res, we just get a kill, and then we kill them from the outside.
Yeah, just let them rest, I guess.
It might not even end on water treatment. It might actually end like maybe up there or maybe in this compound.
There's an ending right here on us also.
Is it?
Pull us. Yeah.
That's huge.
There's an ending on us.
How many ult axles do you have, Tashin?
I have 1. I have 1, bro.
Because the most important thing here is that we don't get naded the shit out.
Yeah.
I only have 4 cells in a bat.
If something shit happens, this is gonna be the spot for the gen. Like, don't stay here, okay?
Yeah.
After? I have 4.
This is insane. This spot right here, Tashin, is insane.
Yeah,
right
you can
here.
also put it right here for gen, and they can see it from there.
Yeah, nobody can see it there.
Okay, sounds
They're
good.
trying again, bro.
They're trying again.
Oh no, it pulls to the houses 100%.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
This is like the freest kills in the entire world.
Yeah, they're looking at us here as well. They're gonna hold that.
Care package over there.
They're gonna take the drop here.
If people are gonna kill each other anyway. He's zipped out.
32.
Hit 40.
And look, that may have been one of the longest listen-ins we've engaged in, but 1, it's North. You guys love North. And 2, that was just such a unique situation, girl. And I'll say to any viewers, if you're looking to take a college course or any lessons on lynda.com or something on problem solving and conflict resolution, just watch an Apex broadcast instead, because we just got to witness all of it, girl. Very, very interesting stuff. North with literally their backs against the mountain. What do you do in their situation?
We'll talk about that in 1 second, but here we are with Alliance. Hack is going down, so it's all up to Vice and Badoli. Hack is getting picked right back up by Vice. Really instant pickup. They're going to be okay. They're going to recover and get back into the zone. But what I think about that was really interesting to watch. It was really intriguing to see all of the different outcomes that could happen. And one thing that they didn't mention in their comms is if they do push that 1 team, the team behind them has the zip line that they have placed to push them in their back. So hopefully that doesn't happen to North, but it is also another possibility.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll keep an eye on the elimination feed to see if that happens. Meanwhile, Gambit gets taken out by their arch rivals, their arch nemesis Alliance, 2 of the longest lasting top tier orgs and teams in Europe. You know, Virtus Pro used to kind of be in that ring, but really it's Alliance and it's Gambit as our 2 teams that have been doing it since the Apex preseason invitational we talked about moments ago. This time, it's Alliance that gets the upper hand. Of course, last broadcast, it was Alliance in 4th place and Gambit in 6th place in our Autumn Circuit online tournament number 1. Third Impact Black in 3rd, New Esports in 2nd, and Weigers in 1st, with, of course, Le Cite France in 5th place and Major Pushers in 7th. That's how things wrapped up in our last tournament. We are now, of course, in online tournament number 2 as part of the Autumn Circuit. And for those that are maybe just watching and are saying, hey, what's this ALGS thing all about? What's this Autumn Circuit thing all about? You know, 1, we like our seasons here at Apex. 2, we have 4 online tournaments and the top 2 teams from each tournament qualify for these regional playoffs, where you have a chance to compete for your share of a very, very large overall prize pool in those grand finals. Top 3 gets paid per tournament. That's kind of how things are going to work. But we got to jump back into the action here because it's Kick, one of our top teams right now in 5th place, that just found themselves in a scramble against North. It was Kick that was underneath them the whole time. North made their decision, girl, to fight them, and it did not pay off. And maybe it was because of the pressure you were worried about from their backs.
No, actually, they ended up pulling off a 2v3. So North realized, it was a nice realization that it was only 2 underneath, but they ended up pushing and they ended up getting 2v3'd by Shibak and Kimzu. I believe Shibak ended up doing a little finisher, or was it Kimzu, on Mandy there in the grand finals. So they secured themselves some kill points, they took their spot, and North will be out for this one.
The Polish squad of Kick is going to do it. That was a huge play. And you're right, they actually said that in the listening as well. A couple things they said in the listening I want to point out.
I believe we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so I'm going to take over. Oh, no, I'm not going to take over.
I left you hanging for a second because I'm
No worries. Dead Inside is struggling right now, and Sadiyama is the only one left alive on their team with a Hemlock and Sentinel. He's trying to pull off these shots. He's going to have to try and secure this building all by himself, but he's getting pushed. There's a whole team on his building working their way through into his building right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, girl. And one thing I was saying before I accidentally muted my mic in Discord, I think, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but was around that North listen, and we actually heard them say they have a mobile beacon. This is a 2-man team, and that's why they knew they would have an advantage in that fight. Despite that, they actually still, some way, somehow, were not able to win that 3 versus 2. It's really a big testament to Kick and their ability to get things done. A few other things in that listening I wanted to talk about, though. You heard him say a couple things. I want to fence it, hold. So that's basically, in translation of competitive Apex speak, a Watson player saying, I need to go secure a perimeter with a fence, hold my shot for me, and make sure to keep their heads down, so as I'm retreating, I don't take damage and I don't go down. And that's why you saw Mandy and others just hold that aim down sights angle to allow that fence to be placed. A couple other things. We hard chillin'. That's translated to, let's just set up and play defensively and stay exactly where we're at, no reason to panic. Last thing, we can't fight down low because of a third. That's referring to a third-party type of fight. And I know a lot of competitive Apex Legends players get this. I'm being a little cheeky, tongue-in-cheek here, but there's a lot of people that maybe did not necessarily watch scrims or do not necessarily watch competitive Apex or GLL tournaments or ALGS every week. I want to make sure to fully help you guys understand and appreciate the level of communication that goes into this. But now, as I say that, it looks like things are going to heat up here. We got ourselves a little bit of a scramble.
Yeah, Alliance is pushing in, and I just want to say that was a great gamer translation. Really nice for the people at home that don't quite understand what those references do mean. Alliance 3v3, they're going to try and make sure no one's coming in behind them before they take on this next fight. So they do have time, no one's behind them, they're safe here. There could be a team come in from underneath. I believe there's 2 teams across from them right now, and here we are with New Esports. Rondon taking in a lot of damage, but he has a couple batteries, he'll be able to heal off. He has a caustic on his team, so it'll be hard to push into that team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we'll see how Alliance decides to play this year. 10 squads remain. It has been a bloodbath. There's a lot of these teams in these Game 6s that are behind feel this need to kind of play aggressive. So you see some teams play more for kill points, play more aggressive to try and get a big game, like a 23-point game we saw from Alliance last game. We'll see if that comes to fruition here as teams have an opportunity to play aggressive against Alliance right now. The big winners from game number 5, Alliance, currently in a very, very interesting stacker type of gameplay. Nice little crack's going to come in through here for Badali. And it's almost like an Oreo cookie. You know, of course, never want to be the cream in the Oreo cookies. You don't want to get third parties. So good thing you lost the bottom part of the Oreo. And right now it looks like Alliance is in a good spot, just retreating.
They were playing patiently. Vibes trying to push forward there, but when the respawn beacon pushed down, he was getting a little stuck, and I've never seen that happen before until now. They're playing it patiently. They have a team above them. They have a team across from them underneath, and fortunately for them, they did not get pinched too hard. They were able to recover from every kind of poking that they encountered, and they're still alive. Here we are with Hammond Robotics, one of our performing teams as well, but they're only down to 2 players.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 2 players left and 22 points. 2 is the theme there. Not sure if it's going to be enough for them. We'll see. Alliance, as always seems to be the case. Fully kitted on their Evo shields. It's going to be a late dome shield. Should be just on time, though, as that's going to give enough time for Hotkeys to heal back up. Their lead Slayer, their most aggressive player, one of the best Wraith players in the game. They're going to find the one squad. That's going to be a full wipe. Good job from them. It looks like they actually didn't even get the eliminations there. It was the likes of Graceful and Nessie that helped out. Alliance making this rotation through. 9 teams left. They're just kind of turning back and forth, looking left and right, deciding what to do. But they're so good as a team, working in motion. It looks like they fight 2 fights. They were a little off page there, as now they're going to have to double back over towards Hotkeys. And when in doubt, I always say, follow your Wraith. That is the tip of your spear. That is the one you need to follow. And because they did not do that, they left Hotkeys alone. They fought 2 fights. Now they're stuck in a 2-front war, girl.
Yeah, unfortunately, they attracted the aggression from the team on the building to look at them. If they just focused the right team, maybe that wouldn't have happened. But now Vibes is getting pushed really hard. He's going to be able to get this armor swap, but there are 2 people pushing him. He misses his first massive shot. His second massive shot was so incredibly well. He gets the down on the Pathfinder. He's going to try and get another armor swap off. He gets the armor swap off. He's still alive. He can do this. It's a 1v1. He is down to 1 HP. He just had all of his armors cracked.
He needs to stop engaging right now. He needs to just chill. But like North said, I think it was Mandy who said, we just chillin'. He needed to just post up, not try and trade those shots to his right. That was a valiant, heroic effort right there from Vifes. But, you know, a little bit too panicky. Sometimes the adrenaline gets to you, and you want to put in shots. You want to put in damage because you're so used to it. If he would have just posted up between that rock, I think he would have survived right there. I don't know. Obviously, easier said than done. And really, it was the misplay from Alliance as a team that got them in that spot in the first place, like you said, girl, from being a little bit unsure of themselves and fighting left and fighting right. Meanwhile, 3 squads remain in this one. No creativity is one of them. Great massive shots coming through. What a performance right here individually from Wraith. Not done yet. He's going to crack someone right in the face, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, it will be Purge as your champion. That was a nutty finish right there, girl. But what a finish it was. Purge wins game number 6.
That was incredible. Purge came in right at the end. No creativity, was doing so much damage there at the end, but they can't handle the third party when they don't even have enough time to finish the fight and armor swap, right? So Purge came in at the absolute perfect time and ended up getting the last win of the day in our autumn circuit from Europe today.
Yeah, absolutely purging the rest of the lobby, which is exactly what they needed because they didn't do a whole lot of purging in games 1 through 5. Purge was actually in 19th place before that one, so I don't think that's going to give them any chance. Maybe in a top 10. That might actually sneak them into the top 10, and which, of course, top 10 is the one important threshold because that helps you qualify for the next Autumn Circuit Online tournament automatically without having to requalify. And then, of course, not only that, well, top 3 gets paid. Top 2 is who makes it into the playoffs. So it's going to be an interesting finish. Honestly, I can't even guess or understand if Orglis and Hungary is able to hold on alongside LCDF. It was quite the shakeup. And to break down the action, we do have Kate and T squared. Over to you.
Air Girl and Fallout, and of course all of our casters here today doing such an incredible job. You know what? This is one of the things I absolutely love about Apex, and I've said it again, I'll say it all the time, which is this can happen. Purge coming out of 19th place, and they're like, nah, we're going to take this last game. We're going to really try and figure out how this overall standings are going to be impacted by just that.
Yeah, I mean, Kate, this would have everything that you would want. This last game was about as intense as Fallout's neckbeard, is what they would say. But no, but it was a great job by Purge, and like Fallout was saying, is 19th place, is that going to be enough to put them towards 10? That's really all Purge is wanting to do. As long as they can go and do that, they're going to push themselves in the next OT. More importantly, getting more ALGS points. One of the things to point out, who was the teams in the top 4 that made it to the final circle? I'm looking at Orglis and Hungary. I feel like they got a top 3 in that game. Did they get enough kill points to win this one? We'll find out as soon as they tally up the scores.
100%. And, you know, you're absolutely right. One of the things about, you know, competitive Apex is that you come down to these moments. And, you know, I think what was interesting and what we heard in some of those comms from North actually earlier was this real desire to stay the course, be steady, and strategize around their positioning. Did you see any other teams here in this last, as you mentioned, this Final 4 that not necessarily Purge at this moment, because of course they did a lot of things right during this game, but any other teams that you'd like to highlight some of their moves that really contributed to them?
Well, we had that long listed in with North, right?
Yes.
And then as Girl and Fallout were talking about, you had the team that they tried to take on, Team Kick, the duo that they were just trying to bully the entire time with all these fences in the way, they weren't able to do that, and then they got taken out. North was one of those teams that had an opportunity to go and win this. They needed some kill points. You hear the thought process of, a team that is in a good position, not a great position, but they need to make something happen at the same time. They know they need to rack up some points. They know that they're going to have to take a fight or do something crazy. I love the discussion of where they think the zone's going to pull. And you can also get an idea of the zones aren't fully transparent until we start to get around zone 3 or 4. You can see a first zone, you can see a second zone, you can make a good prediction, but a lot of the pro players have it under their belts where you see zone 3 going into zone 4. That's when you know exactly where that one's going to be. Everybody starts to jock for position after that one, and that's what we saw in that game.
We did, and unfortunately, we also saw some of our fan favorites fall a little bit earlier than was desired. But let's take a look at how those results have panned out here for Purge being our winner of Game 6 of 6 here in our EU region for our Autumn Circuit. Purge, there we are, 9. A lot more even on the kill count here, Tom.
Definitely even on the kill count, but look at Orglis and Hungry sitting there. They got 7 points overall with 0 kills. So will that be enough to move up and take this first place? I'm not quite sure. I can't wait to see what the overall standings are because you do have a couple other teams within that vicinity. But you saw Alliance starting to heat up over towards the end. Very unfortunate that they weren't able to do so early on because we have one of these longest standing teams. In Apex would have been exciting to see them do so, but again, all of these teams played phenomenal today. Just making it here should be an accomplishment for these guys. I know we had so many players that wanted to win, but we're going to find out which team that was here very shortly.
Very shortly indeed. In fact, we don't have to wait long at all for these overall standings because they are coming at us. And this, my friends, is the graphic that is going to tell us who exactly made it out on top and is our online tournament Autumn Circuit EU #1 winners. And it looks like Orglis and Hungry. Oh man, Tom, they definitely lived up to that name today. They were hungry and they dominated, winning 2 of our games out of 6 total here in the EU region.
They're full, Kate. They're full with 61 points in their belly. Okay? 61 healthy points, okay? These guys are on a diet, a winning diet, as they would say. But maybe we'll find an org after this one. North coming in 2nd place. These will be the 2 teams advancing into the playoffs. North, phenomenal job. Not qualifying for OT #1. Coming through here, taking 2nd place, almost winning the thing. And possibly if they would have not lost the fight to Team Kick there towards the very end, they could have been the team taking home that $6 grand. But either way, congratulations to the top 2 3rd place major pushers. You'll be taking home some cool hard cash too. The top 10 teams here will be the same 10 teams that will qualify automatically going forward for OT #3.
And as we mentioned, there is no Iron team, but there is a kill leader, and that is the next place that we would like to take a look. This is where we get to showcase those players that we've been seeing as part of the team, but now we get to see exactly how they contributed to the team's success. And numero uno, 13. Holy goodness. Come on.
Nice job by JamW. Tashin's up there from the North squad. Cleve, RPR, Badoli. So evenly matched across the board. Only 13 kills across 6 games, Kate. That's what the #1 player had. That just goes to show you how tough it is to have a good KDA here in the finals in Apex Legends. That's only an average of 2 kills a game, basically, giving you that 13 overall. So it's tight, it's tough. So when you see someone that's rocking 5 or 6 kills in one game, you gotta stick on the screen, you gotta give them respect. It's pretty rare to do, but congratulations to all of the players, all the teams that made it today. Again, one heck of a show from the EU players.
Absolutely, and we are seeing the bloodbath here in math form, and that is awesome. And you know what? Great point there, Tom, in terms of, you know, the how many kills that really averages out to in a game, and it doesn't seem like that much. So when you do see those 5 or 6, you know, kill games, it's like, who turned you on, friend? How did that happen?
Yeah, and that's half as many. We saw a couple of times people had 5 or 6 kills this game in one game, and that's half as many as the people that ended up winning. And that's just, again, so important for your individual success is great, but that just goes to show how well your team is working together. So even though you may not see your teammates on that list, there was definitely assists going in the back pocket there, overall team effort. And again, a very, very good showing from all the EU players today.
100%. And hey, one of those good showings is our Lenovo Moment of the Match, brought to you by Lenovo, our official partners here at the ALGS. And this is actually going to be quite appropriate given Orgless and Hungary's win today, because this is actually a very clever play that they enacted in Game 3. Take a look.
Close from the double portable cheesecake.
Wait, okay?
Wait, coming. Inside. That's a bad TB, bad TB.
Nice, good check, good check. They're gonna take TB though, they're gonna take TB.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go play on the TB, okay?
Run the TB. Me and Silva stay high. I might queue and play time, okay? So, you guys do you.
Okay.
They might dome on me if they have a KB.
TB.
You get what's new, it's fine.
I will.
Yeah, I'm going on you, Sita. I'm with you.
Yeah.
On the fence, on me! I'm going. I'm dead. Are you? Watch your TP. Coming with you. Other side.
Wait, what side? There it is.
Nice. Well played.
Good shot.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys, indeed. Orgless and Hungry. They are fed, my goodness, on the souls of their enemies.
Yeah, and that was perfect that we were able to see the team communication, what everybody was thinking. It was all about that positioning from the portal from Matafe. Matafe didn't even need to stay alive like most Wraiths do over towards the end. He said, I'm dead. It's up to you, boys. Well, guess what? Everybody did their part. Everybody playing that perfectly. So many fences around that portal made it impossible for any other teams to do anything.
And you know what? I love that you called out that Matafe in-game leader moment, because quite frankly, that's what they had to do. And he did a great job of trusting the rest of his team, which I gotta say is something that I can imagine being a very difficult thing to do on a stage as powerful and as pressure-filled as this one is. So GG to Orgless and Hungry, and yeah, they may have to rename themselves in our next tournament. We'll see what happens here. But you know what, Tom? It's that time again.
Got the tweets?
Got the tweets! Let's go to them tweets. Let's take a look at what you've been saying. Make sure to use the hashtag ALGS and follow us at PlayApex to check this all out. Having dinner, watching these intense matches. Resting after a long day can't get better. Wow. You know what? Thank you so much for joining us, of course. That's fantastic. And
thanks,
I'm curious
Goku.
what they're eating.
Is the theme today food? Is that what it is? Everyone knows how hungry they are, so they're just gonna, send us pictures of their food. You guys are evil.
Evil! It's just mean. But also, thank you so much for watching. Let's take a look at our next
it's the
tweet.
production crew. I'm calling you guys mean. No,
I know. Oh, that's fair. That's a good point, actually. I totally get that. I'm curious what he is eating there, but either way, thank you so much for watching. Long day can't get better. I get it. After a long day, totally with you. Let's take a look. Play Apex. Watching the Autumn Circuit. My boyfriend on the PS4. You know what, Tom? I'm just gonna say it right now. The couple that watches Apex together stays together. There, I said it.
Yeah, look at all the cool little Funkos popping up right there. You have Mirage just big chilling right there. You love to see it. Now I realize why there is food involved in a lot of these tweets. It's because Orgless and Hungry ends up winning the tournament today. So it's just fitting, Kate.
It is fitting, absolutely. Let's take a look at our final tweet here of the game, of the tournament in their EU region. Gonna see exactly how you guys are watching from. Oh, Ghana! Thank you, GG. Oh my gosh, thanks so much for watching us all the way. Tom, we're global.
We are totally global. You know that. It's the Apex Legends.
Global
it's ALGS. It's the Apex Legends Global Series. So we're definitely global. Thank you for the love, all the way from Ghana. Love the nice setup coming through with the lighting too. I hope you enjoyed the games today. And again, congratulations to all the teams that made it today. Only one winner. It was Orgless and Hungry. But it feels good for all the Matafe fans. We've been waiting to see them do it for quite some time, and they were finally able to put it together. And again, North as well, Kate. We got to give props to them for not making it in the previous tournament, even inside the top 20. Here, they don't have to worry about that anymore. They're going to be in the next one. None of that, secured their way into the playoffs.
And you know what? None of this was easy. You had the major pushers of the world, the Alliance, all of these teams that have consistently performed at the highest level and truly made Orglis and Hungary, gave them a run for their money. So certainly nothing to shake a stick at. And GG to our competitors and to our top teams here, because as we mentioned, 116 teams were fielded for EU. This is nothing that's not difficult to get over. It's a lot of competition, and somehow they made it out on top, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it's for North to be able to do so gives a lot of confidence to other teams out here now to say, hey, we may not made it into the last tournament, but we could come out here and still play just as good as these guys. So I'm looking at like the Navis, looking at the Coolers, all these teams that know that they have we know that they have what it takes. I want to see them come out here next time in OT3, prove themselves just the way North was able to do today. And again, congratulations to Orglis and Hungary. You guys aren't hungry anymore. Enjoy. I hope you're nice and full.
Exactly. And you know what? That's a great segue for me to mention that for our next tournament, make sure to follow us, twitch.tv/playapex. And you can also give us a free sub over at youtube.com/playapexcompete. Follow us on Twitter @PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS. And as you saw some of our tweets today, you've seen them all over our show, actually. And they are going home with 1,000 Apex coins because we're just that generous. And we really, really love you. And that's how we're going to stay there. And here's something else. One more thing I love about Apex and about our open tournaments here, they're open for a reason. Guess what? Registration for OT number 3, our third tournament in our autumn circuit, well, it's open right now. Head over to battlefy.com/ALGS and I want to make sure I get this right before I forget, as well as, battlefy.com/ALGS. Register. Get in on this action. Be one of those teams. Perhaps we'll be talking about you next time. Tom, perhaps we'll be talking about you.
A lot of different regions, a lot of different competitors. Get your squad together. You only need 2 people.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's fast math, Tom. That's fast math.
That's
2 more people. That's there you go. Exactly. Well, you know what? We appreciate you watching here today, but guess what? We got something going for you tomorrow if you're a Madden NFL fan, and I know you are, Tom. I know you are.
Yeah, tell me about it. What do we got?
I got this for you. Tune in. It's going to be Much Watch Tuesday. Much Watch Tuesday nights. Look at these guys. I'm loving it.
Anderson
Madden
Paak's
NFL.
great, by the way.
What's that?
Great artist. Anderson Paak is a great artist.
I love it. Well, he's going to throw down here as the Madden NFL 21 Championship Series continues, starting with King of the Hill. Catch the finale of the Madden Pros as Joke takes on, Journey. And follow Derwin James versus the world with his guest, this week's guest, as we mentioned, a big fan of, for Tom here, Anderson Paak. Fantastic. A great lineup, some great gameplay, and an overall great Tuesday night. What could you do better? I can't think of one other thing. Tom, man, goodness, it has been a pleasure today. Coming alongside you, coming alongside our casters. Of course, we've had some technical issues, so we appreciate all of you watching, your patience, your help here, and sticking with us through this all around the world with this Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Online Tournament numero dos. I like to use different languages sometimes. No biggie. At any rate, I want to say thank you so much to Tom. Thank you to our casters, our crew, and of course to you as well. And make sure to tune in. Use those tuners. So that's the words we use. I love it. To our next online tournament for this autumn circuit. That'll be number 4 happening on November the 2nd. Tom, anything else you want to say to the fine cast and crew and people watching?
Just let's make sure we get a mobile respawn beacon for our boy Rain Day. Get him back in here for the NA games.
Absolutely. We'll see you this afternoon for North America.